the special meeting of the Village of Westmont Board Budget Workshop, and we will have roll call, please.
Be patient, there's a ton of us. Mayor Pro Tem Seneca.
Here.
The clerk's here. Trustee Emery.
Here.
Trustee Fleming.
Here.
Trustee Klebanow.
Here.
Trustee Nero.
Here.
Trustee Scott.
Here.
Manager Searle.
Here.
Finance Director Parker.
Here.
Staff Accountant Carlson.
Here.
Police Chief Mulhern.
Here.
Fire Chief Wise.
Here.
Public Works Director May.
Here.
Deputy Police Chief Gunther.
Here.
Police Department Administrative Assistant Rice.
Here.
Acting Community Development Director Malik.
Here.
Human Resource Director Casey.
Here.
Fire Department Administrative Supervisor Scala.
Here.
Public Works Supervisor Engineering Noriega.
Here.
IT Manager Liljeberg. Deputy Clerk Kamek.
Here.
Mayor-elect Gunther. Where is he?
You're going to have to learn to be faster on that,
You have to
HMG.
listen for that. Trustee-elect Addington.
Here.
Trustee-elect Parker.
Here.
Trustee-elect Berry.
Here.
Thank you. If you'd rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ron to make a few comments.
Sure. This is the second meeting of our four scheduled, at this point, budget workshops. And one of the things I wanted to start off with was, and I'm going to turn it over to our Finance Director, Spencer Parker, to go into a little more detail, but it was pointed out to me earlier this week that some time ago, the paper had reported that we had like a $3 million or $3 million plus budget gap. I don't know exactly where that number came from. I know that I did 13 to 15 public presentations, which I know what I said because I was at all of those, where I said that the gap was estimated to be between 2.1 and 2.4 million. And obviously that was done months ago based on estimates that were based on last year's revenue. And for those of you in the audience, and I know there are many of you that have experience in this process, you understand that it's a very fluid process as we go along in terms of our estimates and our estimates on revenues and expenditures. And I'm going to ask our finance director to kind of give us an update on where we think that gap is at this point. For the benefit of those folks that are here, this will be recorded. We'll also talk about this on Monday when we give a brief budget update, just so people understand, you know, that headline. And I, having worked a little bit in the newspaper industry in my years past, I understand how they think and written a few headlines myself over the years, so I understand how that works. But we have to deal with the reality of the numbers, and we'd like to be accurate. And I will turn it over to our Finance Director, Spencer Parker, and let him kind of talk about that for a brief minute before we get into the actual continuation of our discussion.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring this over to this screen. So we have here, this is, right now I'm on the tablet. So first of all, excuse me. So for the benefit of those with the tablet, we're in the drive section that's the 2013-14 budget. And then right now I'm in the one labeled O2-A, Program Debt Summary Revenues. So this is our revenue sheet, and you're very familiar with these. We've looked at, you've seen this before, you saw this last time. We saw lots of different options for revenues, and initially we had several different options selected, so it was kind of hard to get a good grasp on what the dollar amount was. If you go all the way down to the bottom, it'll probably take a little while on the tablets. But if the very bottom, you'll see something that's right now just labeled changes. I just recently put this together. So based on the loss of home rule, we started off with a deficit of about 2.4 due to economic increases. So the increases with no change to our current programs. This would be increases in sales tax, estimated increase in income tax from the IML, actual increases in property taxes remitted due to the increase from the CPI, those type of items. Again, with no relation to any changes made by this board. And then we also add in the fire increases that were approved in March. So there were some changes made at the March meeting. And if we take all of those into account, we're looking at a new net deficit based on revenues of about $1 million. Now that might be adjusted slightly because there is some additional infrastructure that we're going to be needing to replace in the different departments and some insurance cost increases. We'll talk about each of those sort of as we get to them. But in general, the number has now, because of these increases and changes in the economy, gone from about 2.4 down to right about $1 million that we're looking to cut. So just sort of as an update before we get into the rest of the process, I wanted to mention that. Any questions on that?
Not for me. I just wanted to quickly sort of give the way that we'll do the budget today. We'll have staff presentations on each department, each area of the village. Then we'll have board questions and discussion. And then we'll open it up to any members of the public that might be here that would like to comment or ask questions. So that'll sort of be our way of proceeding today. So with that, unless anyone has questions on this, we can go ahead.
Yeah, one other comment. I just want to make clear that, so anybody viewing this, and certainly the audience members understand that these proposals are things that we ask the department heads to come up with. These are not necessarily things that they as individual department heads thought were great ideas, but given the challenges of the loss of home rule, we asked them to look at everything. So I want to make it clear that, you know, these were things that, the direction came from the top to come down. Look at your individual departments, try to prioritize your services and programs, and try to put it in program service type packages for the board to look at. So I just want to make it clear, because I know the first budget session, we talked about some things that probably didn't sound like great ideas, but we tried to look at everything, and I just want to make that clear for the public's benefit too.
Okay. For those on the tablet, if you hit the back arrow, it will take you back to the 2013-14 budget directory. And wanted to go through and just first of all address some of the questions that were asked at the last meeting. So let me start by going into police. And police is listed as number 3. So it's 03-Program Depth Summary Police.
Good morning. To answer some of the questions that were asked earlier this week. Going back to patrol vehicles, we currently have 14 patrol vehicles, 12 squad cars, as you say, and 2 SUVs, which are Chevy Tahoes. In the next budget year, we anticipated getting rid of or eliminating the 2 Tahoes and going to the police utility vehicles.
Can I just interrupt you
Sure.
just for 1 second? So I probably should have directed us first of all to the vehicles. So from your tablets, if you want to hit back one more time, let's go look up the vehicle funding transfer before we jump into the police's.
01D.
Yeah, 01D, VRP funding transfer. So we can have the items regarding the vehicles in front of us. Okay.
In talking with staff, we met several times this week, and meeting with the village mechanic and Public Works Director May yesterday. We determined that we can eliminate 2 of our currently marked vehicles, basically discontinue or decommission them. In doing so would allow us to take the equipment out of those cars, such as the in-car cameras we talked about, the computers, monitors, printers. That will allow us a little bit of extra equipment should something break. And in that case, if we were looking at earlier of replacing the in-car cameras, which we still would like to leave in there, however, now opens up the option of we'll have 2 systems that we can use for spare parts. If our cars cameras break down, we'll be able to use those parts, so then we could maybe relook the getting the in-car cameras this year and maybe hold off for another year, if that's what the board's direction would be. Also, that would reduce our squads to 12 marked patrol vehicles at this time. The mileage for some of the cars would increase because you're taking 2 cars out of the use. Again, this will still allow us enough for any special events, allows us with our shift maximum of being 6, that we would still have cars available. There's been times where we had 3 cars down at one time. We had printer issues, and we had to wait till the cars were fixed. Part of the issues is also as well, too, is on the weekends. If a car breaks down over the weekend, they can't get repaired till Monday. So we think we'll be in good shape with moving it down to 12 cars. And again, reducing the SUVs next year will just be part of this program. The other issue we talked about was new vehicles. We currently buy 5 cars every 2 years. As you saw in the option, we proposed going down to 4 cars every 2 years. And speaking with the mechanics, that's what we would like to do, is make it down to 4 cars every 3 years. We feel that if we talked about going down to 3 cars every 4 years. Mechanics feel that that may be a little bit too much for maintenance, spreading it out over 4 years. Mileage would be a little bit too high for public use, for public safety use, and then also as well that it would also hurt the continued use purpose of the vehicles, where you'd be giving cars to other divisions with maybe 80, 90, or 100,000 miles on it. So we felt that going down to 4 new cars every 3 years will allow us to have a little bit more savings as well and accomplish our goals. Any questions on cars?
Did you run that with Spencer so we know what the numbers are?
Yes, if we have Trustee Emmer, you had asked for the average mileage of all the cars. We have that for the squad cars. We have each individual average miles. They're averaging around 15,000 a year. There's some more, some less. Total average for a squad is for all our patrol vehicles is 15,610. Trustee Scott asked for a comparison for this year's compared to last year's. Last year's was 15,434. So a difference, we were up 176 miles this year compared to last year. And then also you'll see the continued use vehicles, which are administrative vehicles. We have 1 silver van, which is used for, it's used also by other departments as well, too, not just the police department. SUVs, the SUVs are the 2 Tahoes that we have, 1 for the crime scene technician, 1 for the trucks. And the non-squads are our detective vehicles. We're close in all the mileages last year compared to this year.
Okay. What about the cost savings of going to a little bit longer stretch between replacements? Do you know?
I didn't look at that, to be honest with you. Again, we would look at the maintenance. If we're going a year, the maintenance would be some little bit increased maintenance, some increased maintenance on the staffing there. We didn't come out with a costing yet. We can get that.
Okay. Just so that we know, because we're looking for a sum total, obviously, so.
Yes.
And just so that you're aware, the mileage information is now in that same budget drive. It's labeled 01-E, police mileage comparison. So it's accessible from your tablets. You're able to look at that in the same location. Okay. Just the one right after the VRP funding. So, Chief, the name of it has been changed, so you may want to let Brian know when he's looking for it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next issue was motorcycles. Did an informal survey at DuPage Chiefs Executive Board meeting, 13 chiefs. No, none of them in this area have motor units or motorcycle units in this area. We put an inquiry out to the officers. We have 6 to 7 officers that would be interested if we do this. I'm not, if we can still research and look into a little bit more, there's a safety concern. There's some gas issue. Actually, we would actually save gas. But we're also looking at, too, is the sooner we can get from the Ford Crown Victoria vehicles into our police Interceptor or the police SUV vehicles, we'll receive a 20% fuel savings per year per vehicle the sooner we get to the Interceptors. And that's why we'd like to make the changeover sooner. The cost for a motorcycle, just for the motorcycle alone, is about $20,000 to $25,000. We're paying currently right now for a car about $32,000. So it would almost be as much as it would cost us to buy a car to buy a motorcycle. You have equipment, you have training, And some of the concerns last year were officers was the safety in the metropolitan area, where they would go in a rural area or in a state police environment. It's a little bit better. If you're trying to block an accident scene or you're trying to block for traffic control, it's not as effective as a squad car. The other thing we're still looking into is the cost. I know Woodridge uses them, a quad vehicle, a four-wheel vehicle. A little bit bigger, a little bit more visibility, and maybe a little bit more safety, too, for the officer. So we're still looking into that as an option as well. But the motorcycles, there is an interest. It's something I think we still need to research on.
How did
I talked to 4 chiefs since, I shouldn't say I talked to, I emailed, 4 chiefs that I work with regularly, and every one of them said you still have to account for the officers in bad weather, and that's why they don't have them. And that stopped their consideration right then. It's like, you get 6, maybe 8, and today it's snowing. So because of our weather, unlike, Southern California or something, it's just, they got to come up with squads for them to drive in inclement weather, so.
One main reason also was there's no computer, we'd have to buy radio equipment, no computer, no in-car camera, but the officers, when they want to write a report, have to park the motorcycle, come in the station, take a lot of their gear off, get comfortable, do the report, then if they get a call, they got to gear back up, hit the motorcycle, go back out. You're taking them off the street a little bit more as well, too. Not much, but some.
Yeah, there's, I think there's too many, I appreciate you're looking at it and all of that stuff, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, as far as I'm concerned, you can cease and desist on the motorcycle.
We'll cease.
Chief,
Yes, ma'am.
how does the quad vehicle compare in terms of cost and gas usage and things like that, or have you not looked into?
We didn't get that far into it. We looked at the motorcycle first, the costs there. The other option would be looking at the quad vehicle. If there was still an interest, that's when we were going to go to pursue it further.
I mean, because a quad vehicle is a little more year-round kind of thing, isn't it? Or
No,
maybe
it's-
more months out of the year, weather permitting.
It's still weather-driven.
It is,
I mean, like,
okay,
yeah,
so it's not
today, I wouldn't want 'em out.
enclosed, it's smaller, obviously.
It's bigger, it's, four-wheeled, it's bigger, it's a little bit more safety,
Smaller than a car.
operation-wise. Yes, smaller than a car.
But it can be equipped with a camera,
No.
computer? No?
No.
Okay, I'd say don't even
They're
think
fun
about
to
it.
drive, but they're,
Yeah, I'd say,
it's more like it would get the most use at something like the 4th of July, where it can
Yeah.
go all over the,
Yeah.
go all over the place, but not,
Although I think you're going to find out Woodridge uses them in their apartment complexes a lot because they can get in and out between the buildings where they can't with a squad.
Correct.
that's an interesting thought, especially in this town.
But if we, get our bike patrol back up, we can also accomplish the same thing with our bike patrol.
it also leaves the officer vulnerable in that situation.
Yeah,
too.
we don't want to do that.
Next issue we had was,
Just to clarify, you can see added up here now is the cost for the savings it would be if we went to 3 per year. So instead of saving the 36,000 to go to 4 per year, if we go to 3 per year, we'd be saving 72,000 a year. So if we were to change this from B to C, you would see that difference reflected. So, should we-
next issue was gaming revenue from the video poker or video gaming machines. To get an estimate, I took 2 businesses, one located in Lamont that's been in operation for 5 years, and one in Oak Brick Terrace. There's a memo that I've prepared. And what we did is we took an average of the machines to a monthly average, came up with a figure of we can anticipate conservatively $35,000 for this budget year. We have 4 businesses in Westmont that have applied, DJs, Uptown, Neutral Zone, and the Potbelly. I've had interest from other businesses. We have one that's going to be coming to Westmont, and 2 other businesses, specifically Walsh's. And speaking to Deputy Chief Gunther, spoke to some of the applicants this week. It depends on what vendor you pick as to how fast your application gets into the state. We know Walsh's is very interested in it because they spearheaded this, yet he has not applied yet, and we don't know if it's his vendor or not. And speaking to 2 vendors, one advised us was Tracy from DJ's, said that she has heard that she may get a machine as early as May, and that's just very optimistic. Others are saying, as we thought originally, maybe back in September. So the applications are in, they're being processed. They're going through their backgrounds and everything. So based on this, we went with on an 8-month estimate of about $35,000 for next budget year.
So some vendors are getting quicker results than others. Is it because the vendor turns in the paperwork sooner, or is it because the state likes the vendor, which is
That
concerning?
I don't know.
Defer to Speaker Madison on that.
Yeah, right. That'll go far. Just a little side note there.
Any questions on video gaming? Red light enforcement, as you will notice, if you haven't been through the intersection, all the standards are down. They were taken down this week. I was driving into work and saw them out working out in the rain. We did have one person stop and ask why they're coming down, because he got tickets there. Why are they coming down now? We explained to him that the program was discontinued. You would ask for the officer's time, and there's a chart. Is that, do you have that? Red speed.
Is that the PDF one, or which chart are we?
Yes, I believe. You'd ask for the number of officers' times, or an average time. Yearly total, the officer spent 453 hours reviewing videos. A monthly average came down to 9 hours a month that the officer reviewing it.
This is the one you're looking at?
Yes. Well, yeah, we had the monthly average, and there's also the cost there as well, too. But anyway, 9 hours a month on an average that the officers spent inside.
Which page are you on, Chief?
It's here.
I think that's.
Let me go
not
this
the one
way.
that I've got.
Well, I don't think,
If Glenn can get the overhead.
I don't know.
Glenn's sitting right next to you.
His ghost.
It's magic. Glenn can do it from in here.
See, he did it. Never ceases to amaze me. You'll see there, the number of months that we had was 48 months, 453 total hours, averaging 9 hours. It varies a little bit, the most being 13, least being 4.
And it was usually a light-duty officer more often than not.
We couldn't separate that out because once they were trained as a light-duty officer, they continued doing after they went back on the street and coming in. So it was kind of hard to determine when. But yes, whenever an officer is on light duty, they would have come in and they would have been responsible for that when they were on that status. When they went back to the street, they were still added to the officers allowed to do it.
Got it.
Yeah, so that's not a significant impact once they're, that duty's removed. I don't think not one day a month.
Right.
We, any other questions on red speed? We talked about the DUMEG and the DEA. We've reached out to the representatives for DEA. They're in a process of a position change with the DEA supervisor, so we don't have a firm commitment right now. The DEA, actually, not the task force officers from the other towns, but the actual DEA supervisor for this unit. They're making some changes, so we don't know for sure if we have a position or not. The Downers Grove supervisor still would like to have our people on board, but we don't know if there's going to be an opening yet, and we will know hopefully within the next couple of weeks. I think that was it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Spence, before we move on, I just want to refer back to Ron Cyril for a moment.
Yes, I wanted to mention, and I forgot to mention at the beginning, that we will have an executive session for personnel following the regular meeting here.
Thank you. Spence.
All right. To address a couple of the other questions that were raised, if you hit back on the tablet and go back to the 1314 page, down on, start off with 02A, the revenues. And we go down to the clerk's office. It's on row about 30. For those with the, I don't know. Okay. So you can see here, taxi cab licenses. There was the proposal last time about increasing the fee from $75 to $150, which would generate approximately $7,500 additionally. And then we've already talked about some of the police revenues that we talked about increasing. So the video gaming, you can see, is listed here. And then, so any questions on this brief piece we've talked about? Yes, and we also had talked about commuter parking for the train at the past meeting, and I think we had said we were interested in choosing option D, which would be $100 per quarter or a 25% increase. So you can see those numbers reflected there currently. Okay, if you hit back again, people go back to to that area again. Then we can, let's take a look at the 02-B, the food tax and vehicle stickers. There was some question about the different rates that different communities had. You can peruse that at more at your leisure as it's in that directory. But I just wanted to draw your attention down to the average at the bottom. So you can see the average for vehicle stickers, and it doesn't all show on the same page, but the average fee for vehicle stickers for those that have vehicle stickers is $25, and the average percentage for places for eating tax of those that have it is 1.48%. So, and you can see here the list of communities that do have it. Places for eating tax, just so that you're aware, there's a home rule version and a non-home rule version. This includes both. Okay, any questions on that chart? It's there for your perusal if you'd like.
I'm just curious as to whether, since we covered this last time, whether there's been any further thought from the board members as to whether we want to do a tax on eating places. Apparently, we had no problem putting a tax on the gasoline, stations where their profits would not be as great. And this one actually doesn't cut into the profits like the gas tax does. This is just an added tax that the consumer bears. So I know we had a few comments last time, but I don't think we should just disregard it till later. I think we should figure out what we want to do and if anything.
I
The
agree.
gas tax not cut into the profits at
Because they had to stay competitive, so you saw the prices actually didn't go up. And just like when the gas tax was eliminated because of loss of home rule, the gasoline didn't go down. That extra few cents per gallon went to the gas station owner. Restaurants don't fluctuate their pricing like gas stations do.
and which they do daily, too.
Right.
Right.
Hourly.
And really, with the loss of the gas tax, as you say, the cost of the gas did not go down, which meant the other taxes, percentage-wise, are getting a bigger piece now, which means more to the state, more to all those collectors. So
Exactly.
it's just craziness.
I still don't really want to put that burden on.
I think we'd have to figure out is, how do we know how much sales tax would be generated first to see if it's even worthwhile?
Yes, so if you
Right.
if you're ready to move on from this sheet, if you hit the back button again, if we go back into the 02-A, Program Department Summary Revenues, we can see under the second program, Sales and Use Tax, you can see there's two different options that are currently listed.
Right.
There's 0.5%, which would generate approximately $255,000, and there's a 1%, which would generate approximately $510,000. And fortunately, for the purposes of calculating this, the state has a standard industrial classification report where, based on the type of business, they do report how much they paid in sales tax, to the part of the home rule sales tax, the regular sales tax, to the different communities. So it was very easy to look and see what Westmont received from places of eating on our 0.5% supplemental sales tax, and then we just took the same figure, we discounted it a little bit, just to be conservative. but applied a similar figure to get the 255,000. So we're fairly confident that these are good estimates, the best we can get, and we've got some fairly good information from the state's website that allows us to calculate it. There'd obviously be some additional administrative costs, which is built into this, some additional time because we'd be administering it ourselves just as we did the gasoline tax. So these dollars have been reduced by that.
One of the things I'd like to throw out there is, we're line iteming everything as we always do, and we're looking at our public safety departments, which, that's the most painful to cut any, and Public Works to cut any services and brush pickup and all of that. Westmont has a lot of restaurants. My inclination at this point is for us to say, all right, what about the 0.5%? And that's a quarter of what we're looking for to make up. And if we have to do a lot of things to make up even $1 million bucks plus a little bit more. And I'm reluctant to chop any public services if we have something that will at least give us a quarter of this, and obviously the 1% would be a half. Have any of us ever been bothered by the fact or even known that all these other towns are charging it?
Nobody even notices it.
It's $1 on $100 if you do, it's.
Exactly.
It's.
And that takes the burden off of the the residents in areas of public safety where we need it and put it where it's so widely dispersed. So I'm inclined to think that we say, well, let's at least go with the 0.5% and knock a quarter off of this debt we're trying to deal with. If we want to be bold and it's $1 on $100 bucks.
And it's residents of other communities.
Right.
We're not just hitting our residents.
And
Which was kind of what the home rule thing was with the gas
which is what
tax.
we
Which is
wanted
what
to do, was spread it out. And you're talking about the fast food ones, on a 50 bucks it's 50 cents. For all of our fast foods, it's a couple of pennies. So if we want to be really bold and just go with the 1%, there's half this debt we got to make up, and we don't have to look at what we have to penalize the residents and what they're going to have to do without as hard.
Right. Right.
Well,
I'd bite the bullet.
I tell you, I understand what everybody's saying here, and I appreciate it. I look at this in a little bit different light. Yeah, 0.5%'s 0.5%, and it's only dealing with food. The problem that I've got in my own mind about this is we just got through telling these people with state's confusion on how they're handling withdrawing this 0.5%, not till July 1st, that's when they're saying, that we're going to turn right back around and put this back on the restaurants. Now, we all know in this town how people communicate and talk to each other, whatever, and I guarantee you there's going to be some restaurants that are going to complain because they're having to pay or charge more of a sales tax than other businesses in town. Now, I know that it may not be a lot. I know there may not be a lot of people out there, but I just look at this is, okay, we took this 0.5% away, okay? Now we're coming back and going to put the 0.5% back on food vendors only. I guess sometimes you don't always get the fairness and equity that you want.
I'm sure the gas station dealers felt the same way.
Well,
Right.
Yeah.
But, I just,
Did the sales tax apply also to the restaurants? It did not.
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
So then it's a wash. So then it's a wash. If we put, it's nothing to it's a wash.
But instead of doing it to everybody, it's just to the restaurants.
Right,
So
but
now-
for them,
but
it's a
yeah.
wash. It's no different than it was pre-election.
Right.
Well,
You know-
we're only giving somebody options.
It's not a
And-
big
right.
impact, but
Exactly.
I would like to wait until the end. And the reason is what if we can find alternative ways? We're already considerable savings. The last thing I want to do is add a tax. I think it's very negative. I know it's only a small dollar amount. I know it's very, very minimal, especially on a meal of $100, but that whole persona to me is negative. I think we're doing pretty good to start. I know it's a big chunk out of the $1,086,000, but I would prefer to wait to the end, and if it's the last resort, I'm okay with it. But as of right now, I think we're doing pretty dang good without it. And I would like to just keep going the way we're going, personally.
Well, I think we can definitely circle back to it, and we may very well be forced to do exactly that. I don't want to cut village services.
Right.
I don't want to cut staff, but, we're going to have to make some really tough decisions here.
I mean, I'll have
And
somebody pay 50 cents on their $50 bill.
especially a resident of
Or I'll
Downers
tell an
Grove or
employee,
Clarendon Hills.
sayonara.
Right. But we haven't had to do that
Because
yet,
we're
though.
skeleton crew right now.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how much, we have no expenses to cut, as you're going to see as we go through
It comes
this.
up, and that's in,
I mean-
and the decision is, hey, there's 0.5%, or, for example, few less officers on the street. Obviously, it's a no-brainer, but that hasn't
Right.
come up yet, so I think.
Yeah, because we're looking at the stuff, well, if we do away with the pop detective, and it's like, because we don't have the crime-free housing department, we got to have full staff.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not ready to say no.
But I'm
I'll
fine
put
with
it on the
that, to
back
circle
burner,
back
but-
to it, but I wanted to, I want to take it from back here and kind of move it a little forward in my head so that I know it's sitting there before I sit there and go, all right, because my comments to Public Works May were like, obviously, I want to know how much is spent on overtime, plowing at 3 o'clock in the morning, and can that be done away with? Well, what's safer, salt and plow at 3 o'clock in the morning, or, 8.5 cents at McDonald's? So, but I agree, we can circle back to it, see where we do it, but I'm going to be much more conscious of not cutting services.
I want us to remember that we need to be keeping an eye on the fire department issues also,
Right.
and keeping the service that we have and not getting it reduced. And if this helps maintain it where it's at now, and honestly, I think it needs to be increased, just because it's getting more difficult to find people to come in
That's the case.
part-time.
I think it's a completely different
I think that's something we have to remember, that you want to take off the table now, keep it in reserves, that we need it, but that's maybe coming back and maybe even at 1%.
Right.
Just to handle that issue there, again, where it doesn't reflect onto the residents, all of them. It's just like the gas tax is going to reflect on anybody who comes from out of town. They're already used to paying it anyhow.
Where does this stand with the prepared food at the grocery stores? Are they putting the tax as if they were, because it's a carry-out food thing?
I believe so. If you look at your receipt, because I made it a point to look at the receipt at the grocery store, and some things are taxed differently.
Right.
So
So that would.
I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, because,
State taxes things differently.
yeah. So there's like more than one tax line on
So if you
a
go
grocery
to
receipt.
the Jewel or something and get a prepared meal, a chicken or something and bring home, then there would be this particular
would-
tax.
I guess.
I can see the benefit of having it, but again, we'll know it's there, let's keep it back, because then even if we decide we need it, that might tell us, do we need to go to the 1% or the 0.5%?
That's-
So at
that's
least
true.
let's keep it in the back burner, but keep it in mind it's there. Let's, get as lean as we can.
Right.
And then see what we need
we
out
have.
of it. Yeah, maybe we only need the half.
I think that is
Great.
perfect. I think we need to do that.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I'm opposed, I'm just playing devil's advocate in this situation at this point in time. Just raising the point, that's all I'm doing. We gotta do what we gotta do, but yet, we need to go through the rest of this and do our due diligence too.
Because I think that'll camouflage what we've actually cut, what we've leaned,
Right.
if we automatically
Right.
start throwing it back in. So let's just keep it in the back burners for now, know it's there, and let's try to get as lean as we can.
And
And
then go
then
from
that'll
there.
tell us what we need to do.
Yep.
And we can look into the question of specifically whether or not it applies to grocery stores. I think I recall something about it, because it's places for eating, the question is, does it have a table there that it intends for people to sit down and eat?
It's whether people can eat on the premises.
Oh, okay. So that answers Pat's
It's not
question.
grocery stores.
Yeah, but some of them do have, a place to sit down and eat.
Yeah, but they,
Foods.
Well, Dominic's, but even though they're not ours, but some of those places will have.
Okay, so perfect example, Jewel doesn't have that, Standard Market does.
They have a restaurant,
Yeah, they have a
so
restaurant.
they would be taxed anyway.
Standard would
Their
be.
restaurant would be
That's what
taxed.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I got you.
Jewel wouldn't, but Standard
The
Market
Standard
would.
would.
But their deli wouldn't necessarily, because that's carryout. That's not
It's the
Where- at a-
restaurant
where there's a
part,
table.
because that's a whole, it's actually a separate entity from Standard Market.
Spencer, I guess you got something to find out about that.
Yep, we'll look into that, get some additional information. There was also a question last time about different revenues and some various options. If you hit the back button on your tablet or on the paper one, just turn a couple of pages, we have one that's on here labeled O2-C-potential revenue sources. And this item is information taken from a memo from our attorney listing a variety of taxes, and then we went through that and tried to identify if there are taxes that would potentially apply to us and different options for those. You can see, so the first column, column A, breaks them down by potential, not applicable, or we already have them. I put the potential at the first, we could take a look at it. There's a section in state statute that says municipalities have the authority to regulate and tax, and then it lists a whole bunch of different items. One of them is places for eating, and in looking at other revenue surveys and from other communities, that's the one that's the most commonly used in other communities. I don't know the level to which any of these other items are used in other communities. We can certainly find that out. Now, if there's any specific ones that you're interested in, but here we can tax and regulate athletic contests, bankers, bowling alleys, cable TV, all these different options here.
Just to be noted that
We
I
do
don't think we're
tax
getting it on our
We're not-
tablets.
It's not out.
Is it not up there?
No,
I'm sorry, would you repeat
I mean,
that, Pat?
it gives, it
we're not
gives
getting
you,
it on our tablets.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Is there, oh, it's not pulling up. Okay.
Glenn is going around.
I thought it was just me.
No. When I saw, I haven't been getting some of the stuff he's been showing, so I figured.
Technology.
It's not.
It's wonderbar.
So is the item there, but it just, when you pull it up, you don't see anything?
I can't find the files.
don't find anything.
The Bs and the C files that you're
You
talking
know
about.
what, we probably should have rebooted. I didn't reboot
I did.
You have
to
it.
bring up, oh, you did?
Got it.
Okay.
I
But he
turned it
pulled it
on.
up differently. On
I
this,
came up into the stuff that we're doing different than they probably did.
we've got this.
I'm not doing it that way. I'm doing it the other way.
Well,
Okay.
I went through
Is it-
Chrome to get it.
okay.
What'd you go through?
I just went into where he put the connection to the
But
website.
where is it, though?
It's where he's,
Is it in Drive? Where is it? Because I looked, I couldn't.
Should be in
it's
shared
in
with
Google's,
me.
it's Google.com, it's in the documents.
So you went into Google Docs?
I'm in Chrome, but I
So
there's the agenda.
it's, you're not seeing it under the 13, 14 place, and it's not just sorted in a weird way or anything?
Which subfolder under 1314 are you in?
So I'm on a,
Okay.
yeah, I'm on the one under the Village Board Finance Open Share under budget, and then just 2013-14 budget.
And that's the folder I can't find on here, Jeff.
Say here,
Oh,
this is where I'm at.
so Ron, you're not able to find that entire folder?
Correct.
Okay, you'll have to go through that email.
What I did was I went into the email, okay,
Are you able to see the entire,
then finished it out with Chrome, and it comes up that way.
so is every,
Went into Chrome as my browser.
Okay, how'd you find
is
that?
It
every,
wouldn't come up on my.
It's not coming up on mine either, yeah.
are
Say
you
here.
able to see the folder?
Say, I did it the other way.
Okay,
I came in to the email side,
okay,
okay,
right.
and then used
Oh,
Chrome.
I think that's what they're looking.
Where do you get Chrome on emails?
You need to go to where Spencer put his in. The only thing is, every time you go back,
May I just make, you're going to just go around to everybody?
Okay.
Should we take a 5-minute recess?
all right?
Or will this be distracting? Can we continue?
Chrome from email.
Oh, you go ahead and
let's
hit
just
the.
keep going.
hit
Okay,
the-
okay, it's good. It's all yours.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll talk about it while he
Okay,
helps.
we've decided
get
we'll
those.
just continue on and use the screens while Glenn goes around and gets everything squared away for us. So we can continue.
So there are several different taxes. Again, the majority of these, I am not aware of other communities using. Some of them may. If there's specific ones that are interested, we can take a look at them. John says he could research specific ones if we have a few that we're potentially interested in. On these type of miscellaneous ones, the ones I've heard of the most are the places for eating or amusement, as we've just talked about.
Right, and let
Additionally-
me interrupt you for 1 second, Spencer. The reason that I'm saying I think we can just move on is we're extremely conscious of trying not to target one specific business. And other than saying places of eating and amusement, they are very, very definitive as, you know, florists, lumber yards, stuff like that.
Right.
So let's, for the sake of moving on, let's
The
table,
expense
Ask
side
those.
first, and
Yeah,
let's table this as
yeah,
a.
we don't even need to look at this anymore.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to expenses then. I believe that we've addressed all the kinds of questions that were asked last time. Are there any additional budget follow-up from prior meeting, anything that has not yet been addressed? Okay. Okay, so we're now going to be moving into the 04-program department summary, community development. And Shannon, if you want to come up, you can probably just follow along from the screen if that works, or from the computer, whichever is easier. So, like other departments, community development has broken their department budget up into a series of different programs. We've got community development administration, building permits and inspections, planning and zoning, TIFs, comprehensive plan, engineering, economic development, code enforcement, and then rental licensing for the last year's budget. Those were the different programs that were there in that budget. And then you can see the description gives some detail as to what items were included. And then again, on the descriptions tab, you'll see a lot more description about what the different items are, what they mean, and what sort of things are included. And we can delve into that additional detail as we need to. So the first option that's listed here is postponement of document scanning. In last year's budget, we'd already reduced document scanning a little bit. Many departments have, over the last couple of years, been postponing document scanning because it's an additional cost and it's something that we can live without. It's nice to have. I think community development would appreciate the more scanning of documents we can do, the better it is for storage, but we realize looking at cuts, it's a good item to cut.
Haven't we done this before?
Yeah.
Cut this, like, this is like the
And
third
then
year
put
we've
it
cut
back,
it.
right, yeah,
Yeah, it comes back and forth.
right.
The next item that's listed there is the elimination of buying a printed triplicate form. We can save it's some small dollar amounts. You'll notice a lot of these dollar amounts in community development are not large. They don't have a lot of large costs, and so a lot of these will be small dollar amounts, but again, we'd ask departments to identify everything, and every little bit helps. So by simply printing forms in-house as opposed to paying someone to print the forms, we can save about $250. And then there was also identified an item for miscellaneous training. Originally, it was planned to do for some, more of the office-related applications. Through Glenn, through his assistants, we're able to find some free online training for Google, and so there's not really as much need for that $100 line item anymore. On the building permits and inspections, we considered moving, because we figured it would be a question that would be asked, we considered looking at the rate of our elevator inspections, and currently we perform them biannually. We looked at what the cost savings would be if we performed them annually instead. It would only save $725, and the state fire marshal's recommendation is that it be done biannually. I think for $725, staff's opinion was that's probably something we don't want to go against the state fire marshal's recommendation, especially for that small dollar saving. So it's listed here in case you're curious about it, to know that it was researched, but you'll see over on column I, it's not listed as an item that's in the budget currently. An item that would be a little bit of reduction, some training for a part-time staff member that is no longer with us, and then some reallocation. You'll see, we'll get to this a little bit later, but you'll see a little bit further down, there were some costs that were associated with the multifamily licensing program and the single-family licensing program as proposed in the budget, though it was never adopted. The multifamily licensing program has been going on for a while, and so in prior years, if you scroll all the way down, you can take a look at that. You can see the amount that we have budgeted for that is a little bit less than the amount that we would save by eliminating the program, because some of the staff members who have been working on the multifamily licensing will now be devoting more of their time to other items such as code enforcement and building inspections, permitting and reviewing of things. So that item D, you'll see in a couple of different places, reallocation of staff time to other functions. You'll see it on the item above it in code enforcement, which is the majority of it, and then a little bit above it on the building permits and inspection section. Just to clarify what that is. There is also a couple of options here on option E. Last year, as the board's aware, we had come up with targets for departments to cut to reduce their budget by specific percentages. Because community development has so little additional expenses besides personnel, there's not a lot of discretionary spending there. They ended up making a lot of reductions in conferences, trainings, which include networking opportunities. And so you'll see throughout here, there's some items that board members have previously indicated would be wise for staff to attend, and so we're putting those back in.
Good.
In this case, there'd be the ability to reinstate some additional training for code enforcement's official certification. And so it's listed there as an option, as we've listed all of them. But I think staff's opinion is that we don't use that certification a lot. It's nice to have, but it's more of a luxury. It's not something we rely on or depend on. And as we're looking at these kind of cuts, that's something that we just aren't sure that we can add back in when it's not as essential. So again, you'll see it's listed here, but is not on the budgeted column.
Okay.
And Shannon, if I miss anything or if there's anything you want to add, feel free to jump in.
Thank you.
But on planning and zoning, you'll see this $64,000, as with all of them. A lot of these costs include personnel, as we've broken the salaries up to the different options. You can see there's a $300 reduction simply to kind of bring our budget back in line with the way we're actually doing legal notices. Right now it was a little bit higher. There's the elimination of a supplementary trade journal subscription. The staff's already able to get subscriptions from the organizations to which they belong. This was an additional subscription that was nice, but again, not essential. Similar with the DePaul Chaddock training. However, they would like to be able to add back in the training for the professional organization for the APA, and this would just be registration for the national conference, of course, as that's our current policy, and then attendance at the state. And one employee would attend one, and they would rotate potentially. So this is something that I was talking about previously that was cut, but from a standpoint of continuing education, staff feels it's wise to put back in, obviously at the board's discretion.
Question on that for Shannon.
Sure.
Does that mean attendance at the national conference too, or just attendance at the state conference?
It would mean attendance. Each of the two AICP certified employees, myself and Jill Ziegler, we would take turns. So one of us would be at national one year, the other would be at state, and then we would rotate the following year so we would always have one representative at each.
My personal thought on that is I'm okay with adding state back in, but I've never seen the benefit in any organization of national conferences. The number of people, the contacts is almost impossible to make, and there is so much stuff going on that ends up being irrelevant to certain things that we do. I'm not in favor of adding national conferences.
Public safety? Because we often the chiefs go to the international conference. Well, they call it international, but it's a national conference.
That includes the chief's stuff, then public safety.
Because you get your, it's not CE.
Right, there's continuing education, credit certification, maintenance. Right.
Right, but that's also at state too.
Yeah, right.
And I don't have, if you need your continuing ed stuff, I don't have a problem with you both going to state, but national in so many areas is just, it's a conglomeration of 70% or higher irrelevant. So I think national conferences are something that I'd prefer cut.
You know, I understand that, and I don't disagree with it, but I think there's value in a national conference in that we're out there. It puts Westmont out there. There's networking opportunities. It puts us out there. Now, if we want to encapsulate ourselves to Illinois, that's fine. But I think just through being there, sometimes there's opportunity. And our policy only pays for the registration. Getting there, hotel, is at the employee's cost, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think it's a very small amount of money with a potential payback. That's my thought.
One of the.
And they may even choose that they're not going to pay the airfare. And I mean, the time may come and they may say, I can't afford to do this, like we do with IML. So that's just my take on it.
One other item that was discussed in the budget preparation as we were considering these two different options was the fact that it would be nice to be able to have one of the two employees here at the village as opposed to having them both away at a conference at the same time. And the thought was if they were both, if we did budget for both of them to go to state, they'd both be away from the village. It's not insurmountable. There's cell phones, there's remote email. But that was one of the things that was considered as to why it might make sense to have one go to get their continuing education training at the national 1 year while the other one attended the state. But again, not insurmountable problems. That was just part of the considerations.
Shannon, do you have any idea what the registration differential is between the two, if that's all we're talking about is a registration?
I believe, go ahead.
So on the budget, to come up with these numbers, the registration for the national conference is $800. The cost for the state conference registration and lodging together is $650. So, but we could certainly change it to both attend state and reduce that to by 150.
Because if there's 2,000 people at the national conference, how much exposure are you going to get? You can only run around like, a chicken with your head cut off to meet people to some extent. And knowing that the lodging's included and not an expense to the employee for the state, I'm still in favor of both state, but.
I think in the days before TIF and the comp plan, I would have said that was okay, but now we're really dealing in something that we haven't dealt or had to worry about before, and I think we have to start looking in a bigger scope of how it's going to be done, and we're looking at how our neighbors do it and how other people in the country do it, and if they get some information to bring it back, I think that $1,400 is a drop in a bucket compared to,
Well, remember, all this stuff we're doing is pursuant to Illinois law. It doesn't, our neighbors do other things. They have,
but they also come
states are all
back with
different.
ideas from what they've seen in a national setting. Steve's talked about it before, about pop-up stores that happen down in Miami and happen in different places. Just my idea.
What is the cost of the national?
the national cost for registration only is $800, and the state cost for the registration as well as the lodging is a total of $650. So it's a $150 difference.
I still feel if, for $800, if Shannon or Jill decide that they would like to go to that conference, I think it's a small expenditure. They'll be the one to decide, can I buy an airplane ticket? Can I afford the hotel? I know they're both very dedicated employees, and I still think there is benefit in just getting Westmont's name out there, if nothing else. I mean, I just think that there is benefit, but, of course, I'll defer to everyone else on the board.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to say this, okay? We're talking about finding $1 million. And to me, I could give a rat's you-know-what about $800. But on the opposite side of this, you now have, you want to promote Westmont, you've got a whole category now that's coming from heads on beds tax. You want to promote this town, get it together, put some kind of brochure or folder together as a packet, target some places, send it out. I mean,
I think that's a point well taken, and we've had that discussion, but it's truly not a budgetary discussion at this
Yeah.
point.
And
But I
it's-
agree with you. I
It's something we budgeted for last year, and we're actually in the process of preparing for this year's ICSC in May, next month. So with IT and some of the information that we have through the market analysis through the comprehensive plan, that's in the works, and we're actually going to be pressing that in the next month or so.
Well, I look at it this way too. I mean, it's $800. Figure your average airfare, best airfare you can get, maybe round trip's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of $500, depending on how many days is the conference.
4.
4 days.
Yeah.
Average room rate, probably $100 a night, if you can
More
get
than
that
that.
rate. So you're actually doubling the cost because you haven't even figured food in. Depending on where you're located, you're going to get transportation back and forth. So I look at it this way, okay? If one of our employees wants to go out of pocket for anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500, okay,
Because they're
It's out of their
absorbing all
pocket.
those costs.
that's, I mean,
Well, that's fine. I'll go along with that. But further down, what I didn't want to eliminate was the Council on Shopping Centers February event. I think that's more important for what we're trying to bring in to TIF. And I still say a national conference, you're not going to get a Colorado developer to come to Westmont. They're not going to waste their time with talking to you. They're looking at people.
Canyons came.
Pardon me?
Canyons, I mean, it's a restaurant granted, but they're from out of state.
Yeah, but that was
But
Bill
things like that
doing
could happen.
I don't
that was
think-
Bill doing his own franchise.
But it could happen.
National Professional Conference, you're not going to be out there marketing the village and trying to bring in developers. It's more of a training opportunity.
Right.
And one of the things I would ask, and I know I haven't gone to my professional association international conference for a number of years, but one of the things that they've done to help with the training part is that now they offer virtual conferences. So for a much lower cost, I've been able, and I've paid out of my own pocket, but for continuing education kind of stuff, do pieces of the conference using the technology and still getting that training component. And I don't know if that's even possible with police and fire. I know that's something relatively new with ICMA. I'm not asking.
That's how we do it now. It's all done with
Yeah.
webinars.
There's a number of
There
webinars,
are,
right?
with technology, there are, and I was thinking about it as we were talking here, there are other alternatives for the training component that didn't exist a few years ago, that you had to physically go there, sit in the classes and do that. So I don't know if that's an alternative that can be
And-
looked at.
One of the other things is, well, I understand that $800 isn't a big deal. But I think underneath it all is, I don't like the unsaid thing that we're going to budget for this and then say, well, we budget for it, why didn't you go? I don't like that requirement of that kind of expense to a national conference on an employee. I think budgeting for it, and if they want to go, they can pay for it. I don't like that. And I don't like putting pressure on somebody going, you fought for it and then you ended up not going. What the heck did we even have the discussion for? Because your outlay, realistically, you are not going to be staying at the site of a national conference for $100 a night. I don't like that kind of pressure and economic, whatever it is that we would put on you in order for you to go. So if we can't pay for the whole thing, I don't think it should be on the budget. You shouldn't have to lay out that kind of money. I think you should explore the webinar stuff. And I would rather see that if the training that you need to keep your license up by doing it on the internet costs, I would rather pay for that. I don't think you should have to put out $1,200, $1,500, $1,800 to go to a conference to benefit the village. I think that's crap.
It's a professional development opportunity too, so even if it were eliminated entirely, both of us that are AICP certified may still wish to attend, and then we would put the whole cost would be out of pocket at that point. So, I mean, we're open to ideas, but there may still be interest in terms of professional development to continue to attend.
Well, and I would suggest if we take the $800 out, and Shannon or Jill decide they'd like to attend this conference at their own cost, I think it should be company-paid days. I don't think it should come out of their vacation.
Correct.
I could live with that. I would also say as the conference gets closer and we see how we're doing in the budget year, there may be money in the budget, we can maybe revisit it. I still feel very strongly that there is value, but, I'll, of course, go along with the board's, I'll go along with the board's
putting in the
decision.
budget, but I'll tell you something, I won't be on this board, but like I say, for all of this, we need to get Westmont exposed out there. I don't think there should be any repercussions if somebody chooses not to go, that you didn't, the idea was
Absolutely, I
to get
agree.
Westmont out there.
Definitely agree.
If the board would like, we can, from the budget, remove any references to which specific APA conference it will
Just
be.
put a dollar in.
Just use the same dollar amount, just say it will be for the APA conference, and then depending on the employee's preference, it can go towards registration for the national conference if that's their preference. If they don't want to pay the additional costs and would prefer just to both attend the state, we can allow them to do that and still have the money to cover it in the budget. If that's the board's preference, we can simply take out state and national. It's
Yeah,
easy to change that.
except for the fact I'd like to make sure one at least goes to the state.
Absolutely.
Because if you use the whole thing to send somebody to national, it defeats the purpose of having somebody at the state conference.
When we send someone to these, is there an itinerary of things they have to do? Or is it kind of the person's choice? And why I ask that is, let's be honest, if someone goes out of town and they're getting paid by company time, I want them doing everything that they could possibly be doing. I'm not saying that isn't happening, but that's just how I think about it. Because, I remember when I, had to go to these for my first job, there's some things you just didn't want to do. You didn't do. There was no oversight. And I just want to know how that works, because I've never done one of these.
So
You're like all the people that went to the rodeo at my last conference rather than listening where I was this week, rather than doing what they were supposed to do.
Exactly. Then we're throwing good money after just
Yeah.
wasting it.
So the structure of both conferences is relatively similar. There's a mixture of both of those things. There's a menu of options, and based on what your focus is it municipal planning? Is it private sector planning, environmental issues, economic development, TIF, et cetera? Part of each day will be spent selecting appropriate programming, and each of those programs will have continuing education credits. But generally speaking, there's at least a couple of things every day, like panel discussions during lunches, things that everyone kind of comes back together for.
I can tell you, Ellen, that when we go to the clerks conference, international or state, they scan us at the international.
Yes.
So they know exactly what we attend. And you get
each thing
points
they scan.
Yeah.
you get points related to it. And you
Towards their continuing
and
education.
if you leave and you don't come back, you get docked.
Right.
So they're very conscientious. So, and that's how I've gotten my different
Yeah,
levels.
because you get your,
Yeah, you
your
don't
training.
dare walk out, and at the state, you sign in, and they watch, so.
But it is up to the individual. Particularly if you're using it as a training opportunity, there may be specific programs or presentations that you would attend out of your particular interests. But I think to address your concern, it's very simple. You make sure you get a report in terms of what they attended, and then you compare that against. You can get copies of the itineraries, what's available.
Yeah,
ahead
see,
of
I'd
time.
rather tax the restaurants than do away with any of the conferences anyway, but I'm trying to say.
I'm with you.
I'm just asking. I didn't know.
Okay, for the sake of moving things along, it's an $800 item. I think we have bigger fish to fry. So what did we decide? What are we doing with this item?
I'd rather keep it in there.
Leave it
I'd
as
like
is.
to keep it in. If it's something
You
they
can
don't
live with
do,
it? I know, Ellen.
money is not
Okay,
spent.
it's in. Let's move on.
Okay.
Great.
The next item is, the next couple of items, as you know, in the last budget, where there were some one-time costs or some couple times costs to pay for specific services from our TIF consultants and comprehensive plan. And so this reduction of the 40,000 is a reduction from what we had budgeted last year because one of the TIF items is done. And similarly with comprehensive plan, we don't need that the 55,000 there. So those items are coming out, and you can see that's why we recommended them. We also put down the $275 savings to identify it for charging for hard copies and CDs of the comprehensive plan, but as you can see, it's not in the budget figures currently. Under engineering, there were kind of the two extremes. One is if we wanted to eliminate professional memberships, we could. The other one is we could add in a conference. That conference would be a national conference, and as you can see, we don't feel that it's necessary. And again, we wouldn't want to put the burden on the employee to attend that when we're not even sure how interested the employee is in attending that. So you can see we're not recommending currently, there's nothing in the current budget for either of those changes, just continuing as is.
I'm not in favor of eliminating her professional membership either.
You say you're not?
No.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, that was kind of what we thought. We feel that, especially that one is important.
The PE, right.
Under economic development, you can see there's several different things. I'll kind of take the ICSCs all together. So first of all, option C is just postpone some printing of some signage that seems to be doing okay right now. And then last year we budgeted for some pamphlets, and we think we just pull that same cost out of office supplies with no problem. So looking at the ICSC events, I think I will have Shannon go through those. She knows them much better than I do.
And this kind of gets to, I think, one of the comments that Trustee Emery had made earlier about the February event. So historically, village staff has attended the February ICSC. However, last year, we started adding in the fall, October ICSC event in Chicago. There's a big difference between the two events. The February one is typically the sessions, where you're selecting what sort of information you need based on the programming that the village is looking to do. The fall event is much more like a marketplace where you're doing the meet and greets, making sure that you're introducing the community to the developers, the brokers, and all of the professional folks who are there making deals essentially. So it's a much larger event in October than February, and the purpose was a little bit different. So it was thought to try to save a little bit of money, that the October event is more beneficial. The changes that you'll see are eliminating the February event, adding the October event, and then there was interest in, previously at least, there was interest in having attendance for the village at the national event, which is each May. So that's also added back in, along with, I think, 2 chamber events as well.
For economic development, for that line item, I'm not in favor of eliminating the February event. It's a different event than October, but as you know, that whole organization and the opportunities is near and dear to my heart. Because a lot of towns have blossomed from contacts made at that. And C&D, we need our pamphlets for economic development and all that. The only thing that I would change in this whole thing is I'm not in favor of paying for employees to go to the chamber winter ball, because that's a social event, and we've eliminated that for everybody but I think the mayor and spouse, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the only thing I'd take out of there. What did I save, $60?
55 probably.
130.
Next year.
I think it was.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think there was about 200 total in miscellaneous chamber events. So did you want all of the chamber awards and dinner events gone, or all? Okay.
Yeah, because we've just provided for mayor and spouse and all that
For
stuff,
the last
correct?
several years.
And there's some where we pay for Ron to go, but I don't think it's the chamber events. What do you remember, Ron?
Mayors and managers.
No, it's in my budget.
Is it? Okay. Well, that's okay.
Okay. So then, is the general consensus to leave the February event as well? Add the others. Leave the February one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to code enforcement. The first option that's listed as B is simply adjusting our nuisance cleanup budget That was something that we've started a few years ago. We decided we wanted to have a budget for that. This would be where if someone's not, for example, cutting their lawn or has other code enforcement issues that they're not addressing, if we need to hire somebody to do it, we would pay for it out of this account, and then we would seek reimbursement from the individual. Excuse me. And this is just bringing it in line with closer to what we actually spent. This next option, option C, is reducing a code enforcement officer. One of our officers has resigned and is no longer employed with us, and so simply through attrition, not filling that part-time position, the amount for his savings is listed, part of it down under rental licensing and the other part under code enforcement, so we would save that salary. And then, as I had mentioned before, the next item is the reallocation of staff from rental licensing. And then the final item is the potential addition of some seasonal employees that may be able to help out in the code enforcement area during the summer months, some of the peak months. This is something that's been talked about and considered for several years, and we think it's a good time to implement it as we're looking to, as our staff is being reduced by this part-time person, rather than hiring a part-time person that will continue for a long period of time. We would just want to take care of the peak times during the summer and hire get some seasonal help.
Particularly, we're thinking about identifying weed issues, bringing that back to the administrative staff so they can be processed with the letters and things, get more eyes out on the street to address some of those things.
This whole code enforcement issue, Vicki Senesac does how much of her time doing review of building plans? 50%?
Probably about 50.
Okay, and then Dorian is full-time?
No, Dorian is part-time.
Okay, so we've got half of Vicki, half-time Dorian, and who else?
That's it now, yeah.
Well, that gives us instead of a 1.5 code enforcement officer, we've got a 1.0 code enforcement officer total. As I drive around this village, it's not only weeds, it's not only cut grass. I mean, Lamborghini closes, there's a motor home out there now with a for sale sign on it, which is clearly against code. There's people with, that tarp on that roof rather than a roof was there for how many months on Park. We have so many code enforcement issues in addition to weeds and grass, actual building code enforcement, sign and code enforcement. The Spree Mart by us with their paper signs covering up, the tobacco products cases, despite our codes on how much window you can cover up. And I still say, if we are going to attract people to our TIF districts, and they do their drive rounds to see what the rest of it looks like, code enforcement has to be priority, and we have to be on the ball, and we have to be up to code. I am not in favor of only having a total of 1.0 code enforcement officer in this town. So not only do I not want to cut it, I want to add to it. My feeling.
I support that 179%.
One thing we don't want to do is attract with the TIF district the type of businesses we're already having problems with.
Right. Exactly.
We'll need a lot more code enforcement officers.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a case that, we've talked about this for years and years and
You're
years. Okay? You know that.
We have.
There have been times that we have actually said, 1, 2, we actually are going to get to the point, we need 3.
Or more.
I think 3 or more, and I'm saying 3 full-time.
Right, not part of their time.
Code enforcement. That would give Vicki the capability, and we all know what her capabilities are and how she could handle it and how she could delegate it and do it and oversee it. But in order, with the town growing and changing like it is, any given day, anybody sitting in this room, you drive through this town at any given time and just look. I mean, I concur. How do we miss a motorhome sitting by a closed Lamborghini dealership?
Well, and I can tell you just just walking the neighborhoods,
Yeah, I mean-
which
Oh,
we've
yeah.
been doing a lot of lately.
Oh, yeah.
It's, some of the things you see in our wonderful community, nothing less of appalling.
You see, and the
And
other
it's
thing-
not a criticism of your department.
Sure.
You just don't have,
We're triaging,
you
yes.
just don't have
But
the,
I'm
yeah.
going to harken
Yeah.
back to something that I heard at the candidates forum, too. You want to enforce your codes that are on the books? You're going to have to spend the money to get it done, okay? It's all fine to say, we want to enforce these codes. We want it done. Well,
Yeah, but
guess
it-
what? You don't have the people right now
Don't
to
have the
do this
bodies
on
to
a
do it.
constant basis.
Vicky is extremely, extremely good at
Yes.
what she does.
Very much so.
And, it's up to Shannon as to whether Vicky, can only do it part-time because of building plan review, or Vicky becomes, the head of the code enforcement unit. But for the savings that we've already cut out, I'm in favor of backing up on those savings with hiring code,
Yep.
at least one, if not two, full-time code enforcement officers.
You will get no disagreement on that from me anyway.
Shannon, question for you.
Yeah.
In a comparable communities, population-wise, how are our numbers with code enforcement people compared to what we have?
We haven't done a survey in a while to see how we compare. In the down economy, I know code enforcement issues have been up for everyone, so they may have adjusted accordingly.
In a good economy,
I
can you?
can tell you,
Go ahead.
Glen Ellen, which we often use as a compromise or a comparison because of the number of, businesses to homes versus, and population and all that. I know of two offhand, and it's probably more because they have a huge community development department.
We can look at that and get more figures too.
Yeah, it'll probably be roughly, and we don't, have to run the figures again, but roughly 70,000 or so.
That we would be adding
Do a
in.
full-time.
Okay.
Ellen, are you suggesting that in addition to seasonal for the weeds, grass, nuisance, for the, okay, I just wanted to
because,
clarify.
If we get seasonal for that when we're having problems with grass, but I'm talking the businesses and the houses and all of the, the sheds that are like this, and all
Garage
of
roofs that are falling off or have big holes in
And,
them.
there's a lot of empty buildings that are way not at code. They're not, there's all kinds of junk in the alleys because they're not paying attention to it, and just a myriad of things. So what I would like to see is at least one, we put the 70,000 in when we get to the payroll thing for one full-time, and then your comparison is whether we're going to need an additional two in addition to the one. But I think we start right at now saying we're going to need at least one.
I want to remind the residents also that the reason we do this is because this is going to help your property values in the long run.
There is one of those temporary storage units that's been on Park Street since last fall, and they're only supposed to be there, 2 weeks?
Yep.
It's 14 days.
You got the same thing if you go up and down the alleys, the number of storage containers that are sitting in the middle of
Well,
the.
this is sitting in plain sight.
And remember, we offset the more code enforcement that we have. It's not great, it doesn't wash it, but there is an offset because our code violations, once they're given their notice and all that, they rapidly escalate on a daily basis. So there is that offset of fines against the salary to the code enforcement officers.
Okay, so we are all in agreement. Everyone concur with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Then we can move on.
Not those in. Okay. The next one is the rental licensing, as we've already talked about that. And then under the revenues, we've already kind of hit this on revenues. With the improvement in the economy, we're seeing an increase in building permits. We're estimating that extra 66,000. And then obviously we lost the 209,000 from the program of multifamily. So, and the 209,000 again included both single-family and multifamily, even though we did not adopt a single-family program. That was the amount we had budgeted in anticipation of both of those. So.
So
any-
Spencer, at the end of the community development section, our number at the end of police was what, 280?
Yes, with adding in the video gaming, with adding in the taxi cabs, you can see at top of the screen, our number currently is 312,000.
Okay, we're
Now,
getting
that does
there.
not include the 70,000 that we've talked about adding in yet. So I can.
And
I
minus
can
the
put it in there
winter
as a-
ball, that saves us another $140.
130 at least,
What was,
In there.
I missed the
winter ball.
winter ball, yes, that 130,000.
Yes,
We're crazy.
I'm wielding
Yes.
the machete
Okay,
today.
so I think that's.
130,000 would be good.
We're concluding?
Yep.
With nothing else?
Yep.
Okay, at this time, we can go ahead and open it up to the public. I would just ask respectfully that you limit your comments to a reasonable length of time, as we have a very, very long agenda. So if anyone has comments or questions, this is the time. Hearing none. Let's move
Except
on.
for the police
Thank
chief.
you.
Yes. Could I make one comment real quick? Just real quick? All of the elected officials, any comments or questions or anything?
Feel free.
Feel free,
We
dive
want to
into
hear.
this, because this is going to be your budget.
You have to live with it.
You're going to have to live with this budget, whatever we come up with. So any questions whatsoever, dive into this thing. Might as well go ahead and get your feet wet now. So,
Hi, my name is Frank Trout. I live at 328 North Wilmette, Westmont. I just have some questions about, from the street department, as far as the paving of the streets. They seem to be over the last year or so, and I know it's the cost of.
But we're not on that, with all due respect, we're not on that topic right now.
We're doing it by department?
We're doing it by
I thought this was just-
department.
Yeah, no.
But-
No, we'll
but
give
you'll
you an
have 'em-
opportunity after each
Absolutely.
department.
Yeah, after
You'll have
Public
time.
Works.
We're not
Okay,
to that point.
Thank you. Thanks, Frank.
Keep it in mind there.
Hold that thought. Okay, let's move on.
So nothing else
Anything
on
else?
economic. Okay.
Let's move on.
All right.
All right. So the next item, down, if you hit the back button, the next item, we just did number 4, now on number 5. So 05, Program Depth Summary, Information Technology.
Right now?
Okay, so again, was done in a very similar fashion where we broke it down by the programs and the dollar amounts. So a lot of these dollar amounts will include individual staffing. And one of the things you'll notice with IT is that there's a few additional orange boxes. There's a few different possible options when we're looking at an increase. So typically, we ask departments to do just one increase. With IT, there were several instances of items that have been postponed for the last several years. And while there's not, this first example is, there's not 3 different things they're asking as an increase, it's 3 different options on how we want to do the replacement of something that's been postponed. So just as a clarification there to start with. So the first item that is up for discussion is video production services. And this is something that, as Ron has mentioned, staff has come up with many different options. Not all of them are ones that, are ideal, but they're viable options. So this first option, option B, would be to have internal staff from our IT department cover the video production of meetings. Currently, we outsource that and pay an outside vendor to come in and take care of that. This would be having our internal staff doing it. That would obviously take away, to some extent, from the services that are able to provide, to the general village staff and the village computers that they're doing right now, but
It's about
we think
20
it would be
hours a month.
manageable. About 20 hours a month?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that option were selected, we'd be able to save $12,000 if that were the option that were done. Obviously, it's the same $12,000 that would be done if we were to cease the recording of meetings. I don't think that's an option that anybody's specifically interested in, but it's the cost if it was the decision of the board. I don't know that I want to go in that direction. Another option is just to have internal staff record the planning and zoning and the school board meetings, leave the village board meetings still covered by the video production service company.
And just to clarify, we only pay for a small portion of school board meetings. Most of those are traded out. I do those as a parent in the district. We do have some money budgeted for the days where I have conflicts, so.
Okay.
So
The
right,
internal staffing, is that done like by you and salaried, or is it done by people where they fall within where they get paid overtime, but it's cheaper than outsourcing it?
I do have an overtime person that would probably be doing most of them, but we keep him within the 40-hour range, so it would not constitute any overtime to do those meetings.
Okay, so if
What
it-
we would do is reduce the amount of support we would provide during the week.
Okay, does that,
his hours.
Excuse me, we shift his hours, yes.
yeah, does that put you at a disadvantage for trying to, for the work that he would do, during the day type
Yes,
thing?
a little bit, yes.
Okay.
So someone may wait longer to get their help desk ticket addressed than if we weren't doing it. Like I said, it's about 20 hours a month, so you are reducing that face-to-face time about 20 hours a month. Some of them I will do, which is additional time because I am salaried, so.
Yeah, but that's not,
I can't
although
say
our
it's heavily
department heads
burdensome,
always have to
but
sit through all of this, so.
You may as well do. And we do.
The thing is with IT,
Yeah.
again, we go back several years of my time on the board, there was a time when poor Glenn would get up there and beg
Yes.
for money, okay? I remember what your budget used to be. In today's times, the way we are moving, the amount, tablets in front of us right now that we're looking at, can be updated within 5 minutes. We look at this, we don't have to flip pages, we don't have to print or anything else. I think we can go through this and look at it, but honestly, if you want more communication with your public and whatever else,
Yeah.
your IT costs are going to increase, or change or adjust, or slide one way or another. I mean, it's just a sign of the times. More and more things are going into technology. I mean, it just is.
And just, to stay current
Yep.
with technology, and Glenn does a phenomenal job in saving dollars wherever he can, and I always say to him, you need to show a slide of everything that you'd save, because a lot of stuff, he doesn't even, he just does it, and, so we've got to continue recording meetings, there's no question about that, and I think that goes true of the school board too, at least my take on it, and I couldn't agree with Lee more.
I agree.
Well, I agree, but there's some items I think we got to look at, and I'm not for cutting services, I'm looking at things where it's, because we're going to have to spend more. We get so much more done per dollar for technology updates that, it'd be preposterous to cut it, but like the 12,000 in turtle staffing, what if you do it where you do half and you do your employee, where you modify his hours so he does 10, and so the cut is not 20 hours per week during the workday on the help desk, it's only 10, so then it's a $6,000.
And like I said, well, the savings is eliminating the contractor. It's not an increase in our savings. So
Right.
I am planning on doing more of the meetings, so there would be less of a shift there. And I can get some of my work done during the meetings themselves. The other thing that would help is if the board does go to 2 meetings a month instead of 4 meetings a month, is that eliminates 8 hours worth of minimal coverage there alone. So depending on where the board goes with that, that could also adjust this impact.
Yeah, I think at least what we decided, and then new board will decide what it is, but we left it up to staff to consolidate where they could and where they thought that it was, beneficial to have a committee of the whole, and then the meeting on Monday, they did not consolidate. So whatever the new board wants to do, that's.
Still got a public that kind of gives us the impression that they still don't know what's going on in town, and there's not enough information out there. So if we,
Might be easier if they only had to attend one meeting, though, and everything was done then.
also gives them half the chance of
But they still
watching
get
too.
to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as like even looking down, even all these line items, because, we're seeing a lot of increase, but that I think comes with it. The only thing I'm I'm just not for, I don't know how you can eliminate more. The 4 years I've been on the board, I have seen you slice and dice like there's no tomorrow. I mean, you are very good at it, and you have done it to the point of sacrificing things that actually take you longer to go around if you don't have them. The only thing so I'm not in favor of eliminating this stuff. And you also make extremely good decisions that we rely on you to make. I mean, that's your job, it's your expertise. So I'm uncomfortable micromanaging and all of that. Because you have, even when not budgeted or, not eliminated, you've cut what you can. The only thing is for the purpose of the general public, because we do get emails and comments on it, is eliminating the music service, and I'm not in favor of it. I like it. That's Westmont. You get out of your car and you're, it's like, it's just.
Is that the song we've been playing?
Depends on the time of the year.
Yeah, we change it around.
I know, I'm kidding.
So,
Again, it was one of those that we threw out there. I mean, it was something that's sitting out there that doesn't affect the operation of the village, but it does affect.
because there was a resident said, I garden a lot, so I want you to do brush pickup, and in exchange for that, cut out the music, and it's like, not in
Didn't
favor.
balance too well. I mean, the other thing is you've got a $125,000 grant coming from C.
Uh-huh.
So as it stands right now, yeah, it's a negative 33, but I don't think you can mess with IT. I just don't.
And most of that was delayed replacements of servers, and we don't replace equipment just because it hits a certain age. We replace it when it needs to be moved. And our primary servers step down to backup servers, so they don't go out the door. So we usually do 2 or 3 steps, and the problem is those have been delayed 2 years now. We're on our 3rd year. If we push any further, you're now going to be replacing not only the primary and the backup, which will then double that cost. So before we get too far into it, that was the reason on the servers. And the same thing with MDTs.
And historically, like you have dropped the PRI at Village Hall already in progress, and that's a $6,500 savings. And then when I see in organization telecommunications, the option B, change phone and internet service provider, 4430, that already, it's one of those things you have always stepped up during the manager's, report phase, and he'll say, well, Glenn also wants to tell us something, and you step up and you'll go, oh, by the way, I found a contractor that will do this, whatever, when our contract is up, and it'll be a savings of, $8,000 to the village. Is it okay if I do it? And I mean, you are always on this, and we rely on you for the expertise, and your track record is unparalleled in managing the budget of your department. So
Thanks.
Well said.
So I think that as far as I'm concerned, that what you think we need, and where you think we can cut it, I know you will cut it, and then going through this entire chart without having to explain all the technicalities, which I, for one, usually don't get what you're saying and sit here and not, that for purposes of the next budget meeting, you give us the bottom line dollar.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Without this affecting your family life and you're spending more time away from them than you already do?
Yeah, being here till 2 a.m.
Well, that's only certain times here. Actually, we've been doing very good. I mean, we're very well-staffed. We evened that out multiple years ago to actually cover stuff that we need to cover. There are things that, we are tight on time on certain things, and some things get pushed sometimes, but we do our best to keep up, and I think we do a pretty good job with that, so, and trying to balance and address it when we need to address it, so.
You do a very good job with that.
Excellent.
Okay.
Any comments from the board or the public on IT, or questions or ideas? Okay, we can move ahead.
Okay. Moving on to, so if we go back and then move on to number 06 for clerks.
Fine.
There he is.
Okay. 06 for clerks.
I think it's 5 for us.
Still 5 here.
Is it 5?
It's 5
I
for
got 5
us.
on here.
6.
6.
I have
06.
5.
I got 05.
Program Department Summary Clerks.
That's okay, I have the same thing, so.
Very interesting.
I think it's because some of us have the A, B, C, Ds and others don't.
Okay.
I don't know.
Very interesting. Okay.
Where's that technology guy? No, just
So-
kidding. Just kidding, just kidding.
Clerks is another of the departments where there's not a lot of costs in the budget initially. So you'll see these items that are listed here are small dollar amounts, and there's not a lot of proposed changes. So first item, we've kind of each year replaced an office chair at clerks for the last, at least in last year's budget. We're hoping to do another one this year. So the proposal here is to postpone that for an additional year. Under the clerk's administration budget, that's where they handle the attendance at conferences and trainings for Carrie. And so we would be looking at, if we adopt any of these, we'd be looking at postponing the Clerks Academy and some of the quarterly meetings and eliminating the IMMC. Right now, we're not proposing those. We've simply identified the costs if the board is interested in reducing some of those trainings.
And if I may, Spencer, we're fortunate enough for our clerk, Ginny, she attends these conferences as well on her own nickel. So like even with the elimination of my participation in the statewide or even a national-wide conference, we're not losing any ground or any kind of decimation of information that we receive from these conferences. I still will participate in the DuPage County municipal clerks meetings that they conduct locally. So any kind of consideration for perhaps saving any of these for my benefit, I would suggest just sticking with the program here. Let's eliminate them. Again, because Ginny, your participation will certainly benefit the village that way. Any information that you receive in training, you pass that information on to myself and to the board members here. So we're not going to skip a beat, so to speak.
I would just throw out there that if we do that and you decide there's something that you'd really like to attend, first you come to us to see if we can maybe squeeze it out of the budget, and if we can't and you end up taking this on as your own expense, then I would certainly say time off, not vacation time. Not,
Understood.
this would be village time. That would just be my 2 cents.
I actually, myself, I hate to see Carrie give up the academy training at the state level.
I do too, because, you know, what we tried to do in the last couple of board meetings was virtually do a lifetime appointment for Ginny.
Till age 110, and then
I
we
know.
cut it off.
And, and she does donate so much extra of her time and her personal money to go to all these things, and we recognize that. But having numerous conversations with a lot of things with Ginny, the subject, subconscious, she doesn't even realize she does it, comes up about her reliance on you. So I'm not in favor of cutting your training. So.
Yeah, and to address that, Trustee Emery, it would be just deferring it 1 year, perhaps allowing it to be in the budget next year, because especially at the state level, that is a 3-year University of Illinois program. And so this would be the first year of the academy for myself.
Well, I'm not in favor of deferring it.
Okay.
You're doing an excellent job, and I think that this, again, is not a huge cost that it's going to kill us. We will benefit from your training, because I know you put a lot of heart into your job as well as your time. And if this gives you, enables you to do even better job, we benefit, so.
Thank you.
I agree, and as deputy clerk, he really, I think we owe it to the taxpayers that he be at the same level of expertise as the clerk when he fills in for the clerk, which happens. So I have no problem with leaving these things in the budget. In fact, I would almost expect that we should.
So then the only thing we would remove would be the IMMC? Is that?
Nope.
Nope.
No, I
Not
think
even
it should
that?
all stay.
Okay.
Leave it alone.
Okay.
Leave it.
You will, however, have to sit on a folding chair.
So the question I have, I mean, it sounds petty about the postpone the office chair, but if somebody has a back problem and you're looking at a $748 chair, you know, it's obviously not an Office Depot sales special. And if it's got the lumbar support that, so their back doesn't ache, then we got to go ahead with that
It's
too.
actually his chair that needs to be replaced. He made sure the girls' chairs were replaced. Carrie always steps
your
behind
chair.
everybody else. It's his chair, and he's here longer than anybody, every day.
The guy in your chair.
Yep.
Jeez.
There's nothing much to cut, Carrie.
Well,
You've
and
got it
and
all.
again, you know, I think it's just a real credit to our departments. I mean, this is a tough budget, and this is just, I mean, they are truly looking at every little thing. So I'm here to tell you, they are our expenses. We have been working very hard on them for a number of years, and I say thank you to everyone for that.
Yeah, because people don't realize when they're out on the outside and they're like, well, you can, you know, I mean, the email we got, well, you got an $8 million police budget, you know where to start
pick up my
cutting.
brush.
It's like, you have no idea where that goes. You have no interest in showing up to find out where it goes. You'd rather sit and send us more, you know, stupid emails. And we're looking at people looking to cut $300 here and $400 here because we can't, you know, we are right now at skeleton operation and still cutting more, so.
The chair stays
Cheers.
until there.
No, the new chair comes in, not the old.
Oh, well, that's what I
That old
meant.
one.
It stays in the budget.
My back thanks you.
Going out.
We can't recycle that like we do?
Can you sell it? Can you put it on eBay or something? The old chair?
The surplus.
Can we surplus the old chair?
No, those are hazard.
Public Works can get it, maybe.
Can we pass it on to Public Works perhaps? Like,
No, they didn't do anything wrong to me, so I wouldn't consider doing that. No, the last two chairs were replaced, honestly, you can find them in the dock area. They were being held together with duct tape, and we decided because
code
it was a
enforcement
hazard.
came in, didn't they?
Yeah, we'd have,
He was like, the duct tape doesn't cut it.
I think we'd have Irma issues, actually. But anyway, go ahead, Spencer.
All right, so the last item for potential consideration for expense reduction is a change in the way we do our past due notices. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'll expound on that.
Yeah.
Right now, just like every month, we bill our residents and commercial accounts, commercial on a monthly cycle, residential on a bi-monthly cycle. And approximately 10 to 11% of the accounts are usually delinquent. And when I say usually, these are habitual repeat offenders. And what we do as a courtesy is send them reminder notices. They're deemed final reminders, just to kind of impress on them that it is the one and only reminder they'll receive for that billing cycle. If that goes unpaid, then we issue a shut-off notice, and we give them ample time to make restitution on their water bill before their service is discontinued. Looking at the numbers, we had to save a few. We're probably the only utility that sends out reminder notices for past due bills. We don't see that come from, I believe, ComEd, NICOR, Comcast. I don't think they're as friendly as we are. If we were to eliminate that and still stay within our ordinance, that is to say, if the bill goes 45 days past due the billing date, we can exercise the water termination, and we would still we would send out a water termination notice, but again, this would come from the point of the last billing to jumping to the termination notice. So that's kind of a quantum leap, and I don't think that would be received very well. Right now, we receive, as I had mentioned, 10% approximately of the accounts are delinquent, and that evolves into 3% of these delinquent accounts receiving water termination notices, with one half of 1% actually being terminated. And then they have to come in and make restitution for the dispatch fee in addition to their water bill account being paid. If we do eliminate that, some discussion I've had with Spencer is, what does that do to our cash flow? Because now if we do not send out these water final reminder notices, that will have an impact on our cash flow. We do get a lot of payments, as I had mentioned. If 10% of the people are delinquent and 7% of them now are responding favorably to these notices, that number probably will be changed in some manner if we do not send out that notice. That is to say, we'll see less in cash received in a timely fashion, and how that affects our cash flow, Spencer, receivables, it might be a moot point.
Yeah, cash flow wise, we're okay. It won't make a significant difference for our cash flow. And can you remind me again how the water termination notices are distributed to the people? Are they?
They're mailed.
They are mailed.
Once upon a time, we did have the water department post them on the front doors of homes. We've heard pros and cons from that when we moved away from that program to be cost effective. For one, people who were, again, these are habitual offenders, and they would feel compelled to say, I did not get a notice posted on my door, therefore I should not be subject to the dispatch fee. And on the flip side of that, people treated it all as though it was like the scarlet letter. Now their neighbors see that they have a water shut-off notice, they were embarrassed by it, and how dare we do that? So we were kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So to be cost effective, we got away from that program, dispatching the water department, put them in the mail just like we would with the final reminders or the initial billing notice. So we're consistent in that manner. We've been in that mode for probably for 2 years now. It seems to be working well. But again, this was just another step that we could possibly take to reduce cost.
For me, just thinking about this, habitual offenders or not, there's still the human factor. You know, these are tough times. Families are busier than ever. I mean, what about, you know, the poor family that it's underneath the pile of papers,
right,
you know, somewhere, and they legitimately forget. And I think reminders are critical, and I think it's good customer service. And we really want to portray, we want to be a friendly village, we want to be a helpful village, and I don't want to see us take this out.
Okay. And
that's just the way I feel.
Your point is well taken, Trustee Seneca, because one of the things that we do is, you know, to display that customer service that you describe, we do take into effect the history of these accounts because, as I had mentioned,
of course,
we document everything in every service record, water billing account or garbage account record. If somebody is in some terrible times, we do work out plans. We don't know what their financial condition is, and it's not our business to pry to get more details down to the level where they have to justify it to us. If they can work out something with us and work out a payment plan, we'll honor that. If they don't live up to it, well, then that's another matter. But point is, we do try to work with the residents and businesses in that manner.
Right. I'd like to see us continue, and then, you know, maybe we need to, in a different forum, deal with some of these habitual offenders.
Because, you know, even if the economy's tough, the reminder reminds people, because you know, next thing you know, they forget it's sitting out there. Because water's not a, you know, and then there's the other people like me that if I go to Asia for 3 or 4 weeks and when I pick up the 3 bins of mail and on top is a final termination, I think, oh my God, I didn't pay for it. And if Brant walked in the house and there was no water, you would hear it down here. So, I mean, you know, and that's not, you know, that's just why I appreciate him, but that's just being a jerk. And, you know, but I think a lot of times if people, you know, they're prioritizing which bills to pay and they put it in a pile, they forget water. You know, they think your lights, your phone, and they forget they actually pay for water, and that reminder reminds them that this month you can't.
And we do exhaust every effort to make it as easy as possible for the people participating in the program, whether it's a direct debit from their checking account, the online bill payment system where they could pay even if they're in Asia, making the payment over the internet. We do everything imaginable to try to accommodate them. But again, we also realize too, we have an obligation to pay for the water that we're receiving from the City of Chicago and Water Commission.
In the reminder letter that goes out, do we give those options? You know, direct debit, credit card, internet?
We have posted it as a news release item at the top. We've done that. We've had that. We have it on our website as well.
Yeah.
So we do everything imaginable. And even when the person comes in, we do mention that to the person. If they say, to your point, that I've been out of the country or I just forgot or blaming the spouse, as it may be, we do offer them those options, and even offer the form and come back with it any chance you have.
Great.
Well, there's also the problem too, once in a blue moon, something happens in the mail, and they may not get it in the mail. I mean,
Right.
we're really well known for paying our bills as soon as we get them, and twice a cell bill, we were told we were late years
Yeah,
apart,
sure.
but we're digging through going, well, where the heck is a cell bill that they're talking about? So I actually had a program on our calendar now that at such a date, we should be looking for a cell bill, so if it doesn't come in, we can get on the website and
Sure.
get it paid. So, yeah,
So we're
we just
saying-
believe a mail, something happens.
So we're all agreeing, let's leave that in?
I prefer.
Okay, let's leave it in and we can move forward.
Will do.
Okay. So I think we are done with clerk's expenses. We've already talked about the clerk's revenues.
Okay.
Any other
Just,
questions, comments on clerks?
If anyone from the public has any questions for clerks or ideas, suggestions, whatever. And then we do have a situation, Trustee Emery needs to leave by 11:30. So at this point, with the board's concurrence, I'd like to recommend that we adjourn to executive session for a brief period of time to discuss personnel. And then we can come back and finish up. Does that sound okay? Do we have a motion?
So move, Scott.
Second, Emery.
Roll call.
It was Nero on the second, right?
Yeah.
Trustee Scott.
Yes.
Trustee Klebanow.
Yes.
Trustee Emery.
Yes.
Trustee Nero.
Yes.
Trustee Fleming.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Seneca.
Yes, and we'll make this as brief as we can. To leave at 11:40. We're all good? Spencer, you ready, or
Yep,
still
just
typing
logging it
wildly
in.
over there? Oh, yeah, we don't have it up on the screen yet. Imagine it.
Okay. We're back in the 13-14 folder, and I think we're now on to the one that's 07A, Program Department Summary, HR Administration and Legislation.
Which for some of those?
As you're aware, in the budget, historically, these have been listed out as separate divisions. When we started looking at these on a program level, there were a lot of programs that kind of consolidated a couple of different divisions. As you noticed with police, we didn't break it out by patrol investigations, we sort of consolidated all of them together. That's what we've done here. Obviously, you'll see some things in here that are specific, you'll recognize specifically as in the legislation division or some in the administration, but some of them had a lot of combination. Again, as always, we've broken up the salaries as well as material cost in this column A. So the first option, the first item is compensation administration, and we have no proposed changes here. We did list the fact that, if we were to significantly reduce the amount of analysis that Kathy does for positions, looking at, based on department request, evaluating things, we could save a little bit of money, but we don't feel that, reducing access to HR is a wise option. And then we've also got, potentially we could look at an outsourced compensation study. Again, we felt that this year is probably not the year to consider paying an additional service for that. The second item listed here is employee benefits and the administration of those benefits. We have an alternate sheet we're going to look at as soon as we're done with this that will go through some of those benefits, specifically insurance, and look at a couple of those different options. It's not on this sheet because this sheet is all directly tied to the divisions of administration and legislation as opposed to village-wide benefits. So under recruitment, we've got the $1 savings we could have is kind of change the way we post for positions a little bit and save a whole $200. Again, this is one of those departments where there's not a lot of items purchased, and so there's small savings. Under the retention section, we've got plaques. Currently, we give a 5x7 plaque for service awards, and we could currently we give an 8x10 plaque. We could reduce it to a 5x7, and we'd expect to save about $225. We're not currently recommending that. I know the question of plaques had come up at the discussion from the Citizens Ad Hoc Financial Advisory Committee. They had kind of asked a question about plaques. So we have the list, the dollar savings here. It was something that, you know, it's a good thing to consider. We wanted to consider it and be able to show you the cost. It's not a large dollar savings to reduce that. And similarly, there's a potential to eliminate sympathy flowers. We're not sure that we want to necessarily do that, but we could. The other option that we do have listed here as a potential reduction would be the elimination of the holiday luncheon, which we currently do. As you'll recall, previously we had a much higher dollar amount for the Christmas party, which was done off-site. We've now changed that and moved it. Currently, we do it generally at the fire department, and then we have a little bit of money to pay for people to come in and, you know, for some catering kind of things to get food for that luncheon. We'd be looking at eliminating that as this option. And then
I say no to all of those things.
Okay.
It's just my 2 cents. I hate to see us, I mean, we truly are splitting hairs. I mean, this is how hard our departments have been working year after year, that this is what it's come to. We're looking at reducing the size of a plaque because there's nothing else to cut. So I feel very strongly, we keep those plaques, we continue with the flowers, and we do the holiday luncheon. I mean, we gave up the holiday party how many years ago?
Yeah.
You know, our employees have given blood, sweat, and tears, and I won't get on a soapbox, but I'm not for getting rid of any of those things.
I equate it to basically using a fly swatter in a spot where you need a major hammer.
Right, good point.
It's, some of this stuff, it's like, really?
Well, you have to keep
I
goodwill
understand.
with employees too. And if you
Exactly.
keep cutting every little thing there is, what do they have to look forward to?
Right, I mean, it's,
I mean, you want them going above and beyond, and they're going above and beyond like they have for many years.
sure.
And this is chump change to get that goodwill that, you know, keeps us from low turnovers and good employees, so it's.
And the holiday party alone, I mean, you're also bringing in your volunteers, your EMA people who don't get a penny out of the village. And this is a thank you for, you know, staying up in the middle of the night blocking streets or power lines, and which I'm quite aware of. And,
Which you've done a few times.
So, you know, I would hate to, you know, this is minimal compared to what we used to be able to give them. And I think we still need to say thank you at the end of the year for all of our employees, the volunteers, and our paid employees.
Okay, it sounds like we're all in agreement with that.
Okay.
We are?
Yep.
Great, thank you, we can go on.
Okay. The next option that we have listed here is actually a slight increase for document imaging. This is a little bit different than, so first of all, this is something that's been proposed and been eliminated from the last couple of budgets, but this is different than taking paper documents and scanning them. Currently, there's some HR files that we only have on microfilm. Is that correct, Kathy? They're currently on microfilm?
Yes.
And so we don't have a microfilm reader here, and there's some limited ability to read them. It's becoming less and less accessible to find a place to read them, and there's worry that that may become obsolete. And we really would not like to forever lose those records, and so we would like to get them transferred to another more electronic means, and that's what that $2,000 is for. All right, okay, moving on with that, we've got under Village Board Communication.
Spencer,
Go ahead.
can I just make a
Sure.
mention? Under compliance and policy.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes, okay. We didn't put the item on here because there's really no dollar cost associated with it, but I just wanted to mention that under the training, as you know, last year we signed up with Perspectives EAP, and they have been a great resource to us this last year, and we discovered that they also have online training opportunities. So this year we're going to be starting to use some more of their online training opportunities, and that'll help us to eliminate some of our training that we do here as a group. And so that'll just help us to be more efficient and increase some of our productivity.
So that would be more for the required trainings like harassment and violence in the workplace
Workplace
and things like
violence,
that?
et cetera.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy. I told Kathy I would do my best to remember to mention that, and that when I forgot it, she should say something. So, thank you, Kathy.
You guys are a great team.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to the village board communications. We're looking at, different ways we could potentially save some costs. And so we first of all looked at what the cost is for compiling the Friday report. It wasn't as significant, and we think the Friday report is a very valuable tool. And so we are not recommending the elimination of the Friday report. We are considering, or at least proposing for consideration, the elimination of the delivery, so the creation and delivery of paper reports and packets. We've kind of been moving electronically, and we wanted to at least propose that. We think it could potentially save around $3,000. So,
No problem with that.
All for it.
this next item of intergovernmental.
One second, does that also incorporate everything we get in executive session? Could we just use that on the projector instead of giving us papers all the time? No?
Why not?
I don't,
We wouldn't have the papers, though. It would just go up on the screen, and then it goes back to the computer.
Would just stay on your computer? you
That
use?
makes perfect sense.
Because we get a lot of papers in there.
afraid of.
That we throw back and
We
have
just
to
give them back to you.
I mean,
Here,
we're
take 'em,
shredding
done.
papers every,
And then with the executive session, I'm going to come up with a chart where they weren't going to be produced like that anymore, so.
Yeah, and in other words, it's not
I
coming up
mean,
on our
the
tablets,
overhead's the
it's just
perfect
coming up on
way.
yours.
The projector.
It's not coming in our tablets, it's just coming up on whoever's doing the executive, Ron's or yours, where you can shoot it up, so you don't have to hand the papers out and then we throw them back in.
And then it goes
So you'd
away.
save some paper.
Well, yeah, I don't have a problem with that as long as they're not going out.
That's what we were doing. That's what we
Yes.
said. We wouldn't have it, no.
Wouldn't have it, they would not be
It only
adaptable for us.
take place in that room, and that's
Oh,
it.
and then
That's
it's,
the only
and that's
place.
the way it should be.
Computer,
Whether you use a computer or an overhead just to shoot it
Whatever.
up, we all see the same thing, and then you don't have to, that would save some money. That's
Yeah,
a
good idea, Steve.
done.
Yeah. Right, under intergovernment, which you
So
can't
we
see
get to
there.
increase that number then?
Maybe slightly.
32,
We can up it to 32, what?
26
Sure,
bucks.
yeah, we could probably do it to 3220. So, under intergovernmental relations, we've identified the cost for a couple of different programs that we often are asked the cost for, and we wanted to just identify them. So the first one is the DuPage Mayors and Managers Convention, which is $23,000 for that. And then the other one is our membership in IML, and this includes so as you're aware, we're not paying for very much of the IML, but this includes all the things we are paying for IML in legislation. So it's the mayor's attendance and then also our membership in IML. So we're not proposing eliminating any of them, we're simply identifying the costs so that they're listed there. Another option that is not necessarily a staff recommendation, but something that we wanted to be able to identify a dollar amount and bring to the board for discussion is the potential to reduce board meetings to go to one board meeting every other week. And so we think they could save roughly almost $20,000. With community outreach, we are looking at potentially, as we're looking for cutting costs, one option would be to eliminate our contribution to the DuPage Senior Citizen Group.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Thank
That
you.
would last
Not
very
gonna
long.
happen.
We've already cut it a couple of times, so.
Found a way to put it back last year, though,
Yes, we
didn't
did. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, again, was not a recommendation, but something we wanted to identify and bring it up for discussion, so it's not surprising.
And on the issue of the board meetings, we've already given everybody, the staff, permission to sit there and say if we need to go down to one. And with the TIF districts coming in and the comp plan, we may have more meetings coming in. You sure don't want your developers to have to wait.
We might have to go to a special meeting every now and then,
Yeah.
something like that. But I think they've come up with the idea of doing, through Ron Gunther, doing 26 meetings, doing them every other week. That adds,
And then there's no gap where sometimes we don't have a
Right,
meeting
right,
for
right.
3 or 4 weeks.
Easy to know
It's
when we're meeting,
consistent.
too.
yeah, it'll be very easy. It'll just be every other week.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this next option, or next area under community beautification, predominantly the decorations that we have. So we're looking at potentially eliminating those. We believe, and we'll get some further clarification, but there may be some possibility to fund some of this under the hotel motel tax fund.
Sure.
So right now it's listed as being eliminated from the general fund, and we can look into some of those options in convention tourism.
Okay.
And then under administrative services, minor change, we think we might be able to potentially reduce the cost of paper slightly if we were to kind of keep track of which departments are using it and kind of charge it back to departments. Potentially we can reduce that a little bit. So any questions on HR administration legislation? This piece of it, we'll jump onto the.
Any questions
Things
from the
next.
public or any of our staff members that are here? Okay, we can move on.
Okay. And then I don't know if you'll have this one or not, but we've got 07-B and 07-C. No? Okay.
No. So we'll look up there.
Okay.
That's fine.
So,
Do you have it? Then I'm going to go over here.
Got it.
sorry, I'm going to shrink these columns so you can see everything. So these are a couple of different options with regards to our village health insurance. And, I mean, I guess I can let Kathy, if you want to walk us through. So I'll just say the first one, the E is the annual increase. So based on rising insurance costs, we would anticipate having an increased expense of about $114,000. There's a couple of different options that would reduce that amount.
Right. If you can pull up the,
Sure.
the one with the benefits summary.
07-C. Wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, that works really nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, that's going to be hard. Maybe you could kind of scan around it as we talk about it.
Sure.
But for this year, our premium increase was for the PPO plans, an increase of 4.3%, and for the HMO plan, a 2.9% increase. And so we brought to the insurance committee a discussion of 4 different options of how we could change our plan design so that those premium increases could be reduced. And what the changes included were changes to the out-of-pocket for the PPO 1 plan by way of changing it from individual from $750 to either $1,000 or $1,500, and then instituting a $20 copay to the PPO 1 plan, and then also changing the prescription copay, leaving the generic at $10, but changing the brand, what is it called, brand name formulary from $25 to $30, which is just a $5 increase, and then the non-formulary from $45 to $50 in the one-times mail order. So what that means is that when you do mail order,
Where it says 25.
the mail order people actually get 3 months' worth of prescriptions for one-time copay. And then that change would be across the board for PPO 1, PPO 2, and also for HMO. Again, there were 4 different options that were considered, and the insurance committee came back with a recommendation for the option 1, which was an increase in the out-of-pocket from $750 to $1,000, and the $20 copay in PPO 1, and the prescription change that I described. And what that resulted in was a cost savings or a rate adjustment from the 4.3 increase down to a 2.7 in the PPO, and an HMO change from 2.9 to 1.3. So that saves the village, what was that, 32,250?
Yeah, so based on last year's amounts, when we started last year, they estimated it would save us around $34,000. If we're looking at including all of the budgeted positions that have not been filled yet, then it would be closer to about a $40,000 savings.
Right. And now the other thing to consider is that we're going to be going through open enrollment. So we don't know how that's all going to play out as far as people migrating from HMO to PPO. So there could be either more or less savings too in that regard. The other thing is that the contribution for both non-union and union employees is going up 1%. So,
I still
any
gotta ask this
questions?
question. Why do we not have just one? Why do we have to have a PPO 2? Why one? And HMO, I mean, I still am not able to figure it out. I mean, most companies, this is your choice. Whatever's under that choice, that's it. The decision has been made. I would think that it would take a lot less tracking and a lot less work if you have one program instead of 3.
Well, the question did
I'm
come
still
up.
at a total loss of this whole scenario.
Well, I know we've had discussion about this before, and I've been retired for a while, long time. And we had lots of choices, but I worked for a very, very huge company. There's been even some discussion about perhaps at some point looking at HMO only, because significant savings would come with that. But again, it goes back to something Trustee Scott said, and that is, this is a benefit and we want to retain employees, and this is, for the employees. And yes, we want to save as much money as we possibly can, and we're working towards that. But I don't know that it's out of the scope of possibility, to your point.
And I think that, with the insurance committee could possibly look at that, because one of the things that's on our radar upcoming is because in 2018, there's that Cadillac tax that has to be addressed. All municipalities are going to be looking at how do we address that, because our insurance pool is going to be providing us with a matrix that all the municipalities that are in the pool, at what point will we hit the level that that our plans are considered a Cadillac plan, and then what do we do about it?
Exactly.
And so that will be a question that the insurance committee is going to be looking at. Any other questions?
I just say whatever the largest dollar amount you can possibly save, you need to save it. That's where you go. I mean, I'm sorry, your copay goes up. I've been able to get my prescriptions, online or by phone or whatever, 3 months at a time. That's the easiest way to do it. And some people just still like to go to the drugstore. I understand that, but I think however you can structure this thing to save the most money is the best way to go. It's my opinion.
So first of all, with regards to union contracts, they're up for renegotiation coming up soon, but currently, I think we would not be able to eliminate the other 2 options from them.
Right.
If we did eliminate it from non-union, it would save about $126,000. If we said, your choice is HMO, if you want PPO, you have to pay the difference. Or it'd be the same dollar savings as if we just said the PPOs are eliminated, only HMO. So it's about $120,000 savings.
Well, and I mean, I guess you can take that at this point, I mean, because of where you're at right now, but I think the largest savings you can make right here, right now is, what, 48,000? Is that what you said?
What was it, 32?
32,
about
but then
33,000.
there was another part that you kicked it up to 48,000. If they did a certain thing.
Which one is
Increase
it?
out of pocket, add copay.
Right, so we're at 40,000.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What I'm
So
saying
we
is
can do the
right
40,000.
now- What I'm saying right now is that's the option that you go with. But that's the first time I've actually heard a number based on going with one program.
going with one program, it'd save 120 grand.
$126,000.
What do other communities do? Do we know, like Downers, our neighboring communities, do they offer one or do they offer multiple?
I'm not sure. Do you
Other
know?
municipalities?
Yeah.
I would say in the pool, in the insurance pool, most municipalities offer multiple programs. There's a handful that offer just HMO.
I know that both the library and the park district offer just HMO.
Yeah. Well, I know quite a few schools that just do HMOs.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand, and private business, government business. There's always been this double standard scenario. And it's getting to a point, you can't have this double standard scenario anymore. And I understand you want to retain people, and I understand you want to take care of people. I appreciate all the employees in this village.
Well, this could be one option
Okay,
to maybe
but I
not
mean-
let someone go. Is this could,
Well,
maybe
I
save
mean-
a couple
But
positions?
here's the issue that we face by virtue of the way our open enrollment and our budget timing. If we were to today say, okay, we're going to only offer HMO, we don't have time to even train people on HMO before the open enrollment, which starts, what, next week or the week after?
Right,
And that's all before the budget's even approved. So, I don't know how we bring that into the mix and make all the timing of it work, but
Or is it something you just do for the future and make it a date?
that's it. I think it's a discussion you have now to take place in another budget year so that you can be trained and meet all the requirements.
Like next year?
Exactly. Maybe we have that discussion, immediately out of the gate after this budget.
Or is it something that could be done halfway through?
No, because
I worked for a
I don't see
company.
how.
I worked for a company, ProBuild, and they changed their program 6 months into it.
But I don't
Not
think we
through our
have that
insurance
luxury
pool,
being a
no.
municipality and being in a
Well,
pool.
Then, if
Yeah.
that's the case, then my suggestion is, I suggest next year you have.
But we start looking at it right out of the gate after this budget.
Yeah.
And we can do
to cut
that.
it.
We can do that.
It's a big savings.
Yeah.
And it may be more based on the increases that are coming every year. Okay.
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 I'm
thank
done.
you.
Okay. And then, as was mentioned, per the contract, the employee contribution for the union is going up, and we would just mirror that with the non-union. Okay.
Any questions from anyone in the public or anything? Okay, let's move on.
All right, moving on to finance. 08.
07 for us.
See if I got this one.
Okay. So the first couple options are variations on a similar type of a program or a thing to do. The main issue with regards to our staffing levels is that we have to staff to be able to handle times when both payroll and accounts payable are due on the same week, and there's that overlap on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There's several different things that we could do that would shift that, and then we could potentially save some time and save some money. So there could be other options as well. One option would be to change payday to Wednesday for all employees. That would be a transition, but we could make it work. It would be a change. It would be different, but we could do it. Another option would be to, if the board meetings were always off of the payroll schedule, if we could adjust one or the other to make sure they were always off of that schedule, or if the finance ordinance was available for the board to view Friday evening as opposed to Wednesday evening. Any of those three options would be able to save some money with regards to that option. Another option would save some money, and I'm less in favor of this option, but this option would be to change it to where we only have official finance ordinance monthly, but other checks are written kind of during the month and then approved after the fact as needed. We'd have a lot more manual checks. We currently try to keep that to a minimum, and I think that's a better way to do it, but we could potentially save some money if we adjust that. The next option under audit is eliminating the GFOA award for the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. This is not getting a CAFR. We would still have the same document produced by the auditors. The same steps would be gone through. It would be produced the same. We just would not submit it to GFOA for the award, and that's the $450. So it's an option, we could save that $450. This next option under budget preparation is similar in that we would be eliminating the GFOA budget award, but as that involves staff time and other things as opposed to just the cost for the award, there's a little bit larger dollar savings on that one. And we could potentially do that, we could save some time. We could still do the same level of budget. So option B is doing the same level of budget discussion with the board and same level of involvement with the finance department. It's just after the board approves the budget, we would be done with the budget. We would use it for our purposes rather than adding in some extra things to submit it to the GFOA. These next couple of options would be a significant change in the way that we do budgets. As you're aware, over the last couple of years, there's been a lot more involvement with the finance department in the budgeting process, a lot more involvement at the board level in the budgeting process. These would be to kind of go back to some more options, more along the lines of saying, here's a dollar amount, do whatever you want to with it. Departments tell us the dollar amount, and that's what we'll up it to put in the appropriations ordinance. So again, there'd be some time savings with that. My thought is that there's value in the process as we do it, but we wanted to list the options that are here. In the accounting section, there's not a lot of options here. The one option is that I do attend some IGFOA conferences and some training that's in the budget currently. I could just pay for that out of my pocket. We could reduce the budget by $1,000. That wouldn't be a big deal. And then we did put in here, if we do want to adopt the places for eating tax, we would probably need some additional time to help cover the administration for that. That time is budgeted here. And so my recommendation would be to be conservative, leave the staff budgeted here even though we don't have the revenue budgeted in the other place, and then we can come back and eliminate this. And that way, when we come back at the end and eliminate this, then it helps our bottom line more.
Okay.
So
very simple. This is very simple going forward in the next ones too. We have not taken the conferences out of the other departments.
Yeah, I think that needs
as they
to stay.
are, okay?
And I think
it's
And I feel the same way about the budget awards and that whole process. I think it's important that we stay connected to that organization, and to me, it's important.
Did we lose anything rating-wise or insurance-wise by not getting those awards?
No.
And even
It's
more
just
important, the
it's just
conference
It's a nice
for you.
little plaque that you get or whatever, you know, but I
Right, and
mean,
here we got the guy that's dealing with our finances, and we don't want him to go for additional
Right.
training or pay it out of his own
Just
pocket.
doesn't pass the
I don't
sanity
think-
check, as I
It
would
doesn't
say.
sound right.
it's one of those cases, here's another analogy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Rock, pebble, okay? I mean, here, come on.
It's true.
There's not a lot of, we didn't have a lot of different areas that we could identify expenses for.
Right.
Yeah, I have no problem continuing to do the GFOA budget awards for either the CAFR or the budget. I think we could save money if we don't. I don't know that it's essential, but I have no problem with continuing to do them.
In our discussions, I told Spencer that I felt the CAFR, if we had to prioritize, is more important. That is your audited financial statements. Most communities get a CAFR award, I would say.
Yeah.
I think the budget award is a newer award that GFOA has offered. It is a nice thing. It says that your document is passed or meets certain criteria in terms of how it's communicating the work plan, the budget to the public. But the CAFR, you know, those are your audited financial statements, and I personally am not in favor of ever giving that up. But the
Right.
budget award, you know, I don't know what percentage of communities apply for that. Do you have any sense, Spencer?
I'm not sure.
The only thing I would say about the budget award would be the public's gonna probably hear about that.
Well,
Okay.
and it's a check, it's sort of a check and balance, because guess what, if you apply and you don't get it, you know, I mean,
Well, it means you're not producing or presenting your budget in the best way to the public.
right.
Yeah.
I think it's a way of, you know, tooting our horn and, you know,
Make sure we keep doing the job
kudos
the
to
right way.
staff and certainly to our finance director. I think both are very critical, but, you know, that's me. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I'm fine with keeping it.
I'm okay.
What else you got?
So By providing budgets on tablets, we were able to save about $500, so we've got that in there. Again, like other departments, we have a bunch of files that would be nice to scan. We're putting it in here to say this is what we'd like to do, and then we immediately took it out because we know it's not going to happen. And then these next couple of items here are the police pension and the library are items, so they're basically options we could do to change the little bit of help that we provide to these entities. As you can see, it's minimal dollar savings. We're not going to really save much by making any changes. The reason we don't save any by making a change to the library, or we save a very small amount, is the fact that the library does pay us to do their accounting services. And in fact, the library had approached us and indicated that when they had their previous contractor, they actually budgeted to pay 13 months because of all the year-ending items. And so they asked us if they could pay us an extra $525 a year, and I didn't say no. So we're proposing an increase of $525 in our amount for that. Any other questions? Again, there's not a lot of room to make cuts in finance that don't change how we do things.
Comments from staff or public? Onward.
Okay. All right, commissions, we do have the Planning and Zoning Commission information up here right now. The only option we've got listed here is the elimination of commission stipends, which the board's already approved. Again, there's not a lot of wiggle room in the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's not a lot of expenses in general. Any questions on that? We are attempting to get some information on the cost and whether or not we're able to publish legal notices in a different paper. We've been having a little bit of difficulty getting a response to our quote as to how much it would be. We've been having some difficulty with them with customer service related issues, and so we don't have a number there yet. And it does also raise some potential concerns, with switching. So there's no estimated cost for that. Any questions on Planning Zoning Commission? No. Okay. All right, moving on
Public?
to
Staff, anybody? Last call?
All right, moving on to number 10, fire. And I'm sorry, I'm probably going too fast for the tablets again.
No.
Okay. I was told my computer works faster than tablets, and so I need to slow down, and I apologize if I don't. Okay. So, again, it's broken up by various programs, and we can see there's a couple of different proposals here, and I think I'll let Chief Weiss walk us through the first couple. He understands a lot better than I do the daytime and weekend incentive and the reduction in duty officer pay.
Yeah, let me start by saying when our staff sat down and looked at all of this, that the premise of everything that we brought before you today was trying to keep the part-time POC position intact. So when we're going through this today, if you keep that in the back of your mind. And the second thing is that we try to make it as fair as possible by trying to bring reductions forward from all the areas within the department, which included the POCs, the DOs, the full-time people, the part-time people like our training officer, administrative assistant, inspectors, and even including EMA. So one of the areas, and we brought this forward a few years back, is we have a daytime incentive of $3 an hour for those that work daytimes, and that just doesn't include Monday through Friday, but also includes weekends. And it was to give an incentive for those hard-to-fill shifts. Again, what we did is we came back again. All the officers on the department for the last 4 months have been working very hard on coming up with reductions, and this was an area that we felt that we could bring forward to keep the part-time system intact because we didn't want to lose any positions in the part-time side. But again, it's a reduction in pay for those that we're trying to incent to work the days and hard-to-fill shifts. You know, if you look at that, that's a 50% reduction in wages for those, because we pay them $3 an hour, and they're taking a 50% reduction. If we decided to take the $1.50 away from all the positions within the department from their hourly wage, that could range anywhere from a 7 to 10% wage reduction. So instead of doing that, we decided to stay with the incentive. To move on with the duty officers, we felt that we needed to do a wage reduction in that area also, and we came up with a $2 an hour reduction. And as you know, I came forward to you a year ago and felt that was one of the items that we needed to enhance to improve our command structure, our mentoring of our officers. And this was a hard one to bring forward, but the people involved in that, you know, felt that we could continue the program with the $2, but that's a 13% wage deduction for the duty chiefs, the duty officers. I do not know if that's going to run into a problem with continuing to fill those positions or not, but again, it's one of those items we felt that we could bring forward. Does anything you want to add, Jim? Anything you want to add?
You know, can I just throw something out right here at this point? And it may or may not come out right. So forgive me. We're talking about life-saving firefighters taking a cut in pay. I'm not comfortable with that. Unless we ask every employee in this village to do the same thing, contract or not, I'm just not comfortable with it. And I don't think we should have to ask anybody to do that. But I had to say my 2 cents, and I apologize if it didn't come out polished. That's just the way I think.
Why should it come out polished? Facts are facts. Anything in this column is non-discussed at all. It's just, no. I mean, you can't, we have said from the get-go to the public, or people that I've talked to, yeah, we've lost revenue. You know, it may affect some things, but we cannot let it affect health, safety. That cannot happen. It cannot happen. The other thing that we have to remember, and the chief is very aware of this, things that are going on within other departments stopping their people from going and working part-time. Eventually, there might be a case, this little village may be faced with a real difficult
Yeah, if
decision.
the other departments start saying
Right.
no more.
So, you know, at this point, no, I don't think we can reduce any of this.
And I applaud you guys for coming up with this. I mean, talk about rallying around the village and doing what you can do, but for me, it's just the way I feel, and if anybody wants to jump in, please do.
We're dollar foolish if we do this, because in the long run, we will lose our department this way, and it will cost us what? I don't even want to think of how many millions of dollars additional to have a full-time department,
Probably
which
double it.
we can't afford.
Yeah.
2.5 times as much.
Thanks, but
So
no
again, but
thanks.
it's, in the grand scheme of things, it's pennies here that's going to cost us huge later on because we didn't take care of this issue right now.
Right.
And you're right, and with the, whoever said it about getting it more difficult to get employees here, it will be, because if we're not going to be competitive, or if we're going to keep reducing it, they're going to walk, they'll find somewhere else to work, maybe not even in this field.
Right.
Okay, we won't have the cross-trained people that we've got, which no one's got a department like we do. And then what do we end up with?
Well, I apologize for bringing these type of things forward, but let me premise by saying that there is nothing left in the department to bring that large dollar forward, and that's why you see these things. You know, out of the day, you know, the $400,000 in expense reductions, 47% of that is wages we're bringing in front of you today. So.
Fire and police have already cut to the quick, and that happened several years ago, and somehow you kept coming up with more things.
So what was saved on gas tax?
Thank you.
It's not going to be paid.
Right.
For this.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more.
Yep.
So.
Okay. So those are
eliminated currently.
But what else you have for us?
Well, moving forward with emergency medical services, again, to keep the part-time program intact, we felt that if you needed a large dollar item, that we could cut 3 contract medics and use our part-time medic off the truck to fill that position. But it's not something that we want to recommend. The one thing that we want to recommend is we went back and talked to Kurtz again a second time, and they have agreed to not increase their contract for next year, which is a $97,000 savings, to keep it at this level. So
Now you're talking.
Now we're talking, yep.
Okay, so much for that one.
Okay.
No discussion there.
Underneath fire prevention, as you can see, we're not recommending filling the full-time position at this time. We do have capable people right now to fill the director's position part-time and the assistant director. But I will premise, and I did have this conversation with Manager Searle and Spencer, is that if we, for some reason, should lose the current director, we have nobody with that knowledge or expertise below that. So we would have to look to the outside to hire either a part-time person or a full-time person.
Okay, so in this particular case, we're rolling dice, correct?
That's one way of putting it.
Now, what have we been battling as far as fire protection going, the things that we've been dealing with? And everything that you've got coming, wouldn't you want somebody full-time on your staff?
Wouldn't you want somebody who knows the town?
Huh?
Wouldn't you want somebody who knows the town, the buildings, the problems already without having to
Right.
start from scratch all over again?
Right.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
And we have that person in place right now. We're handling some other personnel things with that person, and it's improving, I believe. And I think this person can do the job that we need done. And I think we can do it part-time, and then mentor and train the current acting person to get those experience and the certifications that they need. I'm not going to turn down a full-time person if that's what you feel we need to have, but on the flip side of that, included in this is an increase in hourly wage for the part-time director and the part-time assistant director, just because of the additional responsibilities. And I believe it was $10,000 between the two. That was a small amount, but and we're working with one less part-time inspector too. And as you can see, with keeping it part-time and not using that other, we recommend reducing 20 hours of the 120 hours a week that we currently budget for, which means that we probably will only be doing inspections of businesses once every 2 years.
No. Not for me, anyway.
It's a needed scenario. That's my opinion.
Pull out the reduction there. And if I'm correct, I believe option C was sort of tied to option D, that if we were doing fewer inspections, there'd be less need for, we could potentially reduce the part-time administrative assistant. If we are maintaining the level of inspections, does that also need to be adjusted to?
What was included in that is that we felt that that was a separate position, that we felt that there had to be something that came from that to make it fair across the board. If we got one less part-time inspector, there'd be some less work. But with all these new invoicing that we have to do with fees and stuff, that there is plenty of work to do there.
Fire inspections, to me, are like code enforcement. We need them.
Yep.
And we need them consistently, and again, it just, kudos to you guys for coming up with this stuff. Very creative and very extremely generous, but
So then we've eliminated option D. Are we leaving option C in or eliminating that as
well, I think that has to be eliminated as well, because there will not be the reduction in work, for one thing.
Yep. If anything, there's going to be an increase in the work. That's what the village is hoping for.
Right.
Right.
With
Yeah.
TIF district comprehensive plan and one of the downtown, I think the village is hoping that it increases.
Yeah, we've got potentially a lot of new buildings coming into this town.
Yep.
And just to add that too is, as our current director, acting director of the Bureau, and inspectors are doing a lot with economic development, and Shannon can to attest to that. Larry's doing a lot of other plan reviews for that department. That's saving a lot of money. Our inspectors are doing all the business license checks that are out there, and also other things that they know that the building department needs to be alerted to. There are eyes and ears out there to help them too. So,
Chief, I think one thing this board relies on you to tell us what is the acceptable level, and we never go below it. We can't. Not with having all these people here in this town and the businesses and everything else. You tell us, I'm not going below this level, because you're the expert, we're not.
Right.
We'll do this once a year and we'll hear it and it looks good on paper and stuff like this, and we're talking numbers, but you're the professional, your team is, what won't you go below and keep everybody safe in this town?
and we have those numbers, and we have those things we've tried to, work with as little as possible, but the dynamics of things, especially the part-time system, the Bureau, the system and stuff like that, that changes, week by week, month by month, because.
I don't even know if I want that information of what you would go below and say, here, well, we could do this. I don't want to hear that. I mean, no reflection, but that gives everybody an opportunity. It's an opportunity, okay, well, we can cut here, we can cut there. I don't want that opportunity. I want the level.
Well, we're probably currently working with about 12 part-time members for the POC part-time thing, less than what we normally would. We're working with one less fire inspector, and as the board knows, in the last 5 years, we've lost 50% of our full-time people. So, I talked to you about succession planning. It's going to come sooner than later. And it's a difficult challenge for me right now to even think or imagine that with the way the budget cuts are and the way the economy is. And
we can't afford the alternative.
Correct.
Then it's going to cost to make sure we don't get there.
Okay, on to the fire department administration. You will see an increase of $17,000. Last year in the budget process, as they were identifying cuts, the fire department was able to postpone medical evaluations and set the dates such that we had 1 year where we didn't have to pay for them. They're back on the list now, and we now have to pay for them again. And then we also wanted to call your attention to option C. Last year in the budget process, there was a discussion about whether or not we would need to fill the vacancy created in the full-time deputy chief position. We just wanted to list this here so the board is aware that we're not planning to fill that vacancy, and we're continuing to budget to have that as a vacancy. We've also listed the cost.
Spencer, can I add to that?
Sure.
And last year I said I could go the first year without filling that position. And it's in here again only because of, the budget cuts we have to do. But I have a need for a third chief position. If it's not full-time, it needs to be part-time. I did not bring that forward and identify that in the budget only because it's a cost increase.
Right.
And as long as we're being, upfront, you're talking about what we need, there is a need for a third. I mean, Deputy Chief Kindly and I, there's only so much of our time in the day to cover everything and to go and do things. And I have great captains that step up right now and fill in for a tremendous amount of things.
See, that was going to be my question. It's one of those, you're sitting here looking at this going, really? I think you need a third? We've talked about this. I understand, and I don't, I guess the blunt way to put this is, I don't feel that there is anything in fire and police we can really mess with. Not with the way things are. I don't know how to put it any other way. I don't. I'm flipping through here, Chief, as you're talking, and we're talking about different things, and I'm flipping through here, and I just, and I know I'm going off track here a little bit, Spencer, but I look at some of these things, at public education. Let me tell you something. One of the best times I had was the children's fire camp last summer. That's a kick. It's great. These kids love it. And they learn. And the parents, you know, I mean, I guess I'm at the point that from a health and safety scenario, I understand we have to look at everything, but
If we were a business, let's say like Vincenturi's and Chef Bob kept taking ingredients out of the lasagna, how long would he stay open?
there you go.
Great analogy.
But it doesn't have, I mean, that's just the way it is.
Right.
It doesn't taste the same, it's not the same service, it's not this.
And I mean-
He's
and
not
I mean-
making it
and I
as
mean-
hot,
and it's-
whatever it is, he's gone.
You know,
That's a really good analogy.
Kudos to you, and kudos to Chief Mulhern. And we know that you guys are taxed and have a lot of things that you have to deal with, but, you know, I mean, we could go through this line by line by line by line, but honestly, I'm not sure, unless there's anything in here that you can actually stand there and tell us that you can live without.
There's only one item on here, I can tell you that.
Okay?
Yeah, that was items that we budgeted in this current budget for Starcom stuff.
Okay.
That will not have to show up in next year. And
Okay.
if you go down, it's underneath communications, it's like $44,000.
I mean, I don't know. What does everybody else think?
Well, no, I agree.
I think we got to go through line by line so
think
we know
let's
what's going
continue.
on here too.
I
Continue to
understand,
go
but
through-
all I'm saying is, I just, you know, I'm just throwing that out there is,
I mean, we have to
Right.
look at everything and consider every option. And some things that we don't like, we might have to still do, but continue.
And we brought eliminating accreditation forward, that's underneath there. It's a $1,400 a year for the 4 years, but the fifth year, when we get our major review, it's somewhere around $8,000 to $10,000.
Where are we in that process now? What year are we on?
I think we're in our second year.
we'll just be completing our second year in June.
Okay, so 2 more years before the big one.
Okay.
So you'll see that's not listed as a suggestion.
Right.
Community outreach. So the first aid tent, we've been able to get vendors to sponsor it. So this is not eliminating the first aid tent, it's simply the chief has been able to get some of our vendors that we currently use to say they will support it. So that's
Kurt's and Andre's billing services is going to split the $2,000 cost to sponsor, to have our medics there for our taste this year.
nice.
Great.
Great idea. And then option C is similar to what we discussed with police, which is trying to reimburse some of the costs that fire has to participate in these community events out of the convention tourism funds, if that's allowable. So that's option C. Option D, which we have not carried forward, would be if we were to eliminate fire department outreach events. So.
Let me tell you what those C ones are, is eliminating the holidays. We have staff that come and do and some volunteers that do the hot chocolate and the cookies and things like that. And then also wages to pay guys to come back to help with that. 4th of July, where we have fire inspectors come back to inspect things and stuff like that. Cruising nights, it was cutting cruising nights out altogether. And that was wages to pay the people to come back to help. Memorial Day, I pay guys, the honor guard, to come back to be the honor guard. That was eliminating that. And the 911 service that we have, a 911 service. Those were underneath C. Underneath D was the birthday parties. We do like 4 of those a year, the rides to school. And the big one was eliminating our open house.
I want to keep that.
So just to give you some idea of the things that.
So the only thing that's proposed here is simply finding other means to provide for those, with options B and C not making any change to option D.
Right.
That's what's currently in the budget. We could add
That's good.
some reduction if we need to.
Cool.
Okay, emergency management, we've got the $8,000 cost. We had a one-time cost for the rewrite of our EOP that's been completed. We don't need that $8,000 in there. And then the second option we have under there is postpone EMA's operational supply purchases. And
That included like the rental equipment, maintenance service equipment. There was a $3,000 reduction in our service contract with equipment at our ECC at the old dispatch center. cutting all their uniforms out to zero, cutting their training to zero, and miscellaneous supplies to zero.
And you're comfortable with that?
I am not, but, across the board, fire, EMS, and EMA cut all their training uniforms all to zero.
That's a tough one. So if,
What do you do about getting new people then?
I was just going to ask that, I'm glad you did, thank you.
Give them old crap.
They don't get a uniform?
Whatever we have up in the quartermaster, that's what they're getting.
It's just,
Doesn't look good. I mean, they're
EMA
volunteering.
is such
and you can't
a
even give
wonderful,
them a outfit.
I mean,
It's money to good.
I can't think of anything that's
for
not good
volunteering,
about
bring your
EMA
own
and those
clothes.
volunteers. I don't know what we'd do without them. What would we do with, what if they all just said, we're not doing this anymore?
Right, this was a tough one to bring forward on the list, but like I said, if we took fire and EMS out, it was across the board fair to everybody to take EMA out wherever they
Yeah.
are training or uniforms.
Yeah, we need to think about this.
Is there any shared cost with EMA with the police department? Because we're out there with the police department blocking the streets.
Here comes the police chief.
No, I don't think there's anything, everything that's money-wise comes out of the EMA
But on the
budget.
fire.
Yeah.
And I will expound on Chief Weiss's comments and for the board as well. Without EMA, each time you see a EMA out there directing traffic, they are basically taking the place of a police officer at overtime for special events and everything. They are a huge savings for basically for nothing. And in talking with some of them, everything they get and all the respect and the appreciation they get from the village is huge to them. They are an unsung hero of the village as far as volunteerism goes.
Now, for the uniforms, though, they're, obviously, if it's an emergency such as the train accidents or
Yeah.
power lines down, the only thing you really need is your vest, or if you happen to have an EMA jacket. Those are definitely requirements, but when they go out for the parades or official things, they're like in full uniform and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's kind of across, on what to do. Now, the uniforms, if you quit EMA, you're supposed to turn them in, and then hopefully somebody can
reuse them
and stuff, but that's not always a fact. So it's,
Do we keep a track on how often EMA's out there and the cost savings that we get from them?
Ooh, that's would be interesting.
We could get that for you, but I can tell you that in the last 2 years, their activities have probably doubled because of the events that have doubled. And we have increased EMA from 25 members to 35, but we have a list of people waiting to come, but we can't go any more than that because by ordinance, I can't go above 110 employees, and I think we're at about 108 right now, including EMA and all our part-time staff and our POCs.
Even with EMA being unpaid? I mean, these are volunteers.
Or are they covered under the insurance?
They're covered underneath insurance.
Oh, for insurance, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way we can at some point revisit that, or
Yeah.
are we tied to that number, Ron?
It's by ordinance, you can change it.
Okay.
More volunteers, the better.
Yeah, I think that's something we want to look at in the future.
Better be able to give them a
we did-
uniform.
But I think I'd like to see how much what our bang for our buck is with them versus
Yeah.
what we're talking about for uniforms and stuff like
Yeah,
that. Because if
I'd
it's saving
almost
the
like to
coppers
put
from
this on the
coming out there
back
and-
burner for now and say, we're not going, we're not
I
saying.
think that's going to be a huge number.
I hope it is, but that's what we want to hear it.
That's what we
I mean,
want.
you're talking $2,900 for supplies and that.
yeah.
What does, say, one officer, I mean, you could do it with one officer or two officers alone and calculate it out and blow that $2,900.
And it all depends on where it's on a shift. Is it going to be an overtime or not?
There you go.
Exactly.
Because they used to, we already took away their one-time pay a year, which was because we thought we needed it for it to cover them insurance to say they are official employees. So here they got, what was it, like $40 annually, like one time a year you get one paycheck, and then that is.
And they get a Christmas luncheon.
And now the Christmas luncheon, instead of being invited to a big Christmas party that they used to be. So,
Yeah.
they're badly needed.
Yeah. So what are we going to do in this one? Are we going to?
I would like to see it stay because I think we need to.
We're going to leave it in and make a mental note to look at this whole EMA scenario at a future board meeting or a future committee level.
We have to if we want to raise the numbers anyhow.
Yeah.
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 And again, I think it'd be great to show the cost savings as part of the budget because that really gives a big picture.
Yeah,
to
that's a
show
good
the
idea. That's a
savings.
good point, too.
Yep.
Sure.
I don't know if we
Show what that number is.
I don't know what it would take to get those numbers together by our last budget meeting, but it would just be nice. If nothing else, it would be really nice for our public to see it.
Yeah.
We're
Because, you know,
trying
there's
because
that
we're at to do it.
perception out there.
Have to work with police and.
We'll get it done.
Great, thank you.
So then to clarify, we're leaving the cost to buy the supplies in the budget currently, so we're eliminating the cut? Or are we leaving the cut on the sheet and eliminating the purchase of supplies? What was the consensus? I wasn't quite sure.
Eliminate
Let me
D.
find it here.
So delete D, so we will in fact be,
We're going to have,
we're planning to purchase the supplies for now?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
absolutely.
Okay. All right. On to communications. So the $44,000 is what the chief was talking about as the one-time cost that obviously we're eliminating because it's not needed this year. We needed it last year. And then option C is something the chief was able to work out with Division 10. Is that correct, Chief? Where they're able to reimburse us for our communications staff?
That's correct. We just felt again, that was one of the items that we had a high wage in that takes that vehicle to a lot of places outside. It was one of the things that, again, the Westmont Fire Department did as, given to the other areas and to keep money in the part-time side, to keep guys on the vehicles, respond to emergencies in our town. I just felt that that wage needed to be reduced or eliminated, so I brought it forward to Division 10 chiefs, and they felt that it was important to keep that vehicle within the division and to pay those offset costs. So as of right now, they're willing to pay, reimburse for us every time our communication specialists take that vehicle out to another town or incident. And the Pleasant View Fire Department has offered to pay all maintenance repairs to 1888 except for the parts. And I believe next month at the Division 10 Chiefs meeting, we had a strategic plan meeting the other day where we had a lot of good ideas that came out. We're going to continue that in May. And there's some other ideas and suggestions coming back to offset just not 1888, but other vehicles within the Division 10.
Good. Comments? Questions?
All right, this next option is based on specialty teams, and there's lots of different things listed. It's basically comes down to potentially eliminating specialty teams other than cause and origin, and communications because it's being paid by the other individual.
Just to add a little bit to that, is that several years back, Westmont was always capable of the fire department to have membership in all 5 and now 6 with the SWAT medic, the temps team, and communications to be able to supply that, to all our neighbors and everything else. But it's come down to the cost of trying to keep individuals interested in staying on those teams. We took away all their specialty team incentives several years ago where they don't get additional hourly pay. We were paying them 38 cents or 50 cents extra an hour just to keep their certifications up. Currently, we're only paying them time and a half to go to trainings or for call-outs. And all this money is wages. It's all wages. There's no incentives in there. And so the only team that I felt that we needed to keep because of the amount of money we needed to cut was a cause and origin, and that's because we have to investigate every fire that we have. And with getting Division 10 to offset the wages for our communication specialists, we would continue with them. But the other teams would be eliminated. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't get specialty teams for hazmats or technical rescue, to come into our town because that's what mutual aid's about. We would be able to get them. We would be able to still offer, especially as the other towns, just not as many. And the other thing would be to eliminate the SWAT medics, the temps team. I talked to Chief Maher, and he went to DuPage police chiefs. I don't know, Chief, if you want to talk a little bit about that. But the only way I could continue keeping that team up is if the Fiat SWAT picked up the wage costs for that, and I'll let Chief Mulhern talk about that.
And we notified Fiat of this decision also of 1888, and of concern is they would like to see the TEMS continue. However, we're the only village or department that has offered TEMS. They're basically paramedics going in with the SWAT team.
Yes.
They practice with the SWAT team, they're in there, an officer goes down, they're there, immediate aid right then and there. Same thing for any offenders or anything. I don't believe that Fiat will pay for it, though. I know we've talked with Chief House and even Chief Trout in the past, is would Fiat pay for this? And I don't think there's any interest in that. They would like, it goes to the form of mutual aid. If we would have a traffic crash incident, we would not pay for the investigator from another town to come here. It's the mutual aid concept is what they would have an issue with. But again, too, we took in the past with other departments take this on, and other departments have not. And Chief Notweiss and even Chief Trout, we worked on this.
And the TEMPS team is just like 88's team. It's two teams that are not even required in the fire service when you look at it from any specialty teams. But as teams we recognized and came forward, we were aggressive, and we instituted and did at the cost of the village to just not help out within our own village, but help out all around us. And when I look at, when I'm going to recommend what teams I'm going to keep those teams that are going to specifically help our residents in our town. And even though the TEMPS medics would, if we have a Fiat call in our town, it seems that it's been used more outside of town than in town. And that's the same thing with 1888.
Does this in any way, eliminating the TEMS, does this in any way affect our accreditation or our ISO rating?
Well, Craig, you want to talk a little bit about accreditation? It's included in accreditation, and there's not a set requirement in accreditation. I'll let Craig talk a little bit about that. It won't hurt our ISO rating because there's not an area, where what's going to hurt our ISO rating is getting rid of our reserve ladder truck. But
yeah,
I've suggested a way to cover those points with the finance director and stuff, and we'll talk about those later. But
the TEMS team does not affect accreditation as well as all the other specialty teams. If we have it, we just have to do a section on it. If we don't have it, the section is removed.
Okay.
And that's all it is. We just tell them what we're doing.
Okay.
They don't expect anything.
But this is also a perk to try to get recruits to come to the department, or not even recruits, but our part-timers.
Well, absolutely. For years, the biggest draw to our part-time system has been the pay that we've done and the training that we've offered, and then all the specialty teams that we have where people can be involved in. But again, those have gone down, and because of money not being available, and
specialty teams have gone down. The amount of guys who want to come to work here have gone down. Where's our next step?
Yeah,
We're not in the right direction here. It's easy to say that because I can, but the problem is we also have to figure out how to pay for it.
Right. That's the part that's hard.
But again, the object is we're going to pay huge if we lose it.
Right. It'll cost us more.
Yeah.
A lot more.
So then is the consensus that we want to keep the specialty teams then? Is that?
I would.
Yeah.
For me, it is.
Not that much.
All right, we've talked a little bit about public education. So the safety camps, again, we've obtained sponsors for those.
That's good.
I'm trying to remember my participation in conferences and mini seminars. For our public education people, I don't recall that not as much, Chief.
yeah, the kids camps, we got Westmont Special Events, the Toyota Westmont, and the police and fire alumni are all sharing donating $600 each to have all 3 camps this year. And that would be the only way that we would be able to have them. So again, went out and solicited sponsors for that because I felt it was important to continue that for the kids. Underneath C, the pub ed mini seminar conferences, and that's mainly for our inspectors. They have many seminars to update them on current issues going on with fire codes and life safety codes, things like that. And then once a month they have inspector meetings that they go to where they get their continuing ed. Was recommending eliminating those altogether. And then the Citizens Fire Academy, it costs about $1,800 in wages to have that, and felt that was an area that we could cut that to save on some wages.
I think the consistent message that we've had all along is that we really prefer not to take away conferences and seminars where there's continuing education and things like that. With regard to the Citizens Fire Academy, you know, that's such a wonderful program. At the very least, and didn't we already start to go or talk about going every other year?
And we cut it a couple years ago. Last year, the money went back in. We tried to have it. We had a very low turnout of people that was interested in it, but we really didn't market it as good as we could because we had a short period of time. You know, but again, yeah, it's a good program so we can educate the residents on how our fire department operates.
And again, it's something we have to find money for, but it's like some of these things I'm just not ready to let go of yet. And if we have to circle back and change things, then we will, but how does everyone else feel?
I'm happy that we've got the sponsors, at least for the safety camps.
That's great.
But we're going to be, you know, I mean, even our Citizens Fire Academy helps out with that too. And if we lose our Citizens Fire Academy, we're losing part of, you know, we might be losing the kids' safety camp.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's important, but that's because I'm part of it too, so I'm kind of a little prejudiced on that, but.
Maybe we put our heads together and we could figure out another way with the chamber too to maybe get some more sponsorship out of it somehow.
So are we saying for now?
Keep it?
I'd like to leave it.
Keep it.
And maybe
B is
somewhere we
covered.
can find a sponsor for it like we did for the safety camp.
Right, yeah.
So B is covered, so C and D, we're saying everyone's in agreement that we're going to find a way.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, this is probably the one department that has the most outreach to the community in a positive factor. And we're trying to show that transparency and try to get people more involved in government and see what's going on here in town. And this is one way to do it, and it's...
Not too much money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Additional staffing, there's a couple of different options here. One is to change the way we do our callbacks or fill-ins, and the second one is to reduce the number of people or eliminate the additional staffing that we try to do if we know there's going to be inclement weather. So I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about, you know, those, and Jim, you want to talk about the callback and stuff in that? Deputy Chief Conley will do the callbacks and the severe weather staffing at reason it's.
Maybe take them in reverse order. Inclement weather staffing is obviously based on very severe weather. Typically, it's in the winter we know we're going to have 10 inches of snow or ice. We know there's times we can't get ambulances into apartment complexes. We'll bring additional personnel back. The 20 below zero weather that happens, you know, once or twice a winter, something like that. That allows us to staff squad vehicles and other vehicles where we can get into apartment complexes that we don't normally staff for normal day-to-day operations. The estimate is $4,800. I think this last year we spent very little or any of that. It's really on an as-needed basis. When you need it, you really need it. If we don't have it, we do the best we can without it. But it's during these inclement weather times where you pretty much stand alone. I mean, yeah, if we have a huge structure fire, we're going to mutual aid, but you know, we're trying to make an apartment complex with an ambulance. I mean, we're either going to do it ourselves or we're not. We're not going to get, you know, another town to come over here and dig our ambulance out of the snow. That just doesn't happen. So that's what the $4,800 is for inclement weather. And again, we only spend it if it's, you know, absolutely necessary, and we're very diligent about that.
Okay.
The other one on callbacks, the $5,000 is approximately a roughly a third of what we spend on callbacks. We do two types of callbacks. One is when we have a major incident, structure fire, hazmat incident, that type of thing. We would continue those types of callbacks. This elimination is when our staffing gets very low, meaning essentially all of our on-duty personnel are pretty much committed on the street. There's times when we know they're not going to be freed up real quickly from a hospital or something like that. We call back personnel to fill in our stations. So for example, the other morning, during when the storm hit here, real suddenly, we had 5, in fact, one of the trustees mentioned to me they saw equipment going all over town. It's because we had 5 calls at the same time. Fortunately, nothing significant, but you don't know that until you get there and find out. In those types of situations where everybody we committed, we don't have enough resources for staffing, we bring additional personnel back, they man our reserve equipment. And while you say, it's a low probability you get the next call, sometimes we do get that 3rd, 4th, and 5th ambulance call. I can tell you a couple years ago, we had a structure fire up in Indian Trails up there. We happened to be at a fire a second alarm fire in Downers Grove at the time, and our staff had come back and happened to be manning Station 2 in the middle of the night, and they were the ones that got there first. Indian Trails with a large condominium building on fire. So that's what callback personnel does. Again, we are cutting into the bone, and this is the things that if we have to cut, we'd cut. But there are public safety implications for everything we cut here. So.
Okay. Any questions on that?
No. We need them. We can't let them go. We got to keep it.
Yeah, so keep the inclement weather, and what about the additional callbacks? So, so again, it's not for the structure fires, but the other callbacks, do we
I think we have to.
have to continue the current
Yeah.
practice or have to make the change?
It just takes not having them once.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
What do you end up
They're
with,
going
an
to be
empty
off in a
firehouse?
fire in one place, and something will
What's
happen,
that?
and
You
we'll
end up
go,
with an
sorry,
empty
there's no
firehouse,
call.
somebody calls, and what happens? Got to wait till Downers Grove gets there?
Yeah,
Our,
or
our
if they're
call-
out, then you
Yeah.
maybe have to wait for somebody else.
Our callback system, is a big part of our part-time system. And having that system in place, having those people come back, because we can't depend on all the towns around us to send vehicles to us all the time. We're running 4,300 calls a year out of 2 stations. If you look at a lot of the full-time departments around us, that's got 3 times the amount of budgets that we have. They're running half the calls that we're running. So having that part-time callback system, and again, it's investing into that, keeps both systems going.
I think there's your selling point right there.
Yep.
How many callbacks, or how many calls we do handle a year versus other communities
Yep.
who have full-time departments versus the system that we have here in dealing with it and the pay structure and everything.
We handle probably more calls than Hinsdale and Oprah combined, for example.
Okay. It's agreed.
Keep it.
Okay. Get rid of that. All right. Now we've got a couple of training options. The first one is similar to what Kathy had talked about for non-fire personnel. We're looking at converting some mandatory training, which we currently do, or in the classroom training, and converting that to be online training so they can cover it when they're not doing other things. We can save on the staffing cost for that. Because of the wages and because we would have them all come in for training, we can eliminate that and save some staffing costs on that training.
Good.
And that's option B. Option C would be a much more drastic alternative, which is to pretty much eliminate a whole bunch of the conferences and classes that are what the firefighters use to maintain their certifications. And as you'll see, that's not something we recommended. We provided the dollar value for you so that you're able to see that, but it's not something that we're necessarily recommending or even identifying as a viable option. And then the next option is to adjust the budget to reflect the training officer's actual hours. And so it's, again, that's more of just a change on the budget. It's not actually going to be changing his hours from what he's currently doing.
That's
correct?
That's correct. We budget for 20 hours a week. He's been averaging over the last 2 years about 15 hours a week, so it's just adjusting those. And we seem to be getting the job done that we need to get done.
Good.
On C there, again, that's eliminating all conferences, all seminars, our training budget all down to zero, and no external training classes for our firefighters or officers.
Now we got to keep up the training.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think B and D make.
Indeed.
Yeah, B and D.
And then fire grants is just to basically show what we have with fire grants. For these departments where things like grants, and you'll see this also in water, where it's less of a question of comparing it to the prior years, you'll often see this item that says offset prior years. So we had 170,000 in grants last year. The first option is just sort of offsetting it and saying, okay, forget what we had last year because what we really care about is what we're doing this year. So this year you can see there's a small equipment grant with no match for 25,000, and then we're continuing to hold out hope for our cardiac monitors, which is a 10% grant. So we pay 90,000, you'll see down in revenues, we are budgeting revenues of 81,000. And I neglected to mention one other item back up at the top under Fire Department Administration. This is something we had originally I'd had it as a note to myself to make sure we put it up in here, and I had not done that. So it's up here now, so I just wanted to at least address it. So this is sort of a option D under Fire Department Administration, is kind of a generic item. It's kind of some miscellaneous reductions. A lot of reductions in uniforms across the board. It includes reduction in building maintenance, some small tools, and then the law bulletins. So it's a lot of miscellaneous stuff that didn't really fit somewhere, and I just sort of shoved it all together and said, here's a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know if you...
And again, that's fire EMS, uniforms. We recommended reduce them down to zero, but when we met with the manager and finance director, they recommend leaving about $6,000 or $6,500 in there of the $11,000 or $12,000 that we have. We did get a $24,000 small equipment grant that is going to help in purchasing 10 new sets of fire gear, which were, if you remember back about 3-4 years ago, we got that big grant to replace all the fire gear. The fire gear today is only certified up to 7 years, so again, we want to start working in a little bit over a 4-year program. I've talked to the fire districts. They're willing to also help offset the cost to purchase fire gear for the next 4 years. If the village is able to put 50% in, they're looking to cover the other 50%. Again, we'll be looking at around 13 or 14,000 a year from the village and 13 to 14 from the fire districts.
Chief, just ballpark, what does it cost for gear for one firefighter? The boots, the pants, the jacket, the helmet, the gloves, anything that they need to go on a fire, like that whole package, what does that cost for one outfit?
Yeah, it's somewhere around between $2,500 and $2,800.
Okay, great. So those grants are very helpful.
Yeah.
It's got building maintenance in here. What would that include?
We zeroed out the money that we put in there every year for like getting paint to keep up with painting. We do have money in there still for facility guys to come and repair like electrical stuff or plumbing stuff or something like that, but it's just more of, keeping the place looking, nice.
Cosmetics?
Right.
And that's 1,500 of the cost.
But you've got that guardrail going down to the lower level, and that's in really bad shape and actually rusting out of the concrete besides the paint chipping. So I think something has to stay in for maintenance to get that thing done. We were going to do it last year, and it never got done.
Yeah, I actually worked through the police chief and getting the prisoners lined up to come out this spring to help with, taking and sanding that down, priming and painting it, and figure out, we would do what we can do. Again, we haven't even got to the capital things yet or infrastructure, but there's a lot of infrastructure things at our headquarters station inside and out that really needs attention.
Great, we can.
The building's 22 years old now, so.
That works.
Okay.
So leave that entirety eliminated, or do we want to put back in the building maintenance?
Thoughts?
Building, well,
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So part of this includes the $1,500 that we were just talking about for building purchase improvements, the miscellaneous, painting, those kind of things. So just to verify, we want to make sure that, I'm just trying to see, are we saying that we should keep that in the budget to be able to fund that miscellaneous amount, but still have these other reductions? Just to verify that's the, is that the consensus, I guess?
Just for right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Onward.
All right, I believe we've already talked about all of the fire revenues. We don't need to delve into that again. So just as a kind of a notice to where we are right now, let's back up, and you can often see it at the top of lots of our screens, but I'll bring up this sheet one more time. So right now we're looking at a projected net of 82,000. So it is shrinking. It's a little bit less than the million we started with. So right now it's at about 82,000, just so, in the general fund, just so everyone's aware of that piece.
Any comments from the board or additional questions on this? Any comments from staff or the public? Okay, this might be a good spot, and I'll kind of pull the board and see if you want to maybe take a 15-minute break, a half-hour break, grab something to eat, and come back and reconvene. Or if you want to just trudge through. We have a lot more to cover. I'd like to try to get this entire agenda done today, so we will be here a long time.
I'd say we keep going, let's knock this out.
I do too. We have poor staff sitting
Yeah,
here.
Well, they'd have to eat too. We weren't going to leave them here and tell them they couldn't eat. You guys have to stay here while we eat and take a break. Crunch your numbers. So how does everybody feel? At least like 10 or 15 minutes?
Let's go.
It's up to you.
I'd say we keep going, let's get
Just
this.
keep
Yeah.
How much we got left in fire?
We're moving.
Pardon me?
How much we got left in fire?
Fire's done.
We're done.
Okay,
We're done.
so it'd be the time to do it if you're going to do it.
Yeah, I would personally like to at least take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just need to regroup my brain, and
Cool,
if everybody's in agreement with that.
cool.
Okay, we'll break until like 1:25.
Yeah, I could live with that.
you know, 12,
Okay.
is that where we're headed?
We got 80,000
Yeah.
left,
So
Steve, what are we
let's-
gonna do?
So let's move into, I think in the interest of time and for the trustee who has to leave, let's finish off with the general fund. So we're going to skip number 11 for right now and jump to 12. We're going to do 12, program department summary for public works, street fleets, administration. Again, kind of combined a bunch of,
Wait, what are we doing?
so we're going into option number 12, or, sorry, files labeled 12- program depth summaries.
I don't have that.
And again, listed here are a bunch of options and items that are up for consideration, not necessarily options that we like, and there's some hard decisions that are here at this point too. So I guess we'll kind of turn it over to you, Steve, if you want to kind of walk through some of what the different options mean.
Sure. Well, there are many different options with the different programs, and some of them you'll already see is got some, I don't want to hesitate to call it a suggestion, but you know, a value that was put in there that was considered in the total when you looked at the end. The first item, well, we approached the whole budget with first, always like every budget, looking for the efficiencies and what you can do within the areas that you're already working on, and whatever things that are programs that are done that are, yeah, I don't want to call them optional, but ones that you know, don't have a specific requirement behind them. So the first one was the brush pickup, because we talked about this early with the considering what we were going to do in April when we canceled that. But this first item, or the different options, was reducing it down to 8 pickups, 4 pickups, or eliminating the program altogether, and the different values that were associated with that. It comes up, I guess this would be true with any option in any department, but this is not just the value of staffing, but it's the value of the equipments that are related to it also. And that's the value, the equivalent annual value of the equipment annualized, over the life of the equipment. So some of these are representations of what that program costs, but it's not necessarily the immediate savings if you eliminated it. Eventually it would be, but just not instantly.
Well, seeing as how we've all been beat up about the brush pickup scenario, probably every corner we turn.
You can't do that to me. No, you gotta do it. You gotta keep doing it.
Well,
They talk funny.
I know, they do. It's just like, would I rather have ambulance service or have my sticks picked up? I wouldn't have a problem with 4 pickups a year. I mean, that's 4 more than most towns do.
Yeah.
Plus, the other thing I want to ask you, of course, we'd still have the storm scenario in place if we got really hammered, right?
Well, that's why 100% of the value in column A doesn't come out, because we still have to do storm damage for parkway trees,
right.
For the trees that we own. So there's that, we're still doing that job. It's just whether or not we're going to do it, the residential service component of it.
So you're saying the storm damage is really only for the parkway trees anyway? Or
Right, I mean, we
because
don't-
usually storm damage, we tell people to bring their stuff up at a certain time and we take it, but
Well, we call it storm damage, but it's anything, it could just be their own landscaping and gardening and pruning, and I don't want to say it's taken advantage of, but there have been instances where someone has hired a landscaper to do work and they leave the material behind for us to chip it up. We do that. This is just a residential program. It's no commercial, no multifamily residences. Well, the idea being no income property. And it's very aggressive, and like Trustee Fleming said, some towns don't do it at all, do it once. Some do it twice. We were our most aggressive. We were doing it 8 times a year. We've been 6 for the last couple years, and the proposal when we talked about this last fall was 4 pickups before we got. This was earlier in the fall before referendum and home rule.
Well, the thing I look at it this way too. It's like, say we can turn back the machine. At one point in time, the residents never paid a dime for garbage pickup. Ever. I remember how big that number was when we got into that one. Okay. So maybe eventually the program does go away. We're at 6. Let's take it down to 4. Step the program down. Because honestly, if we shut this thing down this year, you're going to have more stuff piled at curbs than you can even think.
And we'll have code issues.
Well, that was just it. If you're going to take it down to 4, you are going to have code issues no matter what. If you take it down to nothing, you're going to have code issues.
Right. But it's a step down. You had 6. I mean, it's like anything else. The adjustments have to be made somewhere. So you take it to 4. You try to get your residents a little bit more diligent when they put the stuff out. I mean, we've already foregone the spring one because we didn't know where this was going to be.
But we have to get to a point, hopefully, with all the development, that we start going back in the other direction. It just can't always be a negative. We have to be striving to go for get back up to 6 and 8. I think that's what we have to let the residents know.
Why?
This is abandoned.
Why?
Because that's part of what we do as a community.
I
We try to
understand that.
provide services to the community.
But just because you start getting more development and things going on or whatever, that would be like, okay, then let's start reducing what we pay for garbage and let the village start paying more of it.
I don't care what it is you decide to do. It's just that some things have to go to the positive.
I understand.
You want to start with garbage, you want to start whatever it is, but hopefully with development will come a time where we can sit there and say, we're adding a service.
I mean, that's the whole
Not-
idea. That's, it's a quality of life issue in
Yeah.
some regards. And
Take whatever order of importance you want to do it in. But that's our goal, is to try to go the opposite direction.
I need
With
to.
something.
I'm just saying you can't, I don't think you can take it to 0.
There were other aspects of this too that, for reductions as opposed to eliminations, other things that are tied to this, for example, that there's two primary reasons that we have seasonal staff in the summer, and that's brush pickup and special events. So you still have that seasonal for that same period of time. If you go from 4, you go down to 2, you don't reap those savings because, until you go to 0, because you're still have to take on that staff to do that. Unless you planned on hiring seasonal employees for 1 week, which I don't know if you'd get anybody to apply for that.
So initially,
I think we're looking to do 4.
A, B, C, D, C?
Yeah.
4 good?
We can start weaning them off if we have to end up going.
It'll be 3 this year because we skipped April, and it'll be every other month. So we would pick up again in June if passed like this.
Who knows? There might be a benefactor, leave the village some money. Maybe you could throw an extra one in there in the fall.
Other things we looked into that aren't options reflected here is, it's not typical, but there are other communities that charge for this. There's one that charges well, it comes with the utility bill, so whether it's monthly or bi-monthly, there is a reoccurring single lump sum charge. I think it's like $5 per utility, but every property owner pays that for the ability to have the service available, and then it's still run. It's not based on quantity. Another community does not go out and collect it, but if you could bring it to them, they have, I think, a Saturday a month. They have staff at they have a special yard for it. But the residents would bring all their brush to them, and they charge them by the carload, a nominal fee, and verify that it's a local resident that's doing it. And then they can ship it all up during the day, or at other times if you've got a place to store it. So these are opportunities of things to pursue. They're just not reflected in any of these options.
Could we put that on a bill, though, so it only reflects those addresses that get the benefit of the service?
I don't know how you would do it. The one I talked to understanding was just on everybody's bill.
Because you just provide it to single-family homes, right? We provide it to every single-family home?
Yeah.
And Carrie, we can differentiate and apply an extra rate to all single-family homes. Is that?
You're saying if you wanted to make a general charge to all single-family homes, I believe you could meld that into the MSI billing module.
So would it show up separately on the rate, or would you just? I would guess that you could.
Maybe a programmable charge that we'd have to incur through MSI. Tim would be able to address that better.
Okay. Or we could potentially add it on to the garbage collection fee or something.
Yes.
Okay. Because we don't do garbage for the multifamily currently, right? Okay.
Well, they contract that directly themselves.
Simply add it to the garbage. We could probably do something like that if we wanted to. 5 seconds. We can run some numbers on that if that's something the board's interested in. Kind of seeing how much a charge for each single-family home it would be if we wanted to, if that's.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing with that is, and you can ask Steve, and you can ask head of the streets crew out there how much this is abused, big time. I mean, there's been times they've actually gone to people's houses and said, we're not taking it, okay? You need to get this removed, or they've caught garbage or
They
whatever.
had that house down a couple of years ago, they had the tree taken down and they left it out in the front yard.
Right.
Yeah.
And, some cases, that's okay, but the program is set up and it's defined what's acceptable that we will collect, and it defines the size of the pile that we would be to. If it's something bigger than that, we consider that, we consider that at large, that's special landscape services. You need to retain a contractor to do that. That's not what the purpose of the program was.
But you could restore the 4 pickups, figure out what the balance is, and charge that if you wanted to go back to the full level of service as an alternative.
I hate to do it if you do that on the bill, like the garbage, then it would be a blanket cost for every resident.
Right.
Whether they use it or
And I don't think it's
not.
fair, because there's a lot of residents who would
use
never
the,
utilize
brush.
it, and I don't want to charge people for that. I
The
mean,
similar system to like garbage, you either do a sticker program or you have just a lump sum fee, whether you put anything out or not, you're paying for the availability of it.
Right, but there's a lot of people who don't do the brush pickup. They don't have a lot of trees, and I wouldn't want to hit some residents with that. I would rather find another way of charging an individual who, and I do think we'd even see even a lot more abuse, because, you know, if I had a company cut down my tree and I've been paying for this, you know, brush service for years, why would I, you know, I'd sit there and say, well, I'm putting it out there. I've been paying the village to do it, and I haven't put a darn limb out there yet. So, no, I prefer to hold off on that unless absolutely necessary.
Okay, so you guys don't need to see any numbers on that kind of thing? We're not interested in that now?
Not this year.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
Next subject, is it?
Sure.
You know, all our devices are running out of power this meeting, so.
Mine's solar power.
Excuse me while I fall under the desk.
Hey, where are you going?
It's too stressful, I just can't sit anymore.
Actually, isn't
Quiet time.
it, that's where we keep our special refrigerators.
I was taking a timeout for my bad behavior. Thank you, Ron.
So
I'll give
in
it back
Public
to
Works
you.
Streets, we kind of set up our programs so that they were program representative of the different types of services we do throughout there. The next one is alley maintenance. Are we ready to move on to?
Oh, yeah.
Alley maintenance? That is just the routine work we do in there all the time. A bulk of the alley system in the old part of town is stone and gravel, and it needs continuous either regrading, the irregularities in the surface, the drainage issues, and a lot of overgrowth. We have to constantly trim that back because our waste management collection is through the alleys. So we take that on and we do that, and these options, you know, column A represents about how much time and attention we spend on that, and the other options are just cutting that back. And it's called cutting it back, and it sounds great. We save money, we do less of it, but that will be balanced by the level of complaints that'll come with the condition of the alleys, and we would the consequences is we'd have to say, I'm sorry, we don't do that.
Couldn't you call those holes in the alley your speed bumps?
Well, that's a good point. It does do traffic calming.
Then otherwise you fix them and you're going to get people saying they're speeding through the alleys, so. No.
Well, when you pave an alley, that's the
I'll tell
first
you right now,
complaint.
I got paving alleys, no. It just gives you another thoroughfare. That's all it does. It speeds up traffic and a way to get around. And the thing is, the alleys basically are in the core of the town. The majority of the alleys that have to be worked. You know, I mean,
I don't have it.
Oh, I love my alley.
oh, I do too. I do too.
And
Makes life a
many
lot
people
easier.
rely on it
You're
as
not talking
their
paving, you're talking just
No, they grade them.
fixing.
gravel,
Yeah.
paving the
They
condition.
come through and grade them down.
How much you
and
bounce when you're
level out a little
driving
bit.
down it.
Yep.
So we did not ever suggest eliminating any attention in it, but this, if we select option B, it would be more complaint-driven than it would be any proactive work we would do, like we normally do a few times a year, go through all of them.
Could we live with decreasing?
You know, after the winter, you know, we're all getting calls, I'm sure, on alleys. I've had several.
Right.
So it's a
Well,
tough
we're
one.
comfortable with the level that's going on now. And maybe the residents wouldn't necessarily even agree with that. So reducing it is just
Okay.
aggravating that.
Yeah, I think you're gonna talk about pour fuel on the fire. That would not be.
Not a good idea.
That one, honestly, I'd leave alone.
Keep it A.
So keep it as A.
I'd like to see us try. I mean, our numbers doesn't look as good as at the beginning of the day, but we knew we were going to have to make more than one pass at this, so.
Oh, yeah.
Tree maintenance is just our taking care of our own urban forest, the parkway trees and trees on our own properties. The program represents going through the pruning. The watering is when we do new plantings, we water all those, and then in the central business district, those get a little more attention than parkway trees throughout the town. The differences in level, again, is, you know, a reduction in that, the amount of work. If pruning, ideally, you hope to hit any one tree on a 5-year cycle, and that's ideal, and I'm not saying we haven't been at that level in a long time. So we try and do as much pruning as possible in health, but again, it's usually complaint-driven. It's, I'm banging my head on this branch, and we go through and react to complaints. So this is a further level of reduction of what little proactive work we're doing already. And this does not include, well, the next item is tree removals. That's solely based, I mean, we only remove it when it's dead and therefore a hazard. So there's not, you'll see in tree removals, we identified options, but none were suggested because we remove them if we have to. Tree planting is a replacing from our removals. We're doing hundreds of removals a year because of the EAB, and we've talked about this at Public Works Committee about how aggressively we can do with the tree replacement. We have both, in order to up the quantities of what we could afford to do for the same amount of money, we, smaller diameters, and every day we hand out hundreds of seedlings, and we're trying different things to increase that urban forest. The options in here are, what we spend today, cut the reduction of the tree size, we'll save a little bit of money, and, major cuts or, eliminate the program altogether. We even looked into contracting out tree replacement because we do it all in-house, and many communities, tree programs, is they hire you buy the materials, but you buy the price planted and let someone else do it. But we've actually found that to be more expensive than what we can do it for. So it's not suggested, but it's identified. Street sewer maintenance is maintaining the storm sewer system that we already have in place. We do own a jetter. It's a hose, a powered device that you can get in and clean storm sewers, particularly the ones where you have known problems or root problems, and keep those clean. So the options are different levels of reduction that would be, don't do the jetting, but we still own the equipment. I suppose you could sell the equipment, but then you're hiring somebody out when you actually have a blockage and you need to do something about it. So it's doing no proactive, which would replicate what we were doing many years ago. The next option doesn't have to do with the cleaning, but it's the new sewer lines. We go out and react to problem areas. We're constantly adding little areas of storm sewer extensions and fixing things and running storm sewer into new areas where they weren't before. That option C would have been, which we're suggesting as an opportunity. We can just say, no, it's unfortunate that this puddle's been here, but it's not a new drainage problem. It's something that's been there forever. It would be a reduction of level of service. But I don't know how to describe it any differently. It would be just leaving it status quo, and you're not fixing anything. You leave the nuisance in place. Similarly with sidewalk curb maintenance, we have a large network of public sidewalk, and with both the ADA being the American with Disabilities Act and other federal standards, the condition of the sidewalks have to be in a certain accessible condition, or the liability that goes with trip hazards. So sidewalks move, they settle, they either have water standing on them, or they break, or the surface has got some irregular condition. This would be the change in how we go out there and do it. In many cases, we go out and replace the sidewalk when the hazard is bigger. We have a sidewalk replacement policy, and all these criteria are measured. They are going to get more stringent because there's federal legislation soon that will make trip hazards go from 1 inch down to a 1/4 inch. And so it's very expensive to remove and replace, but it's better repair. These options consider doing, we didn't tab anything out as far as a selection, but there's different things that can be done. We can say we're not removing any of these sidewalks. We'll go out there with a grinder and grind the lip down, and you just keep scratching off the sidewalk. And we do that now when it's a small enough defect. but you can only do that for a certain period of time at the same location if it keeps moving. If it's a base problem, you're just temporarily solving something, and it's labor intensive, so it's not a terrific savings to do that. Another thing that would be very easy to do would be, we're not going to address any of them. We'll just go out with, like filling a pothole, just go out with shovelfuls of asphalt and temporary ramp it. It'll look horrible. You got to get that to stick too, but it is something that will get rid of the liability, but it's not, the ideal proposal, so we did not suggest it. Last item would be, we have a 50-50 program where we're doing sidewalks in an area, or a good example is somebody's doing rebuilding their entire residential driveway, both the driveway and the apron, but they are not comfortable with the condition of the sidewalk that goes through the driveway, and they want us to replace it in advance. And if it doesn't meet our criteria for being hazardous, we say, no, we're sorry, we don't do it. And they can participate in a 50-50 program because they want to remove and replace it, and it is still a benefit to the village. We get a better conditioned sidewalk, but they're installing it on their schedule at their time. So we participate 50-50 with that. There's still that small expense to us, so another option would be we could just eliminate the 50-50 program with no harm to us, but like everything else I've been mentioning, it's a change in level of service if we did.
Definitely agree with that.
We're really reaching for ideas of, what we can do, not ever considering any of them, great ideas, just ideas. Sign maintenance, traffic markings. The comment that says there actually is 3 things selected here just to discuss it: the no auxiliary signs or info signs, no community info signs, and the last one is pavement markings only as needed in the downtown. What all of those are referring to is if there's a regulatory sign, speed limit, traffic restrictions, actual traffic regulatory or warning signs, we do those normally as we always would because we have to, but the other signs that are, caution, children at play type signs, that we would stop doing things like that would not be considered the expense because there is not there's a great benefit to the community that's requesting it, but it is not an essential sign that would be needed for traffic control purposes. The other one would be the community. We do a lot of investment in making signs for other events, whether they're banners or signs. And last Thursday night, we were talking about special events. Is like we can just put a sign up that says parking lots open or businesses are open. Well, that all has to be made and manufactured. This is suggesting we stop doing that, and whoever's requesting it, buy those, have them made.
Steve, how
or pay us to make them.
Is it the norm that communities have their own sign shop or do their own signage?
It depends on the size. We do. We have done stuff for others, whether it's the Park District, not often, but there's been other applications where we've done that or worked with the township and have done that cooperatively because they don't have that access. DuPage County has got a very large system. Bigger communities have really full service ones, but we do make all our own. All our road markers. It would be more expensive if we put that all out. But if we got to a system where we weren't making signs anymore, unless there was an ordinance, parking changed on this block, then when you buy them in small quantities from a company, it gets very expensive when you do a little bit at a time. So we've got the benefit of having large inventory.
Because I'm thinking, I'm listening to you go through this, and it's just, again, reaffirming how much you've already cut in previous years, and now we're down to $2,000 for signs, and that, for me, right? That's one thing I'd like to see us continue, because again, it goes back to, services in many, quality of life, visibility. I just.
Here we've been talking about parking signs.
Right, right.
What do they call those? Wayfind?
Yeah,
Wayfind signs down here to where to park,
Well, the wayfinding type signs that we're talking about for the downtown, we would probably contract that out.
Okay.
Because that's kind of a specialty, and you're going to be looking for a very,
not as generic?
a certain type of aesthetic.
I mean, things like.
I don't know, you don't
It's
have
not
the
traffic
capability to
signs.
make those kind of signs.
We don't,
that you
and
typically see in
this is
other
only
communities.
addressing traffic.
Okay, all right.
Well, or would it not be included in either of these? I mean, a resident moves into a neighborhood and maybe they have a blind child or a deaf child, and we put up signs, caution, deaf child,
Those are the things this suggests stopping.
no. Yeah, no. For me, no.
For me too, I had a deaf child.
Well, that was my example, but, and for, as you said, for cruising nights and the signage that we want to do, and I love that you brought it up. I think it shows that you're really, really, as you always do, taking it very, very serious, but I think this is one of those things that I have to say no to.
The other
because-
purpose was whether or not to look into recapturing some of those costs when they get requested to. Not the,
Yeah.
blind child sign, but,
Yeah.
special event things that are
Right.
kind of single use and are gone.
And maybe we can do that and kind of, you look like you're going to say something.
We've been through this for how many hours and the day before, and we got another, how many hours before us and days? Everything we're doing today is because of the loss of home rule tax.
Yeah, we used to do
That's what
these
this is. This is what it's come down to. This is the services that are being reduced. People are hearing it, hopefully the few that are watching are hearing, this is what we're down to because of the loss of that home rule.
Steve, what
Yes.
about the signs that are put out on the property because there's a P&Z meeting, a zoning? Are we doing those signs?
We do make those now. That's something new, but that is something that is in the community development budget. Like public hearing, those mandatory
Okay.
ones, right?
Put on properties.
Right. Because they're reusable, so they had them made, we made them for them, but they're expense, and then we just keep reusing them. So
Okay.
those are,
But that's still-
those are good applications. Those are reusable almost indefinitely.
So is the general consensus then to not include option B or option C in the budget? Are we okay with still option D? So,
Option D I didn't talk much about was
Yeah,
right now we
this-
go through the whole, there are pavement markings everywhere, and there's usually just stop bars and crosswalks, and when they are sufficiently faded, we'll go and repair them. We've eliminated a lot of unnecessary pavement markings throughout. Every time we do a resurfacing, we've really scaled that back, so we're not maintaining nearly as much as we used to in past years. But in the downtown, there's a lot of pavement markings, parking lots, the parking stalls, all the striping, the crosswalks. It's very high visibility and important, and we do that automatically each year. And that's suggesting that we don't do it automatically. We wait until there's a faded problem and react to defects as opposed to brightening that up each year.
This is sad.
Yeah, I don't know how I
You
feel
want
about
this-
that one either. I mean, my brain was kind of saying, could we maybe do, rather than just doing it, on a reactive basis, would there be a way we could take specific markings and maybe put it on a rotation where we know it's getting done instead of every year, it's maybe every 18 months? And would that maybe bring the cost down a little, yet it would still be, I don't know, I'm just,
A little, and
you're the
there's
man.
more
I mean, you're the one that.
management with it, right? It's really nice when we get, now this is paint and pavement markings that we do in-house. When we resurface a street, and for example, if we were going to resurface Cass Avenue, which is not being proposed, but if we were, all those pavement markings get put in what's called a thermoplastic, and they're good for many, many years all by themselves without any attention.
Without any maintenance.
Unless a snowplow somehow scrapes it off or something. So with that, this is another reason why our other costs are going down, because we're putting everything in thermoplastic to extend that. The downtown is all paint, so we have to paint it each year because it gets pretty dull.
Do we want to look at a program, this isn't the forum for it, but maybe we want to consider a similar program for the Central Business District with thermoplastic?
We could, but thermoplastic is not well applied to old pavement.
Okay, so
it's best when the pavement's brand new.
Just curious.
For it adheres, right?
Okay.
Otherwise, it will all scrape off and.
What are the thoughts on this item? I mean, and I kind of go back to what, Trustee Scott has said over and over again, we have this comp plan, we have this TIF, and we want people and businesses to come in. And if they come in and our markings look like they needed to be painted 2 months ago, that doesn't bode well to our image. So.
Can the paint get put down by our TIF money for
Can EMA do that?
25 years?
Maybe EMA, you think EMA would do that?
Come on, the grade school kids do the plows. Just turn
Let them do the
loose.
street markings. Yeah.
Let them do it.
Yeah, see them in the middle of the street.
But I mean,
painting.
we're kind of making a joke out of it, but, seriously not. We're making light of it would be a better,
You
but,
nailed it, though. I mean,
but it's important. It's important.
It also goes with the street sweeping. You need the streets clean and you need them marked.
Trustee Scott has said it over and over and over for months now.
How many people have we talked to who were complaining about the street conditions? We haven't even got to that yet, but I mean,
I hear
it's
the
just,
most.
they're complaining about the condition of the streets, and this is the icing, on the cake on that part there.
I think we need it.
Yeah, I don't know if we can cut it.
Just like I think we need street sweeping. I'd hate to see it reduced.
The reduction is, we do aggressively sweep. We're actually understanding that point, and certainly more is better, but the reduction represents reducing it to only the minimum that would be required to satisfy our NPDES permit, which is it's a national permit. We are a joint permit holder with all communities in DuPage County, and the aspects, the permit requirements are done as a group, as a community, and there's other things that we have to do individually, and this is one of the things we identify that we do. And there's good reasons for it too, keeping all that, besides the appearance, it keeps all of it out of the storm sewer, and that's important too, and that goes back to the earlier comments about preventative maintenance with, cleaning storm sewer, so it's all related.
So will this proposed reduction mean that after a snowstorm and the plows go by and tear up all the potholes on multiple streets and there's all those pebbles up and down the streets, that those won't get cleaned up as often as they do now?
That's what this suggests, would not be as often.
We'd
We'd rather the streets were in a condition where they weren't raveling anymore, but that's, but because it's happening.
Until it's like that, then I think you need to clean them as often as we do.
I think you put a sweeper down, Grant or Adams, and it's taking the street with it.
How often do we sweep, and what is the typical community best practice?
We have, not every area in town gets hit every week, but there's certain, like the central business district in the old part of town gets done weekly, and then other areas with residential areas that are outside the oldest part of town, that are newer and don't require the same amount of attention might get done monthly. I don't know if there's I can't speak to the best management practice. I don't know if there's one published that would be for.
Let me rephrase it then. What do other communities around in the area typically do? They sweep.
Because one of the options we were looking into is whether or not it was more to our economic benefit to contract it out. Many communities sweep 2 times a year just to get it done. And we're doing it weekly.
Wow.
Well, that may depend on how old the community
Our roads
is, with
might
how many
be-
trees, if you're looking at Hinsdale.
Right.
Yeah.
Versus.
Some 2, some
area.
4. There was a variety of different aspects, and they were paying as much to do that with a contractor as we're doing with our own guys and our own equipment at a much higher rate. So I'm not sure how anybody else is finding that economical, but. That's why we think we can do we're going to try and scale back what we're doing without it creating a problem, and that's why that option B was proposed.
We do it, you said weekly?
Weekly, and like the downtown, it's weekly,
The downtown is weekly, but other areas we do
probably monthly.
monthly.
Like far out, but streets that don't have curbs at all don't get swept at all.
So if we did reduce it, to Steve's point, now we have this horrible storm that comes through and everything melts, and now you got the leaves and you got everything blowing around in the tree branches. We could do an emergency sweep still, couldn't
Always, as long as we own the
So we could-
equipment and we can go out and, like anything weather related, we would react to it
So we would,
on that case.
just like we do brush?
Yes.
I don't know, how does
Well, that's
it?
true with the brush pickup. If there was a significant enough event throughout the town where usually you don't have to declare it an emergency, but if it was felt that this was a big enough village-wide problem, we would hold a special pickup or we would do a special sweeping or.
I think we could try the reduced if he thinks we could manage with it.
Well, since we're in this kind of uncharted waters here, I think by next year we'll be hearing from the residents what they like,
We'll know.
what they didn't like.
So?
And they'll be looking for 2014, November.
Yeah. Yes, they will. I know one that will.
You betcha.
So shall we leave that in? And,
We got it, I mean,
you know, we know that we can do the emergency if we need to.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Leave in the reduction,
Leave in the reduction.
cyclic B, great. Snow plowing and snow removal, both B and D are selected. B is a given, that's happening no matter what. We have 2 very light years of winter activity that we have an inordinate amount of salt left over, that we're in a good position for all next year, and we have an obligation to buy salt from the state bid next year too. So
Does it ever get bad or lose its effectiveness if it's old or?
not the effectiveness ever, but what will happen is if you can't keep it dry, if it gets wet and then it melts and then
Sticks together and,
yeah, it becomes one big mountain block of salt, and then you have to find a way to grind that back up. So
Okay.
that's the importance of covered storage. And
got it.
the other one was, it's in there because it is also something we do that is optional but very well regarded, it's just the CBD snow removal. We plow streets village-wide. We clear the sidewalks in front of our own buildings, and we don't do public sidewalks. There's a little exception, but I'll say nowhere in town except in the central business district. There is a difference. They're all at 0 setback. They don't have parkways. The street's wide. There's not much space left. So some of them will go out and get it out to the curb work, but our CBD removal is once there's enough of accumulation, we come in at night and work through the night. You have to do it when there's no traffic and no parked cars and no pedestrians. Take everything off all the sidewalks, push it all into the road, pick it up, truck it out of the downtown. So this cost represents that service. We could stop doing that because it's not it's not a necessity, but the consequence is it'll all be piled up in the parkways. Everybody will be walking over it from the parking. It will not be a very friendly environment downtown, depending on how much snow there is.
Well, and some businesses just won't do it, period.
Right, and they expect us to do it.
It'll become ice, it'll be, you know,
And that means some customers won't be coming.
right.
Right.
Well, this thing just keeps circling back around, doesn't it?
I mean, you look at Downers, I mean, they do the exact same thing. They
No matter what.
they take it all
Do the
out.
same thing, and they in fact have
just keeps
started hiring
circling back
private
around.
contractors
Groundhog
to
Day.
come in.
It
And
just-
I think Clarendon Hills does downtown by contract. Downers Grove, I believe, is doing in and around the depot and the platform maintenance by contract. And, you know, we can do all that effectively, but, you know, for a price. But I just wanted to let you know that that's in there right now. That's something that would be commented on if we stopped doing it.
Yes.
Do we really want to mess with the snow plowing in this town?
That's conducive to a TIF district in the downtown welcoming.
Yeah, it's,
No, thanks.
So there's a way you can attribute that service to tourism, that would be one.
Somehow.
come to Westmont, our sidewalks are clear of snow. Put it in our brochure.
So we're eliminating D, I think, right?
Yeah, does everybody concur we leave that in?
For what?
We leave
You leave it.
it in.
Yeah, because we know how responsible we
Steve,
are.
can we just circle back to the salt thing again?
Yes.
I want to make sure I understand what you're proposing in B. Is this to suggest that we have so much salt left, we're okay for next year?
Yes,
Now,
this whole process was based on, this column A represents our existing budget and how are we deviating from it. We would be suggesting this even if it was a line item budget. We don't need to purchase that much salt anymore because we have a lot of it.
okay.
So this is being reduced no matter what.
So if we had this horrible thing such as the East Coast had last year, where they were just every week getting pounded with a foot of snow, if that happened here, would we have access to buy additional salt if we needed it?
Yes.
Of course, then you wouldn't.
We would
use
still
the
have a
salt on foot of
contract
snow, but-
in this next fall, but last month, they already made me commit to quantities that we want
Okay.
next fall, and I've scaled that way back because I have a lot left.
Okay.
So, and we can buy anywhere from 80 to 120% of what we specified was in the bid. We still have access to more above 120%, but then
Okay.
they've got the right to negotiate a different price.
So we
if that
can
happens.
always get more.
And the other good news, if it's ice storms, a lot of salt. A lot of small snowfalls, first 2 inches you address with salt. During the blizzard we had, Snowmageddon, we used next to no salt. You just
We use that
plowed
beach,
in.
well, yeah.
You salted when you were done. It was just all on the ground. You got rid of it first and you salted once.
Then you yeah.
Some problem intersections, certainly, but you use less material in a blizzard than you would
Okay.
in a...
And we still do that beet juice thing, right?
Sure.
It's
That's
like
the calcium chloride.
Okay.
Or the chemical name for it, CaCl, and then the brine.
Okay.
Are the, those
Got
refer
it.
to the liquid chemicals that we use.
Thank you. Okay, so we're good with that. Everybody got that?
Yep.
Right-of-way maintenance, there's a lot of things lumped into there, but the no grading option, which you see isn't a big savings compared to the total, was for, think of it like places with ditches and the irregularities that come with a ditch, and they might have water sitting in it. Is it, a functional problem? No, but it's a nuisance. You want the property owner to maintain their property right out to the street, even if it is public parkway and in the ditch, and we appreciate and rely on that, lawn mowing, and if it's not in a good condition, people will stop taking care of it. And so grading would be to do re-ditching as they come up as we find the problems. But technically, you could say, when it rains, it still moves, and nobody's property's at threatened, it's just a nuisance. So, again, I'm not calling this a suggestion, but that's what that represents. We would stop reacting to small drainage complaints and ditches and things like that. Because we hire a grade-all, so we have a company that comes in and does that. When we have a list, when we've got a full week's worth of work for them, they'll come in and do that, and this is eliminating that service.
Is it the services we don't want to eliminate?
Which is just $13,000 compared to the
eliminate services.
$300,000 in that category.
We don't want to take away services. This is a service.
Yeah, but there's a higher priority of services.
Oh, of
too.
course there is, of course there is. But it's just so the public understands, it's not always by choice. This is sometimes a necessity.
I can't remember a budget past even having to talk about this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, small potatoes.
I didn't realize how frustrating this was really going to be.
Okay.
This is just...
So,
So are we
we are leaving B in.
in
Yeah.
for now? Okay.
As much as we
You got to.
would like to not, we have no choice, I think. Okay.
He stays in there as a reduction. The next item, the departmental equipment maintenance. These are things that are in there, and we've identified what these pieces of equipment are. These are things that are just not in the vehicle replacement plan. They're equipment. I suppose they could have been in the capital plan, but because they're just for this department, the end loader, the backhoe, the chipper replacement, and the stump grinder, those are the values of what those represent, but you can see in the last column, we're not suggesting that we purchase any of them. We've just identified the need, if you would, but we'll function without that replacement. Same thing with the Bobcat. We've got a very lucrative replacement program with the manufacturer that's very government-friendly.
Do you anticipate a lot of maintenance costs on any of these pieces of equipment since we won't be, because didn't you have some of this in there last year and we took it out?
Yes.
Or the year
And
before
the
even?
maintenance does go up, but the, again, looking for opportunities not to aggravate the budget. So there's nothing listed in here that isn't worthy of purchasing and has good function of the department, but it is not a crisis if we don't replace it.
I guess I just get nervous when we take pieces of equipment that we use frequently and that there's a need to have, and we just keep putting off replacement and putting it off and putting it off. And I just didn't know, like, if one of them failed completely, we'd be without.
Well, also with the chipper, I mean, we own two.
So we've
and
got a backup there at least.
It was replacing the oldest one, so we know how to survive. We've also got the ability to rent, on demand. Butchery's pretty full service.
Okay.
Another thing that comes to mind, and I won't dwell on it, but the end loader that is not requested here, there is one requested, you'll see in the water fund, and with that, we're very good about sharing stuff too, so we have access to these things in other ways depending on how that budget goes. We haven't seen it yet.
Okay, yeah.
That was Bobcat. The doors and fence were, that was the I don't know what the fence part was here because I know it's in the capital plan too, but we have all the metal doors on the building at the street division location the door jambs are rusting and they come out, and we've replaced 3 of them already, but kind of on an emergency basis as they've, it's like you grab the doorknob and the whole thing comes out of the building.
It makes it convenient for the public, they can get in and out really easy.
So this was to continue on and address the other doors kind of before they become a problem, but it's not urgent now either.
Okay.
The employee resources line is well, I can't speak to the individual things that are in the training. The training is separated from conferences. There was a lot of training that is get done. There's a lot of staff with a lot of different areas of expertise that they do. This line B represents if you were to eliminate all the training that isn't required for some licensure or a certification, call it continuing education requirements. That's what that would represent if chosen. Uniforms refers to a uniform allowance. We do not issue uniforms to the employee. We issue the safety shirts and equipment and all that necessary, but each employee is required to buy, for example, their own safety footwear and things like that. And because other employees have different needs, they go through either, pants at a higher rate. Other guys go through a couple pairs of boots a year, depending on what their job is. We have a uniform allowance system that allows them to apply those funds to themselves in the way that they see best fit. It used to be, it was reduced last year to less than half of what it had been in previous years. This suggests eliminating it. That would mean the burden would be on the employee at that point.
The burden, well.
And the market adjustment has to do with the identified positions that were not found to be up to the minimum of that code previously covered, right?
We're taking that one out.
That's represented in that dollar amount there.
Yeah.
And also just internal to the Public Works Department, just the reorganization just within that one office would be an adjustment for that
Okay.
position too. That is actually an increase. Well, the last two are increases, so those have to be taken into consideration in the bigger scheme.
Okay.
Scheme's not a good word. But
To circle back to the uniforms, or to the
uniform allowance.
Before we started cutting that, back in the day when we had it, did that encompass the purchase of their steel-toed shoes or footwear? That was explain to me what they've always been responsible for on their own and what we...
I don't know how far I can speak to. I do know, a very long time ago, I think everybody got paid for one pair of boots, period. We also had a uniform service that would come in, and they would physically, think like a mechanic, or, you had 5 shirts and 5 pants. They were gray. They were these horrible. That's not important. It was just that we actually made the uniforms available to them that they wore shirt and pants at work, and then they leave them there, and the service would come and launder them. And then it got to a point where some people were using it, some weren't, and it wasn't being uniformly applied. So we got rid of the commercial service and said, get your own stuff and you apply your allowance as you see fit. And that's been about, well, that's been since 2003, 2004, we've been doing it that way.
So does taking away this allowance put us in a more difficult position in that some employees may just kind of not be as good about upgrading, replacing their shoes, wearing the right shirt? I mean, is it going to create another set of problems? I mean, to me, human nature,
comment is, on the converse, there may or may not be employees that spend it because it's there and don't, I mean, it's April and the end of the budget and people are turning, I got to hurry up and use my allowance before I lose it. So they'll buy those things. There are some people that legitimately go through a couple pairs of boots because they're wearing them out, or if they're on their knees, like the concrete work and things like that, the shoes get destroyed. People that work on the depot go through pairs of pants in the winter from all the salt and everything. Someone took off a pair of coveralls once and actually it stood up on the ground because it was so embedded with that material. So they buy things like that. If you took away the allowance, that would be at their expense, and they certainly would be buying the minimum that required, and we would have to just make sure they're dressing safely.
And that's my concern. Are we going to be faced with creating a safety issue or a health issue or even just an appearance issue when they're out in the community?
That too. I mean, afraid, it puts the burden on the supervisors to look at ragged clothes and the appearance of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's subjective to opinion.
It also depends on what you're trying to portray here in a community.
It's yeah.
When I drive through a town and I see guys that aren't in a uniform that are working, first of all, you may not know if they're private or not.
You don't even know if they belong there.
Exactly. Number two is it's kind of desperate.
Does anybody have any strong feelings on this?
I really think you need to leave it alone, because what'll end up, several things could happen, depending on how things go. Okay, so you do away with that. Granted, they understand that they need certain types of clothes to work with, okay? But then if you come back on the other side, and this is very vague how this goes, and tell them, you can go in there and tell them their job requires certain things. But the problem with that is, you're now going to open another door that I don't think you really want to open. And I mean, it's just, you have a safety issue, you have numerous things, and I think if it's just don't tempt fate. Just don't tempt fate. I mean, I don't know any other way to put it.
To put it in perspective, I think this represents $150 per person that we're talking about.
I think to me, it's almost like giving them a decrease in pay if we.
Well, I'm thinking, they're taking 6 furlough days already, and, they don't get, it's like, now we're asking them to give even more.
Yeah.
And the point of how, the appearances is people.
Well, we do have a dress code policy, but so that could still be addressed. It's just that has to be managed now because the fear of pushing it to the limit of what's clean and neat. We still provide the safety shirts, the obvious parts. We buy that in bulk and we issue that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking pretty much about denim and footwear here.
And the wear, there's a considerable amount of wear and tear on the clothes they wear just because of what they do, It's not like they're sitting behind a desk and looking cute in a little, uniform. These are people that are, not like their boss, Kidding. So are we saying leave it in?
Yep.
Thank you.
None of these leave-ins, by the way, are a guarantee for any department. It's just kind of like our first pass.
Okay, ready for special events? Mm-hmm. These are in here also just identified, this is mostly for purposes of identifying what our costs are. Even though they're shown in there as suggestions, the point is to identify what our costs are. So the two big ones are Taste of Westmont and Holidays, and this has to do a lot with the man hours, not just during the event, but preparatory to the event and setting that all up. So the Public Works investment, and again, this ties into the need for seasonal workers if we continue to do this. There is about a $13,000, $14,000 value in labor and things. We don't really, there isn't not a per barricade cost here, but we do expect, all the snow fence, a good percent of that gets ruined each year and has to be replaced. And those costs are represented in that number. Holidays, because of the parade and the multiple activities over a weekend, you're talking a lot of overtime, is a big number in all of these things. Parades doesn't have a separate dollar amount in there, but that's just the catch-all if you have to distribute cones. That's usually just in advance during straight time in a normal day, putting things out in the corner, and EMA is really good about setting those short-term ones up. But it was briefly mentioned last Thursday when we were talking about Fresh Market and cruising nights, and now doing that every single week, there is a value attached to that from a Public Works perspective, leaving everything else out, and it adds up. And this, nothing in here is a suggestion, but if we stop doing it, that's the savings, or if we, consider recapturing that somehow, that's for you to think about.
Okay.
Could we even think about recapturing it like through hotel motel, because that is a function that's going to be?
I think, it's a fine line, definitely, and we want to be very careful with that.
Right.
But I'm sure the attorney is going to give us an opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, let's check into that.
Yeah, similar to the kinds of.
But we want to keep physically providing
police and fire.
the service.
Yeah.
So these are shown as taken reductions right now. You would have to, for purposes of today, you would have to remove all those.
Thank you. Yes, you understand that.
Or replace it with a revenue. I don't know, however you want to handle it.
Yeah. What we've done with the other departments thus far is just leave them here as listed as reductions, and then we'll verify that that's what
We'll go back.
will work. Yep. Okay. Not much on vehicle maintenance or equipment maintenance.
Yeah, the next, even though fleet's a separate budget, they're just kind of just lumped in here, and just a general, there's a lot of parts to vehicle maintenance, but what we do now, we try to evaluate what that would be worth if we outsourced it commercially, and the labor and everything, and it came out to be $113,000 just for, the vehicles. That would be, it'd be a $113,000 increase, right, Spencer?
Yes.
Right, so we're not suggesting that we outsource anything, continue to do it, so that's status quo with the vehicle, and then similarly with the equipment maintenance.
Okay.
We have talked, we're talking to our neighbors and looking for opportunities to do things more efficiently with shared resources and people too. So that's ongoing, and that's continuous throughout the year.
That's good.
Fleet maintenance, equipment themselves, these will be capital purchases. The AC recycle, we can't do any air conditioning work, which requires venting the refrigerant out, so all of that gets outsourced right now. In order to do it in-house, we would have to buy the device to do the recycling. The scanner is the computer that plugs into the cars and reads the in-car computer and gives you some clues at what's going on. Ours are old. The adjustable lift is another piece of equipment for picking up items, and the exhaust blower is also venting things out. These are all things that are worth getting and doing at some point, but none of them are suggested as capital expenditures here. These are just on I don't want to call it a wish list, but these at some point we would like to get to these items. Health and sanitation, I assume, is the garbage contract, is mosquito abatement. Is that in there too, or is it just waste management?
Yeah, it's both. Just
Suggesting no changes in
with
that.
those.
Thank you. Any comments from the board or questions for Steve? Anybody, staff, public, anybody? Thank you, Steve. Don't go away.
Okay.
You want to go back to water, or?
Back to 11, yeah. On to Public Works Water. Go through some of these.
Which was being repaired during our little 15-minute break while we were working, but.
What?
We're ready to talk about it, right?
Yep. Yeah, so these are a little bit easier, I think, to get a hold, to kind of understand what the different, programs and changes would reflect. So the first one is just adjusting more to match actual, kind of trimming our budget as we don't need to budget quite as high. So that's a simple, easy one. This next option is fire hydrants. We currently replace 10 fire hydrants per year, and we'd be looking at changing that to replacing 5. And again, the cost for fire hydrants here is not just to replace 10, doesn't cost $138,000. That's the man hours and all of the things related to that entire program. But if we...
And these aren't also not, any fire hydrant that had a problem, we would replace it no matter what. These are proactive, getting out of the older type. We've got one main type of hydrant. We're trying to replace everything, so it's all one type of hydrant.
So how often do we test all of them to make sure they're functional?
You don't exercise hydrants.
We kind of do. There's 2 programs that we have. We do a flow testing program we do every 3 years. We are able to test the hydrants that way. We also go out and hydrant flush. In fact, we're doing it right now. We're going out and hydrant flush all the dead ends. The reason we used to hydrant flush the whole town, but the cost of the water got to be so expensive and the waste of that water, so we decided we'll just do the dead ends for now and see what our tests come back, if our samples come back fine.
That's to flush the water main. That's not exercising every hydrant. It's just certain hydrants get open.
Right, but those hydrants, we can definitely make sure, that's another way of us testing, make sure the hydrants work correctly. The program we have right now in place, we started 5 years ago, and what I did was I went through and identified all the hydrants that we cannot maintain anymore, and what I mean by that is hydrants that are out of date, manufacturers that are out of business, parts we don't have on stock that we don't have to go and purchase the stock again for these hydrants. And there was 124, I think, hydrants. And I've been working with the fire department identifying these hydrants, and we've been working kind of together on picking which ones we need to replace first, and this is the program. And we were trying to do it, 10 hydrants every year for 10 years. Actually, we started with 15 hydrants for 10 years. We figured we'd get them done within 10 years. We reduced it a couple years ago down to 10. Now, one of the options is to reduce it to 5. All it's going to do is prolong the program longer to replace these hydrants, because a lot of these hydrants, we've identified they just don't flow as well anymore. There's, like I said, there's issues of if a fire department the other day broke a hydrant, we had to replace the entire hydrant because we don't have the parts for it anymore. So it's something.
So those kinds of things will always exist.
That's why the fire department left. But, and it's not something. It's unavoidable. I mean, it happens. I mean, it's not like they did anything wrong to break the hydrant. It just happens. But we want to be proactive with this because we don't want to see what happens, like what happened in Lyle a few years ago, where the hydrant broke and the house burned down because the hydrant didn't work. Those are the kind of things we're trying to avoid by doing this proactively. And like I said, within 10 years, we should be right up where there's not going to be a hydrant in town that's older than 1974. They'll all be newer than that. So
hopefully by next year, we'll be able to return to a regular
That's our
10.
goal. Right. That's
10 would be the ultimate goal, to do 10 a year?
Yeah, 10 a year for up to 10 years, and we should have them all done by then.
Okay.
And like I said, we've been doing it for 5 years already, so.
Okay. Thank you.
One other thing I do want to mention at the top, this number you see right here, because we're now in the water fund as opposed to the general fund, this is not our general fund surplus right now. This is looking at the projected ending balance in the water account if we do these items in the budget.
Yeah, because that's a different fund.
Yes, it's a completely different fund. All the money that's generated in water is used to cover the water fund, and this is not just the surplus of this year. This is our total balances and what they will look like, or what we project they'll look like.
So we don't have a budget total concern with any of this. We're just like any other department, just looking for opportunities where things could be reduced.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
So the next item is with the distribution service. We've got, for the first item is the increased cost of the water purchase, as the board's well aware.
That's what it is.
Yeah, Water Commission in Chicago have begun increasing their rates, and we have to pay more for it. You'll also see the same dollar amount as an increase in the revenue side, as it's an increased cost to our customers as well. Option D is not something that we've listed on our almost recommendations. It's
things we looked into.
They're things we looked into. So this option D would be if there's a break in the water main, we'll just leave it until normal working hours so we don't have overtime. Turns out when we looked into that and looked at estimated costs and looking at the amount of water we'd lose, it actually ends up being a little
We
bit
have to buy the
cheaper just to
water
come.
that's running down the street.
Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah,
and then we have to field all those calls.
yes, yeah. So we did run the numbers for it, but it's not a good option.
Okay.
Then there's the valve exercising, that we currently do it every 2 years, and we could look at some different options there,
We
but,
looked at options, but we
yeah.
prefer not to get out of that cycle. Valves are important. Valves are, well, for obvious reasons, when you have a water main break and you have to isolate what you're working on, both the frequency and distribution of the valves and their working order are very important to isolate, and you're not, it's how big a region are you going to affect when you shut the water off to work on it. I mean, we had one, well, I'm not going to talk about the problems we had, but you know, when the valves are far and few between, you take out a lot of territory, and the last time it affected a nursing home when we had a problem, and you just don't ever want to get in that situation.
Right.
So the valves we have, want to keep them in good working order, and the exercising is, unlike the hydrants, well, I shouldn't say that, but they go on each and every valve and close it all the way and open it all the way and make sure it operates. That's a service.
And how we do it now, we do half the town one year, half the town the next year. And what we found out too, when we do have a really bad water main break and if those valves don't work, we're wasting a lot of water to go, you know, to isolate it. In some cases, we can't even do it because the valves just aren't working in operation. So that's why once we're done with the hydrants, that's going to our next program is a valve replacement program, which you'll see later on in this budget. We're asking for the material for that, or the equipment for that. So that's why we're asking for that. But Steve's right. Yeah, it's something that's very important to keep. We have to. It's something if you don't operate them, they get stuck, and then you go to work them at one time, and then you're not going to be able to. So, and then the valve's no good, and you're going to end up replacing it. Right.
Then jumping down to the leak detection, that is a service that comes in, and when you have a water main break or a leak, much of the time the water comes to the surface and you see it and someone reports it, you know that there's something leaking. There are many situations where it's easier for the water to just go down into the ground and it just keeps leaking and you never know that you've got a problem. The leak detection is, think of it as sonic equipment that they hook onto the water main, and they can hear if things are leaking and actually pinpoint where they're at. So you can find leaks that are not visible to the eye, address them, and save all the lost water that goes with that.
Didn't we just sign a contract for that?
Yeah, they just got done with it, actually.
I thought we just did this like a couple months ago.
That's why it was done in 2013. That's why we're not going to do it for 2 more years.
Okay.
And they did find two pretty large water main breaks that we would have never seen. There was one on Wilmette and Richmond. It was going right into the storm sewer. We were losing about 4,000 gallons of, an hour through that. And then another one we had was on the north side of town. It was underneath, right by Ogden Avenue. It was going right into a storm sewer again. We would have never found it. We'd never even known about it. And another big part about this is that the EPA requires you to be under 8% unaccountable loss, and this helps us keep under that 8% every year.
So are we comfortable with doing this every 3 years? I'm not suggesting we do it every year, but.
Well, one good thing about what we're doing is we're also having a water main replacement program, which you'll see later. That's really limited number of water main breaks we've had. We used to, when I first started here, 25 years ago, we were about 140 water main breaks a year. Now we're down to between 20 and 25. So that program really has paid off in the long term. And you're right. I mean, is it something we could do every year? Yeah, we could. Is it something we could maybe put off maybe every other year? That's also an option. Or, the way we have it now is every 3 years. So
Well, I think,
that's something for you guys to decide.
When you say 4,000 gallons an hour, and we didn't even know, and we don't know how long, it could have been going on.
It's been going on for months.
Could have been going on for, 2 years, 11 months.
Right. It could have paid for itself, just in water cost. You're right. You're exactly right. So it's something for you guys to think about and decide. But yeah, it's something that, a lot of towns do it every year. It's just that we chose to do it every 3 years because our system's better than some other towns.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I like that.
These other categories, we found no opportunities in there. Materials and the maintenance. The maintenance is what it is. We don't do anything new. We've maintained the system as we have it, just as a utility. There was one option in there about capping a well. It's very expensive to do that, but if you don't cap the well, you have to exercise it and prove to the EPA that it's in good working order, and you test the water and you keep it. And we can call it keeping it for an emergency, but it's way too expensive to abandon it, that it's cheaper to maintain it. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right?
Well, actually, Well 13, the one on the north side by Jewel Osco, to cap that would be about $75,000 because it's a deep well. To cap well 6, I just looked into it because we're having a problem with that well. It's $15,000 to cap it, but the problem is, in an emergency case, you want to at least provide some kind of fire protection. So with well 13 and well 6, we'd be able to supply our entire town with enough water, at least for fire protection. If we got rid of well 6, that's the only well we have on the south side of town. The people on the south side of town would obviously suffer if there was a real emergency.
You're talking about an emergency of this scale that
Massive.
nobody is getting Chicago water.
Exactly. Like if DuPage Water Commission blew up tomorrow or something, we have no way of getting water. That is the only way we could supply water for fire protection for our residents, and that's why we maintain 2 wells. And in most towns, that's the reason they do it. And there is a cost to maintain those. It's about $1,000 a year to maintain each well. Just in testing, and just the testing alone is $1,000, and not to mention the building cost and everything, the electricity, everything that we pay for those buildings. So there is a reason, that's why we budget $4,000 just to pay for that cost of maintaining them.
Thank you.
Water sampling, also not suggesting any changes, mostly because you can't.
Yeah, it's all EPA driven.
Okay.
Water plant miscellaneous, so these are, they're in there because they're things that we looked at, but found no opportunities there. Meter replacement program, we've done many a couple years in a row, and normally we would have just finished it in this next year, but we can reduce the quantity down to, how many are left?
We're 60% done. We've gotten 3,500 meters done. We have approximately about 3,000 left. So we're suggesting to do 1,000 at least this year, and hopefully we'll see how the budget is next year, and maybe we can do the final 2,000 next year. Or if not, we'll try to do 1,000 each year until it's done. The problem is the longer you prolong this, then it's a shorter period of time to start again and start replacing again, because the meters have to either be tested or replaced every 15 years.
Okay.
So we're just adjusting for 1,000 meters this year.
So,
Water meter, water billing, no changes. The employee services, no changes. The equipment, now everything from vehicle equipment 1 down are all things that, because it's water funded, these things do not appear in the capital improvement program like all the other general fund departments, things would. So these are all, well, they're all additions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the orange ones are all additions.
Yeah, so everything in yellow.
Yeah, everything. The first one, the vehicle equipment 1, water 201, that's replacing our big, huge water main replacement vehicle. That vehicle is 15 years old. It was due to be replaced after 12 years, so we're kind of past its due a little bit. It's something that, could we live with it 1 more year? Sure, we could live with it another year. It's something that we're definitely going to have to replace in the near future, though, if we don't do it this year. The Gator vehicle is a vehicle that multiple divisions could take advantage of. Is this something we could live without? Yes, but the big thing with the Gator vehicle is the depot. As far as picking up garbage or salting, you can get an attachment to plow the train tracks with it, with the sweeper. Also, we can use it for hydrant flushing and painting the hydrants. And, so there's a lot of advantages for a lot of different divisions could take advantage of it. And you can use it for Taste of Westmont also for picking up garbage and stuff. Instead of driving a vehicle down there, this is a smaller utility vehicle you can use to do it.
4-wheel open-air vehicle, a big cart.
Right. The end loader, again, we put that in there because it's something we would share with the street department. Right now, we don't have an end loader at the water department, so every time we have to use something they get a salt delivery, they have to bring their end loader over. It's just another way of not using a general fund for a piece of equipment that we need. Both divisions really need it, and we can justify taking it out of the water fund if it's something that would be better than taking it out of a general fund. Definitely, both departments could definitely take advantage of it. But that's why it's in here.
I think it makes sense.
The valve insertion equipment was what I was talking to you guys about before. It's a piece of it's equipment that we can insert valves directly into the water main without shutting anybody off. So these valves under pressure, so if these valves aren't working correctly, we can put a brand new valve in without disturbing any of our water services. And it's safer because it doesn't disturb, you don't have to do sampling, you don't have to send out boil orders. It's just a quicker, easier way to do it. The ductile pipe chainsaw, that's something that Right now, we use a hydraulic saw. I don't want to say it's unsafe, but it's not the best type of saw to use when you're trying to cut out a piece of pipe. This is designed to cut pipe better than what we're using now. So it's a great piece of equipment. That's the one thing we're definitely asking for. The backhoe bucket is a type of bucket for us when we go out and do restoration. We don't tear up more than we're trying to restore. If we just use a standard bucket, we tend to do more damage than good. This type of bucket is used just for restoration, so we'd switch the bucket out when we go out and do restoration.
On an existing backhoe.
On an existing backhoe, right. The other one's the North Water Tower. That's buying the property. Like I said, we've been in discussions with the high school and the school district a little bit about putting a brand new water tank on the north side of town. It's something we definitely have to do in the future. The problem with the reason we have to do that first is because Central Tower is getting to a point of an age where it's past its due. I mean, that water tank was supposed to be replaced after 50 years. It's already 59 years old. So it's something that we're definitely going to have to start working towards. So that's one purchase that we have to do to at least take that first step to first, get that property first, then we can start talking about discussing.
Land acquisition.
Right, land acquisition only.
If an opportunity came up, there was something in the budget.
Right. And then South Water Tower, we talked about that at distribution committee level, about painting the tower this year. It's due. The other thing is cathodic protection for the 2 ground storage tanks. It's something that the old system was removed. We didn't budget when we had those 2 tanks painted because the expense of the painting was so large. So it's something we're going to budget later on to have that back in there. What that does is preserve the tank and makes them last longer. If you don't have that, the livelihood of the tank is shorter. The other ones here is the North Hudson Water Main Engineering Construction. We've already designed it. Now we just want to go out to construction for it. And then like Steve's program now, he'd like to design it first and then construct it the following year. So that's what we're asking for West End and Cumner. That's the next phase of this water main replacement program, to go out and just design that. The building improvements, garage roof, the roof over there, every time it rains, it's like a waterfall in there. It's terrible. I mean, I know you guys know what the conditions of our buildings are, but this is just something else that I wish we didn't have to spend $50,000 on it if we had a newer facility, but it's something that, it's awful. You go in there, it's a total downpour every time it rains. So the repair of the garage floor, it's something, the floor is cracking, it's falling apart. It's something that we've been budgeting, we've had it in the budget for the last few years. It's something that needs to be replaced. And the meter shop chimney, we had an inspection done. The bricks are actually falling off the chimney. It's something they said that we definitely have to address pretty quickly, because if not, we're going to have to either remove the chimney or figure out some other way to fix that problem. Right, right. It's a huge, right. And then roof well 13. When Mercedes-Benz took over that property up there and they repaved that whole area, they went in and they found a raccoon up in the roof of the well 13. They actually built a nest. There's a gigantic hole there.
Burrowed in through the soffit and kind of just took over the building.
So for us to fix that,
So what exactly does that do to our population then? Does it, are we getting closer to home rule?
So for us to fix that problem, we have to kind of rebuild that roof up there. It's at $10,000. It's something that Mercedes-Benz asked us to kind of.
To go along with that, they're also doing painting. I mean, everything around this whole site that's now being used is all beautiful buildings and construction. We have this island of eyesore right there. So
Kind of an eyesore.
I think that makes sense.
And then the last item on here is material bins. It's something that we don't have currently. Right now, we just kind of pile up the gravel and the coal patch, and I forgot what else we put in there, but it'd be nice to be able to separate that out, because what happens is when we go to start loading that stuff onto vehicles, it gets all mixed together, and it's just a mess. So it would just be a convenience thing for us to have these material bins to separate what our materials are. So
Certainly not a luxury.
Mike, how many are trained like you are to run the plant?
Well, since I've been teaching this class, I've had everybody at the water division has been trained. Yes. Now, what I've been doing now is I teach a class on Tuesday nights. I won't be here next Tuesday for this meeting, but we have one employee at the street department right now who's interested in learning the water operations. So he's being trained currently, and there's one gentleman in the facilities that also is wanting to get his license. So right now we're cross-training, which is a program that Steve started a few years ago to get everybody acclimated to work more as a public works department instead of different divisions. And right now, they're cross-training with us at the water department. And Noriel's licensed also, too. He got his license.
He's back there like going,
Yes, Noriel took the class, and
he's taking a bow.
it's just that the more people that know how to do it and the more cross-training we can do, the better, more acclimated we can do is working as a public works department.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
And that was a problem.
Yeah, it was a huge problem. It
was a problem.
So that will never be a problem ever again as long as I'm here.
That's
So I
good.
guarantee you that.
That I'm proud
All right,
of.
can I just ask you about the pipe chainsaw?
I'm sorry.
The pipe chainsaw?
Yes.
All cross-trained.
So what are we using now?
We're using a hydraulic saw that it only cut. It's hard to describe. It has a cover on it. It only cuts when you cut the pipe. You can only cut in so far.
Right.
This is like an open chainsaw, so you can cut through like you cut through like a tree. It's a lot safer. It's a lot faster.
Bigger, you got to expose more of the pipe, to cut it.
Right. You have to dig all the way around the pipe and everything. This way, you just have to dig enough to expose enough pipe to cut it.
And what about a safety factor for the employees?
It's weird. The way this pipe cuts, there's no shavings. Like the shavings get transferred into this saw, so there's no shavings and there's no smoke, there's no dust, there's nothing. It's a kind of a cool saw.
Physical.
Like any open bladed saw. Well, that's true with a circular saw too. I mean, if you
Okay.
touch the wrong part,
See you later.
use it incorrectly.
But at least
Well,
it's
and
a
when you
clean
use it, you
cut.
have to. It's like a regular saw. You have to hold it down to actually make the cut. So as soon as you take your hand off, it stops. So
But this other one's a much safer.
it is a lot safer and it's a lot easier to use.
Well, in that, things aren't flying around.
Right. With the other saw, you get stuff flying all over your plate, and
Yeah.
you're inhaling that. Yeah. This you don't have that problem.
And you're kind of like in slippery conditions
Yes.
down there
Yeah.
in the middle of.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good. Yeah,
So
that's good.
that's why I was suggesting that because it's a definite huge safety feature, with that. so.
Okay.
Good.
Moving on to water sales and water fees, those are just reflecting actual changes. Same thing with meter and brass goods, though that's a function of permit activity. So we buy the parts and resell them to, each new permittee. I guess that should be an orange square because that went up. And no miscellaneous note. You can speak to the transfer, but that's pretty much it for the water fund.
Yeah. Yeah, so right now, looking at the water fund's bottom line, we're looking at, so as you recall, a couple of years ago, we adopted an infrastructure portion. And so we have about 1.6 million of our revenue is in infrastructure. It's going to fund infrastructure. As you recall, last year in the budget, we had about $3 million worth of infrastructure. We said we realize infrastructure is, we're taking some of our fund balance and using it to buy this infrastructure, and we're going to be replacing it through this revenue. And so the plan was this year to have a little bit less than 1.6 million. You can see we have just very little bit less than 1.6 million. But so now the infrastructure is putting aside a little bit more money for some additional infrastructure funding. You'll see on the operating costs, we are about this would be a net of about $467,000 deficit in the water fund. We do have a estimated beginning balance of about 2 million, so it would bring us down to about 1.6 million.
For the water fund.
For the water fund. So that's how much cash we'd have left. So the fund balances are getting significantly lower than they have been previously, and they're not dangerously low, obviously, but just so the board's aware that if we do purchase all of these capital things, then we will be dropping down to about 1.6 million. So that's sort of the bottom line.
Okay.
That. Okay. Oh, is any further questions? Sorry, I should have asked the board. Are we good
No,
with that?
any
Okay.
questions from staff? Or boy, can we clear a room?
Okay.
Okay, onward.
Moving on to number 13, convention tourism. This will be fairly quick. As the board's aware, we're looking at different options to consider on what sort of things can get moved over to convention tourism. Right now, we've got really no change from what we had previously. So we're looking at about, it's very long. So we've got about $61,000 worth of expenses dealing with the Westmont Center, about $160,000 in convention and tourism. Currently, some of that could be adjusted and increased. I'll pull up the fund summary so you can just see it at a glance. It might be easier at the moment. So you can see we've got about $600,000 worth of revenue for convention and tourism, $160,000 worth of expenses right now. Westmont Center, $42,000 revenue, $61,000 expense. The entire fund has about $420,000 surplus right now.
Under community beautification, can we
Yeah.
revisit, and would it be appropriate for this fund to return to flower baskets, hanging flower baskets for the downtown, to make it a little more appealing?
Yeah, we can certainly.
Probably too late for this year, but maybe for the fall, there could be something, maybe, to make it, that was one of the first things we cut when the economy went south. And, I don't know, I can't speak for everyone else, but I get a lot of comments on how the downtown looks with the absence of the flower baskets and.
This is the time to put our best foot forward now.
Absolutely. So can we look at maybe and talk to, Bob Fleck, if we can somehow squeeze a little money into this account, maybe do something, later in the summer. I know it was expensive, I don't remember exactly what, but if we could somehow get a little more beautification into the downtown, squeak it out somewhere.
I don't know that it'd be so late yet now
We'll
because
have
the
to order
weather has
'em.
been so.
We had to order them so far in advance, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, they usually have to pre-plant and get ready for them.
Yeah, but anyway, can we, everybody in agreement to at least look into it and get a price?
Well, what's the name of that place up on Ogden that comes in and does the
Clovers.
clovers?
Maybe we could work with
Work a
them,
deal
look
with
right
them.
here in town. Maybe they can come up with something
Spend
for
the
us.
money right here.
To your point.
I would think that we should be able to get something.
There's got to be stuff available for this
It's been
year.
a late,
But then comes the,
season.
but then the other half of that is
Going to maintain them.
Steve May's department, he's ignoring me. There's a cost associated with that, and is it feasible?
I know.
It was trustee Seneca's idea.
Talking about like flowers and baskets and.
it goes back to
Yeah.
our Alice in the hole.
Back when we were doing that, lastly, most aggressively, there was, we installed them, they were all delivered and we hung them up, but then I think Box Landscaping did the watering and things like that too, the routine maintenance.
Okay.
So other than the initial setup and make sure they're all tied on nicely so none of them come down either intentionally or in the wind, our attention really goes down after that.
Okay. So if we could at least look into it to come out of hotel motel tax funds. Sure. That'd be great.
Yeah, great idea.
Do we have a truck to water them with?
Well, no, Fox
Sue and
would
I
do
could
that.
do it.
Do, but
Yeah,
it's,
we could.
we do.
Cans.
Jenny could drive the truck and I could stand on the back. And
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how it is.
Of course, we wouldn't have a
to reach up
uniform.
there, so it's a big tank on the back of a dump truck and it's motorized, and then there's a wand, and the guy's got to stand in a precarious.
Yeah, yeah.
So the best time to do it is 4 o'clock in the morning when there's no parked cars. It's difficult.
Really could do that because we're always up early.
You guys are still going to do that, right?
We are up early.
I'm ready to write it in there.
Sue and I get up very early. so-
Well, we're up way too early.
Right. Okay,
you.
moving on to some of our other smaller funds. We've got, and I'll just I'll just look at the fund summary sheet to talk about these. In the folder, you'll see there are, well, some of you may be able to see, there are additional sheets for all of them, but based on their size, we can just talk about them here briefly. So I'm going to jump over to the FCF, the funds carried forward sheet, just so we can get a look at the balances for it as well.
Wait, which one are
So,
you? What number?
so I'm sorry, we're on number 1, so 01-A,
Oh, so we're going back there.
yeah.
Okay.
And then the sheet is called, so towards the bottom, there should be a little tab that's called FCF summary. You may have to scroll over to be able to see it.
4 tabs over from the
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
For some.
Yeah,
I don't have it.
yeah. So here you can see, starting with the employee benefit sick time fund, it doesn't really have a cash balance. It has minimal revenues. It doesn't have any expenses. Basically, all this fund is it's the way that we account for our liability for the employee sick time payout benefit that we have. So each year at the end of the audit, we go through, we see how much sick time people have and account for the liability here. So there's not really any revenues or expenditures. It's nothing with regards to the budget. Our downtown parking fund, this is a fund that was set up a couple of years ago. It has things in it, like downtown parking citations go into this, the cost for employee permit parking in the downtown, so downtown businesses, employee permit parking comes into this, as well as any parking variances in the downtown. We currently have a balance of about $5,000 in there. We expect to get another $1,900 this year, so we'll have $7,000 at the end of the year is the expectation. And then, since we're just here talking about some of the other funds, I'm just gonna skip both vehicle replacement and capital projects, because those may take a little bit more in depth, as well as motor fuel. We just briefly hit IMRF. We are, right now, I'm just looking at IMRF based on what it was last year. Once we make some more decisions about all the personnel things, then we'll go through and do the calculation for it. That's one of the last funds that we will look through. So these are not numbers for this year yet. They're just carrying over last year's numbers until we get a little bit better handle on what's going to actually be going forward in the budget. And then the last fund listed here, 68, is our emergency reserve fund. This currently has a balance of $946,000. We're not expecting any specific revenues. We're not planning to transfer anything into it this year, just some slight interest perhaps. And then we're looking at, again, $948,000 by the end. Any questions on those little funds?
What should the emergency reserve fund be at to meet our policy?
Well, really, the emergency reserve fund and the general fund cash balance kind of go in together for our reserve, for the idea of having the reserves. And you would want them to be, I think our policy is 20% of a year. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And we only started this fund how many years ago?
20% of our,
I think it's of our operating funds, right?
okay, so. the
Of our
question
general
is,
fund.
What should that number be?
So it should be about 4 million would be good.
And when did we actually start this? Because I remember when I first came
No,
on
we
the...
started the program, the policy, I think, Jim, you may have still been on the board back in 99, maybe?
Right when I came on the board, because there was nothing.
We established it, we've never been able to get it to the level that the board originally set as a goal, and that's been one of our
Yeah.
main goals the last few years, is to try to build up that cash reserve to meet the policy that previous boards had
I
established.
thought it was at 1.0 when I first came on the board, and we started adding into it.
Yeah. We've been able to
I think we've done a good
increase
job with it,
Yes,
considering...
Considering
Yeah.
the economy and the challenges we've been faced with, but I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that we're still not where we need to be.
Yeah, it's like the pension, we're getting there.
Right. So 4 million would be good.
That'd be really nice.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we've covered. Okay, let's just briefly talk about the vehicle replacement. We've already talked a lot about the vehicle replacement funding, which is the transfer from the general fund to the vehicle replacement. But now we'll just show you briefly what we're looking at it actually replacing this year, and that's, if you have it, it's number 15.
Got it.
Okay.
Took it out of the email finally, I figured.
So we would be looking at, because this is not based on ongoing past costs, this is based more on individual items. We don't have any carrying forward from A, and we're just looking at the individual costs, so I guess they should all probably be orange potentially. So we'd be looking at, this year, up for replacement would be 4 squads, an ambulance, and a street sweeper. So, and then we'd be looking at a transfer from the general fund, as we've already discussed, and then a little bit of money coming in from sale of assets. We don't expect to get a lot from that. We never do expect a lot. And if we do, it's just kind of extra helpful. So these are the items that are up for replacement based on the schedule. So 4 squads, an ambulance, and a sweeper. Any? No. Okay. Going back. So capital projects fund, right now I wanted to talk first of all about the items at the top. So these are our ongoing costs, and for these items it does make sense to compare what we had previously. These are items that these are not one-time expenditures, these are the ongoing costs. So the first item at the top is with copiers, and we may want to address this next time when Glenn's here to comment on it a little bit more. Glenn's been able to working with Konica Minolta and looking at some changes to the number of copiers we have and where we have copiers. He thinks we can save $12,000 is sort of a recommendation, going down to 9. We could save some more, but that would be a little bit more difficult with the copiers if we were to go down to just 7 copiers. And then the other option that was listed here is a document management system. That's something that would be nice. It would be great to have some of the extra services on the copy machines and things, but it's not essential. And so we listed it here as another option. Staff's recommendation right now is just to make the reduction to 9 copiers as opposed to keeping it where we were at 12, be able to save that $12,000. And I think there's some additional, it would be eliminating, right now we have 4 copiers at Village Hall. It'd be going down to 3. Probably, so it'd be the finance copier would be eliminated, would be consolidated more with clerks. There's multiple copiers on multiple levels at the police department, which would be reduced. And then the rest would be staying pretty much the same on the 9. So it's 2 copiers being reduced at police, 1 in from finance, and that's where we get the $12,000, which is a recommendation. The other 2 pieces on here are the debt service. As you'll recall, last year we paid off the entirety of the 10-year lease for a vehicle capital lease program. That's been paid off in full, so there's no longer that cost there. And then the debt for the land, debt service for the land is just being reduced by $2,000 to bring it to the actual cost for this year.
Good.
So the net of these ongoing expenditures, which sort of have first priority of the revenues, is $399,000. Based on our revenues, let me jump down there to start with, we're not really anticipating very much of an increase. We're looking at $600 increase we expect from our utility taxes. Because the payment in lieu of tax from water is based on the same thing that our utility taxes are based on, percent of gross revenue, because of gross sales, since their sales went up, so did the amount that they would contribute to the capital projects, just as if they were a utility. As their costs go up, so does the amount the utilities contribute. So that is an extra $27,000 into capital. And then, as we talked about at the very beginning, previously we transferred $288,000 from the general fund, which was funded by local motor fuel tax. And what we talked about was transferring the same amount less the difference from the debt service. So we used the $119,000 savings in the general fund, so we're not transferring quite as much. So it leaves $840,000 of revenue. You can see our revenue minus the ongoing expenses, which sort of have the first priority, leaves us a net of $441,000. So we've got this net of $441,000 in the capital program right now. And let me freeze it so we can still look at it. And then underneath there are several different items from various different departments on different items that are sort of, at the moment, sort of a wish list. So we can either go through all of them right now, or we can just kind of let you guys take a look at them. Staff can look at them a little bit more before the next workshop. The next two, we can come up with some additional proposals if you don't want to spend the time talking about each one individually.
What's the pleasure? Want to digest them a little bit first and then talk about them later so that we can keep moving? Are you okay with that, Bob?
Yeah, I'd like to be able to get it on the computer so I
I
can
don't
pick
have
up
it
and
either.
read it.
I want to look through them.
Good, oh, yeah, I got it through the email.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
email that to everyone.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, it's in our email, but it's a little
I'll send it.
harder to open.
Yeah, I'll send it this specific sheet, or, yeah, I'll send both.
The whole thing,
You
the
have to
whole,
send the whole packet. I
Yeah.
mean, we don't have
Yeah.
half the stuff in there.
well,
Right.
yeah, it's in there, but it was hard to get.
I only have the ones I starred from earlier this week. None of
You
the
didn't
other
get
ones
his
you're
email?
sharing with me.
Well, I got it and I opened it and I can only get so much.
Yeah.
Even if I went in through the
I figured
drive.
out on the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little thing that says open, and it'll open each page. It took me a while, but I figured it out.
Yeah, I'll send out another one for the entire packet, for the entire folder one more time. So that goes.
Hello, I see you.
Hi, Spence.
Okay, so we'll discuss those later. Let's move into, so now we're on to our last item, the motor fuel tax fund. And again, because this is similar to capital where they're all projects, we're not looking at what we had last year, we're looking at what we've got this year and what we have with regards to revenues. And generally what we do is we take a look at the different items that we're proposing doing, the different items that are committed by the state. You'll notice each year that we have a very large budget deficit in the motor fuel tax fund because there's several projects that we've received funding from the state, even the state's done some work on them, but they just haven't billed us yet. They're running a little slow, and so each year we budget the entirety of the cost because we're sure that one day the state will bill us. And we need to show that we're setting aside those funds.
I don't know, the state's so messed up, we may never see that.
Yeah, we may not.
They'll be like, oh, wait, Westmont.
So,
It's everybody, it's
How did they
a problem.
It's unbelievable.
yeah.
Let's stop talking about that.
Yeah. So what we typically do is we look and we see, so you'll see right now what's being listed is a net deficit of about 2.4 million. We've got a balance of about 2.4, and we get what we propose to be right about what our balance is because we know it doesn't ever all come out all at once. And whatever it takes to fill up the gap is what we list as our motor fuel tax resurfacing project. So based on the dollar amounts and the estimated revenues, we're looking at almost $400,000 for a motor fuel tax for resurfacing. And we can walk through each of these. I can have Noriel or Steve kind of go through and explain each of them to be interested.
Maybe I'll quickly describe which ones are obligations and, well, Spencer, anything in the left-hand column identified as a carryover are things that are already obligated or committed, and there are things that did not finish up last year, and things we're still expecting to happen. The
total of those carryovers is about 1.6 million, just so you're aware.
Wow.
So,
supplement? Yes. So that's one that's not a carryover. Just the Phase 2 engineering is a carryover, the project. All right, do you want me to describe what all these projects are?
I think most of them we've talked about before, so
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we
mean, either way, they're commitments.
should be familiar with them.
yeah, the first several were all in last year's budget.
Yeah, I mean,
May not need-
When you go down to the right-of-way improvements then,
yes.
Spencer identified that the whatever is in the MFT resurfacing project is whatever's left. So after all our obligations, that determines the size of that project. The Wilmette Avenue reconstruction, this is the actual construction portion of it. The carryover previous one, that's the engineering design, and that's being finished up, and we could go out to bid. And this was the project you heard described, 55th Street South, either reconstruct the first block and then the street lighting improvements for the remainder of it. The CMAQ ITEP sidewalk project is actually, you'll see it's a zero. That's because with this round of funding, very short notice, a new requirement came into play that said you had to have a certain level of what's called phase one engineering, but it's a lot of environmental impact assessment that we don't have done and aren't prepared to do and cannot have it done by the June deadline that they want it by. So I don't want to say voluntarily, we were forced to remove that funding request
Of course, they
out of that
revised it
project.
at the 11th hour.
So that used to have a dollar amount in it, and now you could actually just erase it because it doesn't apply anymore. We can't apply for it. I guess that's really it.
Okey-doke.
Okay.
400,000 for resurfacing is really on the smaller side. Well, I mean, we've had years where we haven't had any resurfacing project, but that's on the low end of anything that we've ever done. In a good year, we're anywhere from 700,000 to $1 million. And you remember half a year ago when we were talking about the condition of the town as a whole, and since there was public comment on that earlier this morning, we agree there's a lot to do, and we were once talking about, pre-November, we were talking about the pros and cons of a bond issue.
Yes.
So, I mean, we've identified more than $10 million worth of resurfacing need or street maintenance need, and we are picking at the worst with what's left.
And Trustee Scott's words keep, I keep hearing them over and over again, so somehow we have to find a way.
Yep.
Doesn't go far, $400,000 a couple blocks.
We need a couple miles.
Couple streets, yeah.
Like Grant and Adams. Grant and Adams.
Over a mile. We normally do 2.5 every year.
How many miles do we need to have fixed?
How many miles?
Have we got any idea?
60 some, that's the entire town.
Wow.
No, using that scale that was developed in that study,
Oh, when the
how many
pavement
miles was in the worst category?
Worse than 70.
I have to look it up.
Okay.
I have to add it all.
We had looked at the Public Works Committee, the pavement study, and we can look at that and identify.
We have the rankings of the objective rankings
When to
of
do
all
it.
the streets and how many fall below, these different categories and what standards they are. And anything under what would be 70 out of 100 is something worthy of resurfacing. We also have roads that are, resurfacing is just maintenance. It's one big patch, curb to curb. There are things identified in here that are reconstruction where you have to dig everything up and start over from the base.
What we want is that we want the public to hear how much has to be done.
Yeah,
Because, they're telling us this block's bad, but to hear the whole
I remember once
number.
saying it was 3/4 of the town, and if we have 60 miles, total miles.
That's total.
20 miles. Holy
So you're
40 miles?
talking 40, 45, 50 miles worth of,
road. And some of that's resurfacing and some of it's
well,
replacement.
I'm just talking about,
We walked
it's true.
Right? It's a combination.
When it needs to be reconstructed, we put it in a whole different category, and you see it in
No,
capital.
Crazy.
we've been doing the IMS laser study for a number of years now, and I believe this is the last time we just did it was our 4th time. Each and every management study, they give us an average, what our street is in average-wise, rating-wise throughout the entire village. Since we first started doing it to this date, the last time we've done it, and again, on average, we've only been doing 2.5 miles every year in our resurfacing because that's all the money that's allocated. Our average rating for the entire village has been going down every time we've done a report. We have not been able to keep up.
We gotta get creative.
And what is it that Director May has told us? farther that repair has to go down?
More,
Exponentially
oh yeah.
goes up in expense.
Yeah.
The longer we wait, the more it's gonna cost.
That restaurant tax is sounding better. As
Yeah,
much
we
as I
have
don't
not
like
been
the
able
idea.
to keep up with the,
Gotta do something
to
with these
keep our,
roads.
just our,
Right.
from when we first started our reports.
Did we do it?
Yeah, so we've kind of gone through everything.
Any questions? Any questions from anybody that's left? Any?
Everybody's still
Any
awake out
questions
there?
from anyone who might still be awake?
Hardy souls that they are.
All right. Oh, man.
So, I think we are just about done, but Spence, did you want to give any kind of, I don't know if you have any wrap-up comments or what to expect for our next meeting, which, by the way, will be Tuesday at the police department? And I assume we have a place for executive session there, that we can use your conference room if we need to adjourn to executive session? And that is going to be at 6 o'clock?
6 PM, right?
6 o'clock?
6 p.m.
Yes, 6 o'clock on Tuesday, April 16th. But I don't know, do you want to say anything further, Spencer?
Sure. So let me bring this over. So right now, we're looking at, and I'm surprised by this number, so I want to verify and make sure it's right. But at least initially, it looks like we're looking at a projected net of only about, deficit of only about 13,000. So again, I want to verify that. Looks like with the general fund, what?
We haven't done any capital.
We haven't done any capital, that's true. But in the general fund.
Well, it's general fund.
Right, so in the general fund. So
Don't get too
currently,
excited.
according to this, we've still identified about $850,000 worth of cuts from last year. And we're looking at a revenue increase of about 373 so far. That includes the vehicle stickers, but does not include the places for eating tax currently. So again, I will go through and verify that number is pleasantly low, lower than I was anticipating.
It almost
And
seems like
the-
something's
some of
wrong.
these cuts,
It's a lot there.
Well, did you
Yeah,
keep
some of
in
these-
everything we did for the fire department too? Did all that stuff stay in there? I
Yeah.
think it did.
yeah, so we can go through and verify, but I believe we put back in everything in all of the departments as we were talking about it. I believe I made those changes. So assuming this is updated the way that it should, that looks like the dollar amount. Looks like we still had significant dollar reductions in these departments. We'll probably go over those, and we can put together kind of a short summary of, you know, what these dollar reductions mean and what they are. And be presenting that next time, and then kind of going through one last pass, see if there's any additional changes to anything.
Excellent.
So,
Thank you.
so hopefully it stays 13,000, but be prepared if it's more.
Any final comments? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move, Scott.
Second.
Roll call?
Trustee Scott?
Yes.
Trustee Klebanow?
Yes.
Trustee Nero?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sinek?
Yes.
It's a wrap.
Yay.
Come, thank